Hello there, and welcome to the Sleep Porch. Tonight, we'll be exploring one of science's greatest frontiers. The mind is an ever-shifting landscape where thoughts arise, memories settle, and feelings quietly shape your days. It is not something you can point to or hold. If this content interests you, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Your support motivates us to continue creating more meaningful videos. Yet it guides every choice, every worry, every moment of wonder. It can feel vast one moment, crowded the next, and strangely empty when you least expect it. Still, it is always working, weaving together sensation, imagination, habit, and meaning. A mind helps you plan futures that have not yet happened and revisit past moments that no longer exist. It can transform a sound into a narrative, a sensation into a conviction, and a fleeting thought into an entire mood. Scientists examine it through patterns, signals, and behavior, while you encounter it from within as a steady stream that rarely pauses. When you start observing how it functions, everyday experiences can feel surprisingly fresh again. If you enjoy these quiet explorations, I invite you to like, subscribe, or leave a gentle thought below. It helps other wandering minds find their way here too, one sleepy soul at a time. But right now, there is nothing you need to do except relax. Let your body grow softer as your mind eases toward stillness. And as your eyelids become heavy, allow the day to slowly drift away while we explore this intricate inner world together. Let us begin. The placebo effect can activate genuine opioid signals within the brain. In certain pain studies, participants who received a simple sugar pill still reported relief within minutes. Brain imaging reveals that the same reward and pain circuits illuminate much like they do with actual medication. Researchers have even reversed this relief using naloxone, a drug that blocks opioid receptors. That tells us the body can release its own morphine-like chemicals on command. Expectation becomes a signal traveling from the thinking cortex down to brainstem control centers. Those centers can dampen incoming pain messages before they reach conscious awareness. It is not pretend relief. It is altered neurochemistry. Clinicians now study how ritual trust and timing amplify this internal pharmacy. The effect is strongest when a person feels cared for, safe, and sure of the plan. Mind over matter begins here, with belief turning into biology you can measure. That discovery has pushed medicine to ask a new question. Which parts of healing come from within? Placebo medication can change heart rate, breathing, and hormone release. Give someone a medicine they believe is a stimulant, and their pulse may climb. Give the same person a pill they think is a sedative, and breathing can slow. In experiments, even saline injections have shifted blood pressure when framed as powerful medication. Part of this comes from conditioning, like the way your mouth waters before a familiar meal. If your body has learned that clinics mean treatment, it may start preparing early. Hormones can shift, skin can flush, and stomach muscles can tighten, all from that preparation. Researchers call this the meaning response, because context is part of the dose. White coats, pill color, and even price tags can nudge the response up or down. It is a reminder that the nervous system is always listening for cues of threat or care. When those cues suggest help is coming, the body may shift into repair mode before chemistry arrives. Neubel effects can cause real pain from harmless treatments. A warning can plant symptoms, especially when you expect your body to be fragile.
In trials, people told a treatment might cause headaches often report them, even on inert pills.
Brain scans show threat networks activating, preparing you to notice discomfort and interpret it as danger. That hyperattention amplifies normal sensations, like a harmless tingle becoming a stabbing alarm. Stress hormones rise, and the body can tighten, reducing blood flow and worsening aches. Doctors now choose words carefully, because language is a form of medicine too. Clear honesty still matters, but fear-loaded phrasing can backfire. Some clinics pair side effect discussions with coping plans, so the brain expects support instead of doom. When people feel informed and steady, the same information causes fewer symptoms. This darker mirror of placebo shows mind over matter is not only a gift, it is a lever that can hurt when pulled wrong. Expectations can reshape what you see, hear, and feel in seconds. What you expect primes your senses before the world even arrives. Pour identical wine into 2 bottles, and people describe richer flavors from the expensive label. In one classic study, a colored drink changed how sweet it seemed without changing the recipe. Your brain builds perception by combining incoming signals with prior beliefs and memories. When the guess is strong, it can override the data, producing illusions and mishearings. That is why you can suddenly notice a sound only after someone points it out. It is also why anxiety can make a normal heartbeat feel like a siren. Scientists call this predictive processing, and it turns the mind into an active editor of reality. The thrilling part is that expectations can be trained, so perception can shift with practice over a lifetime. When you change what you anticipate, you change what you notice, and your world can feel newly detailed. The brain predicts the future a few seconds ahead of reality. Your brain is not just a passive receiver of the present moment. It is a prediction machine. Every fraction of a second, your brain builds a model of what it expects will happen next, anticipating sounds, movements, and even the words you're about to hear. In fact, brain scans show that activity often rises in anticipation of an event before the sensors actually register it. This predictive coding helps you catch a ball, understand speech even in noisy rooms, or step out of the way of danger almost instantly. Without this ability, life would feel disjointed, as if reality were arriving in jagged frames. Instead, your brain smooths out the world, always leaning a heartbeat into the future, ensuring that your experience feels seamless, continuous, and alive. Scientists have reconstructed images directly from brain signals. One of the most astonishing frontiers of neuroscience is the ability to peer into the mind and reconstruct its contents using functional MRI scans and artificial intelligence. Researchers have successfully rebuilt rough images of what people are looking at, shapes, faces, even simple movie clips, using nothing but patterns of brain activity. While the results are blurry, they capture enough detail to be recognizable, suggesting that thoughts and perceptions leave measurable fingerprints in neural activity. This technology opens both exciting and unsettling possibilities. Perhaps one day we may be able to record dreams, visualize memories, or even share inner experiences in ways that today feel like science fiction. For now, these experiments reveal something breathtaking: that the private theater of the mind, long hidden from the outside world, can be glimpsed through the shimmering gray electrical language of the brain. Your brain can trick you into seeing things that aren't there. Deception is not simply a mirror of reality. Sometimes your brain invents details, colors, or patterns that don't exist in the world around you. Classic optical illusions are a gentle demonstration of this, showing how lines can look longer, colors can seem brighter, or shapes can appear to move when nothing is happening. But the effect runs deeper. In moments of sensory deprivation, stress, or illness, the brain can generate full-fledged hallucinations, sounds, sights, even all entire scenes that feel real. This happens because your brain is always trying to interpret incomplete information, filling in gaps with its best guess. Most of the time, this makes perception smooth and useful. Occasionally, however, it overshoots, creating a phantom where none exists. It is a humbling reminder that what we call reality is always filtered and reconstructed inside the theater of the mind. People with split brains sometimes act as if two minds share one body. In rare medical cases with a connection between the two hemispheres of the brain, the corpus callosum, is severed, something astonishing can happen. Each hemisphere begins to operate with a certain independence, almost as if two streams of awareness share the same body. One hand might reach toward a shirt while the other gently resists. A person may verbally insist they did not see an object shown to one eye, while the opposite hand quietly points straight to it. These split brain experiments show that the left and right hemispheres are specialized for different tasks, and that our feeling of being a single, unified self is carefully assembled. Beneath the smooth sense of unity we experience, the brain functions more like a coalition of systems. When the connections between them are cut, that hidden plurality becomes visible, revealing how delicate the illusion of a singular identity truly is. The brain can adjust pain much like turning a volume dial. Pain is not merely a signal sent from injured tissue. It is, in many ways, a choice shaped by the brain. Two individuals with the same injury can experience dramatically different levels of discomfort. Deep within the brainstem, networks can dampen pain signals before they ever reach conscious awareness. That system responds to context like safety, fear, attention, and social support. Soldiers sometimes report little pain in battle, then hurt intensely once danger passes. The brain is prioritizing survival, and it can postpone suffering to keep you moving. Later, the volume rises, encouraging rest and protection while the body repairs. Therapies like distraction, reassurance, and graded movement use this built-in dial. Understanding this does not mean pain is imaginary. It means the brain is the amplifier that sets the game for every sensation. When you learn what turns the dial, you gain a new kind of control, even during real injury and long after it. Stress thoughts can raise inflammation even without an infection. A stressful story in your mind can move the immune system into high alert. Researchers have measured rises in inflammatory markers after exams, arguments, and sleepless nights. Inflammation is useful for fighting germs, but it can also make joints ache and moods darken. The brain talks to immunity through hormones like cortisol and through nerve signals. When threat feels constant, those messages can become chaotic, sometimes leaving the body overreactive. That is one reason chronic stress is linked with slower wound healing. It can also weaken vaccine responses in some studies, as if defenses are misallocated. The hopeful twist is that safety signals, rest, and social connection can calm inflammation. Even brief relaxation practices have been linked with lower inflammatory activity, especially when done consistently over weeks, not just once. Mind over matter shows up here as chemistry, where a calmer mind can help the body stand down again. Focused breathing can shift the vagus nerve within a minute. Your breath is one of the few body systems you can steer directly. When you lengthen the exhale, sensors in the lungs signal the brain to reduce arousal. This shift travels through the vagus nerve, a wandering cable linking brain, heart, and gut. As parasympathetic activity rises, the heart can slow and heart rate variability can increase. That pattern is often associated with resilience, like a suspension system that absorbs bumps. Singers, divers, and meditators train it differently, but all start with breath control. In labs, paced breathing can reduce blood pressure in some people over time. It can also interrupt spirals of panic by giving the brain a steady rhythm to follow. The surprising part is how fast it works, because nerves respond within a single breath cycle for many people. So each slow exhale becomes a message that says, "Safe enough," and the body listens almost immediately. Today, meditation can thicken brain regions linked to attention and emotion. Meditation is often described as rest, but the brain treats it like training. In long-term practitioners, scans have found thicker cortex in areas tied to attention and self-control. Other studies show changes in networks that manage emotion, helping people recover from stress faster. These shifts reflect neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to remodel with repeated use. Even 8 weeks of structured practice has been linked with measurable differences in some experiments. The changes are not magic. They are like strengthening a muscle you rarely visit. People report noticing thoughts without being dragged around by them. That gap between impulse and action can improve relationships, sleep, and decision-making. Scientists are now mapping which styles work best for different minds, from focused attention to loving kindness, and for different ages. What began as a spiritual practice is becoming a laboratory tool for reshaping the mind's circuitry in ways contract. The brain sometimes creates entirely fake stories to explain gaps. Your brain hates uncertainty. When something doesn't make sense, it will often invent an explanation, and you may believe it without question. This phenomenon, known as confabulation, happens when the brain fills memory gaps or explains actions in ways that feel coherent but are actually false. For example, patients with certain brain injuries might insist they've eaten breakfast when they haven't, or confidently explain why they chose an object even though the real reason was hidden from their awareness. Confabulation isn't lying. It's the brain's way of preserving a continuous narrative of self. And it doesn't only occur in cases of brain damage. Everyday memory works the same way, smoothing over errors and stitching fragments into seamless stories. Much of what you think of as memory is not a perfect record, but a careful fiction crafted by the mind. Some people can remember every day of their lives in detail. For most of us, memory is selective and hazy, with yesterday blending into the week before. But a handful of people possess an extraordinary gift: highly superior autobiographical memory, or HSAM. These individuals can recall the weather, conversations, and even what they ate on any given day of their lives, stretching back decades. Ask them about a random date, and they can tell you the day of the week, what news was happening, and what they were wearing. Brain scans suggest that their memory networks are unusually active and densely connected. though scientists still don't fully understand why. Interestingly, this gift can feel like a burden. The inability to forget means reliving painful experiences as vividly as joyful ones. Their minds act like living archives, preserving a detailed, ceaseless timeline of existence. A reminder of how astonishingly variable human memory can be. The brain generates enough electricity to light a small bulb. Though your brain runs on chemistry and biology, it is also an electrical powerhouse. At any given moment, billions of neurons are firing, sending signals across tiny gaps using quick jolts of electricity. The combined voltage of this buzzing network is enough to light a small LED bulb around 20 watts. It's a humbling comparison. Inside your skull, thoughts, memories, and emotions all depend on faint currents flittering across tissue softer than tofu. The brain's electrical nature also makes it readable by machines. Technologies like EEG capture the faint rhythms of brain waves turning invisible activity into measurable patterns. These patterns reveal when you are awake, dreaming, or deeply asleep. The idea that the seat of your mind, the place where you live, is also a living electrical field glowing faintly with energy is both haunting and beautiful. Your brain is more active at night than during the day. You might think that sleep is a time when the brain powers down, but the opposite is true. In many stages of sleep, particularly during rapid eye movement, REMM, the brain is buzzing with activity in some regions, even more than when you are awake. Neurons fire in patterns that consolidate memories, process emotions, and weave together the strange imagery we call dreams. This hidden activity is why you often wake with solutions to problems, flashes of creativity, or a lighter emotional burden. While the body rests, the brain runs its nightly workshop, sorting, repairing, and reshaping the mind. To outside observers, you appear still, even unconscious. But inside your head, a universe of activity unfolds, carrying you across the landscapes of memory. Imagination. In its busiest hours, the sleeping brain is quietly hard at work, reinventing you for the morning to come. Hypnosis can influence pain networks, not only mood or belief. It can modify pain processing, even when the stimulus on the skin remains unchanged. People in a hypnotic state may describe pain as far away, muted, or simply less significant. Brain imaging shows shifts in regions involved with attention and interpretation, not just raw sensation. This suggests the mind can reinterpret the experience, adjusting what the brain chooses to emphasize. Dentists and surgeons have sometimes used hypnosis as supportive care, particularly when anxiety intensifies discomfort. Not everyone is equally responsive, and it is not a form of mind control. It works best as collaboration, where the listener engages with suggestions, like a guided mental rehearsal. Some scientists liken it to quieting competing thoughts so that a single idea can take center stage. In that concentrated state, the brain may activate its own soothing circuits, similar to becoming deeply absorbed in a film. The broader lesson is that attention itself can act as a kind of medicine, shaping pain through the narratives we inhabit in our daily lives. Your body often obeys imagined threats as if they were real. Your body reacts to imagined danger with the same toolkit it uses for real danger. Think of a job interview, and your palms may sweat before you stand up. Watch a horror film, and your heart can surge as if you must run. The brain's threat detector cannot always tell the difference between a memory, a prediction, and the present. So it triggers adrenaline, shifts blood to muscles, and sharpens attention toward escape. That response can be life-saving, but it can also keep you stuck in chronic tension. People with anxiety often feel exhausted because their bodies are repeatedly preparing for disasters. Their therapies like imagery, rehearsal, and exposure use the imagination in reverse, teaching safety. When the brain learns a feared situation can be survived, the alarm quiets and the body loosens again. Mind over matter is this loop. Thoughts shape physiology, and physiology feeds the next thought you feel. A racing thought can tighten muscles before you notice it. The body often reacts before the mind finishes a sentence. A sudden thought of danger, pressure, or urgency can trigger muscle tightening in the jaw, shoulders, stomach, and hands within fractions of a second. This happens because the brain treats threatening thoughts like early warning signals. Motor pathways receive the message and prepare the body for action, even if no action is required. Many people live with this low-level bracing all day, unaware of it until pain or fatigue appears. Over time, the nervous system can treat tension as the default state. What makes this fascinating is the feedback loop. Tight muscles send danger signals back to the brain, which keeps the thought feeling urgent. When the body softens, the brain often follows. Learning to notice tension early can interrupt this loop before it grows. In this way, awareness becomes leverage, allowing thought and body to stop escalating each other. Slow exhaling can lower carbon dioxide sensitivity and calm panic. Panic often feels like a lack of oxygen, but the real driver is usually carbon dioxide. The brain uses carbon dioxide levels to decide how urgently you need to breathe. When anxiety heightens the sensitivity, even small changes can trigger alarm. Breathing faster may feel helpful, but it lowers carbon dioxide too quickly, causing dizziness and tingling that intensify fear. A slow, steady exhale works differently. It stabilizes breathing rhythm and reassures the brainstem that the body is not in danger. Over repeated practice, the alarm system becomes less reactive. Sensations that once felt threatening begin to feel tolerable. This is not about forcing calm. It is about teaching the nervous system that normal bodily signals are safe. That learning happens gradually, breath by breath. The remarkable part is how quickly the first shift can occur. One long exhale can start changing the message the body sends to the brain, and the brain listens. Blind brains can repurpose the visual cortex for touch and sound. When someone is blind, especially from birth, the brain does not let the unused visual cortex lie dormant. Instead, it recruits that vast territory of neurons for other senses, amplifying touch, sound, and even smell. This rewiring explains why blind individuals often develop extraordinary abilities, such as reading Braille with incredible speed or identifying goo. Subtle sounds that sighted people would miss. Brain scans show that their visual cortex lights up when their fingers trace patterns or when they navigate by sound. This remarkable adaptability, called neuroplasticity, reveals that the brain is not rigidly hardwired, but astonishingly flexible, ready to reorganize, craft itself, depending on the body's needs. It suggests that hidden within every brain is untapped potential, waiting to be awakened if circumstances demand. The brain is not a fixed map, but a living, evolving landscape capable of rewriting itself. People who lose one sense often develop superhuman abilities in another. When one doorway to the world closes, others can grow wide open. People who lose hearing may develop heightened vision, detecting flickers of movement with uncanny sensitivity. Those who lose sight may notice faint textures or sounds with astonishing precision. This phenomenon is not just poetic, but measurable. The brain reallocates its resources, expanding the regions devoted to the remaining senses. In some cases, the abilities seem almost superhuman, like identifying people by footsteps alone, or navigating spaces using subtle echoes. These adaptations show that the brain is always searching for balance, recalibrating itself to maximize survival and perception. It reminds us that human potential is deeply elastic. Hidden capabilities lie dormant, waiting for the brain's remarkable flexibility to bring them forth. In every mind lives a silent promise, the power to change, adapt, and evolve in ways that defy expectation. Some people see sounds or hear colors through synesthesia. For most of us, senses remain separate. We hear music, see colors, taste food. But for people with synesthesia, the boundaries blur. A sound might be tinged with color, letters might appear shaded with hues, or numbers might carry textures and personalities. To them, the world is enriched with cross-sensory overlays that feel entirely natural. Scientists believe this happens when neural pathways between sensory regions are unusually connected, allowing signals to blend. Some synesthetes report tasting shapes or feeling the texture of sounds. This rare phenomenon is not just a curiosity. It can boost memory and creativity, since stimuli become multi-layered and unforgettable. Famous artists, composers, and writers have described experiencing it, hinting that synesthesia may have fueled some of humanity's most brilliant prayers. Expressions. It is a reminder that perception is not fixed, but deeply individual. Each brain paints its own version of reality. The brain can adapt to seeing the world upside down. Imagine wearing special goggles that flip the world completely upside down. At first, everything feels impossible. Walking, reaching, even pouring water. But after days or weeks, the brain begins to adapt. Astonishingly, it can rewire perception so thoroughly that the inverted world feels normal. When the goggles are removed, the adjustment flips again, and ordinary vision can feel bizarrely reversed until the brain recalibrates. This experiment, performed in various forms for over a century, demonstrates the brain's profound plasticity, its ability to remap sensory input to fit car reality. It means that perception isn't simply about the eyes. It's about how the brain interprets and organizes the information. Reality is flexible, stitched together in whatever way the mind can make sense of it. The fact that the world can literally turn upside down and then feel right again is proof of just how adaptable the brain truly is. Biofeedback feedback can teach you to warm a fingertip on purpose. Biofeedback feedback makes invisible processes visible. In thermal biofeedback feedback, a small sensor measures fingertip temperature, which reflects blood flow near the skin. Stress tightens small blood vessels, often cooling the fingers without awareness. When people watch the temperature in real time, they learn which thoughts and sensations cause it to drop or rise. With practice, many can intentionally increase warmth by relaxing muscles and shifting attention. That warmth signals reduced arousal in the nervous system. This method has been explored for stress-related pain and circulation issues because it trains regulation rather than distraction. What feels like imagination becomes measurable change. The real power is learning control through feedback, not guesswork. Once the skill is learned, the sensor is no longer needed. The body remembers the pathway. This shows that some processes labeled automatic are actually trainable. With the right mirror, the mind can learn to guide systems it was never taught it could influence. Athletes improve strength by rehearsing movement without moving. Mental rehearsal activates many of the same brain regions used during physical movement. When athletes vividly imagine a lift or sprint, the brain practices timing, coordination, and sequencing without muscle contraction. This strengthens the neural blueprint that guides movement. Research has shown measurable strength gains from imagery alone, especially when paired with real training. It also helps maintain skill during injury when physical practice is limited. The benefit comes from clearer communication between brain and muscle, not from muscle growth itself. Elite performers use this to reduce errors under pressure. When the movement finally happens, it feels familiar, almost rehearsed in advance. This reveals that strength is not only about muscle fibers, it is also about how confidently and efficiently the nervous system recruits them. Training the mind sharpens the signal. When the signal improves, the body often follows with surprising precision. Phantom limb pain shows the brain can hurt without tissue damage. After an amputation, many people still feel sensations in the missing limb. Fingers may itch, clench, or burn, despite no physical source. This happens because the brain maintains a body map that does not update instantly. Signals from nearby areas can activate this old map, creating vivid sensations. In some cases, the mismatch between intention and feedback produces pain. This phenomenon demonstrates that pain is not a direct report from tissue. It is an interpretation built by the brain. That insight reshaped pain science. It helps explain why pain can continue long after tissues have healed, and why visible damage does not always predict the depth of suffering. Phantom pain feels real because, to the brain, it truly is. The encouraging insight is that if the brain can produce pain without ongoing injury, it might also be guided to ease it by updating its internal body map. This understanding has reshaped how clinicians approach chronic pain care. Mirror therapy can soften phantom pain by gently engaging visual circuits. It relies on sight to reorganize the brain's representation of the body. A mirror is positioned so that the reflection of the intact limb appears in the place where the missing limb would normally be. When the person moves the existing limb, the brain perceives both limbs moving in synchrony. That visual signal can lessen phantom pain, particularly when the absent limb feels frozen or clenched. The brain expects motor commands to be followed by confirming sensory feedback. When that confirmation appears, even as a reflection, the internal alarm can quiet. This simple arrangement revealed just how strongly vision shapes our bodily experience. It inspired modern virtual reality therapies that create digital limbs controlled by the user. These approaches aim to update the brain's expectations and reduce pain through consistency rather than force. The deeper lesson is that the brain relies on coherence. When sight, intention, and sensation align, suffering often softens. The brain creates a constant stream of predictions about what happens next. Your brain is not just reacting, it is constantly guessing. Every sound, every movement, every glance is met with predictions about what should come next. When someone speaks, your brain anticipates the end of their sentence before the words arrive. When you walk through a familiar room in the dark, your mind sketches out where objects should be. This predictive coding smooths reality, allowing you to navigate without feeling constant surprise. Sometimes the predictions misfire, as in optical illusions, where expectation overrides truth. But most of the time, they save you milliseconds. And those fractions of a second can mean survival. The brain's ceaseless forecasting makes experience feel continuous, as if reality flows rather than lurches. In a way, you are always living slightly ahead of the moment, your mind leaning into what has not yet come, blurring present and future into a seamless stream. People can have out-of-body experiences triggered by brain stimulation. Some people describe the eerie sensation of floating above their body, watching themselves from outside. Mystics have written about it for centuries, but neuroscience has discovered that the sensation can sometimes be induced artificially. Electrical stimulation of the temporoparietal junction, a region that helps integrate vision, balance, and body awareness, can cause patients to feel as calm if they are leaving their body, even when they are lying still. This suggests that our sense of being inside ourselves is a construction of the brain, woven from sensory inputs. When those signals misalign, the self can feel displaced. While such experiences remain deeply mysterious and often profound, they point to a simple truth. Even the most intimate feeling of being you is carefully generated by the brain, and it can shift, unravel, or transform under the right conditions. Identity itself is a fragile illusion of neural balance. Electrical brain stimulation can make people laugh against their will. During neurosurgery, doctors sometimes apply tiny electrical currents to brain tissue to map its functions. In rare cases, when certain regions are stimulated, patients suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. They are aware of the strangeness but cannot stop, often describing the moment as inexplicably funny, even if nothing humorous is happening. Similarly, other stimulations can bring tears, fear, or a flood of memories. These discoveries show how emotions, which feel so personal and profound, can be switched on like lights, and the right circuits are triggered. It doesn't make emotions any less real, but it reveals that joy, sorrow, or awe are rooted in precise biological machinery. The idea that laughter, that purest expression of delight, can be summoned by a gentle zap of electricity is at once unsettling and wondrous, blurring the line between the whine, mechanical, and the deeply human. A brain lesion made a man believe his parents were imposters. In a strange neurological condition known as Capgras delusion, patients recognized the faces of loved ones, but insist they are imposters. One man, after a brain injury, looked at his parents and believed they had been replaced by convincing doubles. Scientists think this happens because the visual recognition pathway to the emotional centers of the brain is disrupted. The face is seen and identified, but it fails to trigger the familiar warmth of emotional response. The mismatch convinces the mind that something sinister has occurred. Cases like this reveal how fragile the links are between recognition, memory, and feeling. To the person affected, the delusion is utterly real, a terrifying fracture in the fabric of trust. It shows that our sense of reality, and even the bonds of family, depend on the seamless cooperation of circuits hidden deep within the brain. Chronic stress can shrink parts of the hippocampus over time. The hippocampus plays a key role in memory and emotional regulation. Prolonged stress exposes the brain to repeated surges of cortisol, a hormone meant for short-term survival. When exposure is constant, it can interfere with cell growth and neural connections in sensitive regions. Animal studies show reduced branching and fewer new neurons under chronic stress. Human research links long-term stress with differences in hippocampal volume and memory performance. These changes help explain why stress can make thinking feel foggy and memories harder to form. The encouraging part is plasticity. The brain can adapt again when stress eases. Sleep, exercise, therapy in supportive environments are associated with improved cognitive function. This factory frames stress as a biological force, not just an emotional state. It also shows why managing stress matters, not only for comfort, but for protecting the brain's ability to learn and remember. Kind social touch can lower cortisol and soften pain responses. Supportive touch can signal safety to the nervous system. In studies of stress and pain, people who receive comforting contact often show lower cortisol levels and reduced pain ratings. The effect depends on trust and consent. When touch feels safe, he can relax muscle guarding and calm threat circuits in the brain. Specialized nerve fibers in the skin respond to slow, reassuring contact and connect to emotional processing centers. This may explain why certain kinds of touch feel deeply settling. In medical settings, simple gestures like hand-holding during procedures have been associated with better tolerance and reduced distress. Touch does not eliminate pain, but it can change how the body interprets it. This demonstrates that human connection is not abstract. It is a physiological signal that can shift chemistry, posture, and perception. The body listens closely to signs that it is not alone. Laughter can release endorphins and raise pain tolerance briefly. Laughter triggers changes throughout the body. Breathing becomes rhythmic, facial muscles relax, and stress hormones may drop. Research links shared laughter with endorphin release, chemicals involved in bonding and pain buffering. In some experiments, people tolerate discomfort longer after laughing together. Attention also shifts outward, away from monitoring the body for threat. That shift alone can reduce how intense sensations feel. The social element matters. Laughing with others signals safety and synchrony, which can relax defensive responses. While laughter is not a treatment for illness, it demonstrates how emotion can influence physical thresholds. It shows that pain is not fixed, but modulated by context, meaning, and connection. Something as ordinary as laughter can briefly change how the nervous system sets its limits. This highlights the brain's built-in capacity to soften experience through shared positive states. A comforting voice can slow a baby's heartbeat and breathing. Infants rely on caregivers to regulate their nervous systems. A familiar voice with steady rhythm and pitch can act as an external regulator. Research in neonatal care shows that gentle speech or recordings of a parent's voice can help stabilize breathing and heart rhythms. An infant does not understand the words themselves, but it reacts to patterns that communicate safety.
This phenomenon is known as co-regulation, where one nervous system helps guide another toward equilibrium. With repetition, these soothing experiences support the development of internal self-regulation. The underlying wiring does not vanish in adulthood. Familiar, trusted voices can still relax the body, slow respiration, and soften stress responses. That is why, in emotional moments, tone often carries more influence than the specific words being spoken. In cultures around the world, lullabies exist because sound alone can influence physiology. A voice becomes more than simple communication. It acts as a biological cue that encourages the body to settle. Throughout the day, your gut and brain exchange signals through the vagus nerve. You might imagine the vagus as a two-way pathway linking your brain and your organs. It carries signals about fullness, nausea, and inflammation up toward the brainstem. It also carries commands down that can speed digestion or slow it. When you feel safe, digestion tends to run smoothly, and blood flow favors the gut. When you feel threatened, the brain can redirect energy away from the belly. That shift can turn appetite off and tighten the stomach without warning. Scientists study how VAG signals influence mood and stress resilience. Some therapies use slow breathing to nudge vagal activity upward. Others explore electrical stimulation for conditions like depression and epilepsy. The astonishing part is how physical feelings become emotions through this channel. Your body's inner state is not silent. It is constantly informing your mind. Stomach butterflies are real because the gut has its own neurons. Your intestines contain a dense web of nerve cells that coordinate digestion locally. This network can sense stretch, irritation, and chemical changes inside the gut. He can also adjust muscle waves that move food along without conscious control. When stress hits, those waves can speed up, stall, or become irregular. That is why fear can feel like fluttering, dropping, or twisting in the belly. These sensations are not metaphors. They are movement and signaling you can physically feel. The gut also releases messengers like serotonin that affect sensation and mood. That does not mean the gut thinks, but it responds with surprising sophistication. Researchers call it a second brain as a teaching shorthand. The deeper lesson is that emotion has a body address. When your mind shifts meaning, your gut's nerves often react like they heard it directly. Damage to a single brain area once made a man unable to feel fear. In one extraordinary case, a woman with damage to her amygdala, the almond-shaped structure central to processing fear, became nearly fearless. She could handle snakes and spiders, wander dark alleys alone, and watch horror movies without flinching. While this might sound liberating, fear is a survival tool, guiding us away from danger. Without it, she was more vulnerable to real threats. The case gave neuroscientists profound insight into how emotions are localized and how specific brain regions sculpt our inner lives. Fear, often experienced as a vague sense of dread, is in fact anchored in physical structures. When those structures are compromised, the emotion can vanish.
It demonstrates both the power and the fragility of our biology, that something as primal and universal as fear can be erased by the smallest lesion in the brains. Intricate circuitry. The brain can react to danger before you're even aware of it. Imagine stepping off a curb and jerking back as a car rushes by, only later realizing what happened. This speed comes from pathways in the brain that bypass conscious thought. Visual information can travel directly to the amygdala, triggering a cascade of fight or flight responses before you have time to think. Your heart races, your muscles tense, and you leap to safety in under half a second. Conscious awareness catches up only afterward, stitching a story around the reflex. These hidden circuits prove that survival depends on reaction times far faster than deliberate thought allows. It also shows that your experience of life is always slightly delayed, with unconscious processes guiding you first. In this way, the brain is both protector and storyteller, acting in your defense, then filling in the narrative so that it feels like you were fully in control. Einstein's brain had unusual folds and connections. After Albert Einstein's death, his brain was preserved and studied, revealing unusual features. The parietal lobes, linked to spatial reasoning and mathematics, were notably enlarged, and certain regions showed unique folds and patterns unseen in most Ray people. His corpus callosum, the bridge connecting the two hemispheres, appeared thicker, suggesting enhanced communication between different brain areas. While no single feature explains his genius, the differences hint at a biological foundation for his extraordinary imagination. Yet Einstein himself emphasized curiosity, persistence, and playfulness as the true engines of discovery. His brain reminds us that structure matters, but the mind's brilliance also grows from habits of thought, wonder, and relentless exploration. It is a blend of nature and nurture. The physical canvas of the brain shaped by the creative strokes of a lifetime of inquiry and dreaming. London taxi drivers grow larger brain regions for navigation. To qualify as a London taxi driver, one must memorize the knowledge. Thousands of streets and landmarks across the city. Brain scans have shown that these drivers develop enlarged hippocampi, the brain's navigation centers. The more years spent navigating, the larger this region becomes. A clear demonstration that experience reshapes anatomy. This discovery was one of the first to show neuroplasticity in adults at such a striking scale. It means the brain isn't fixed after childhood, but continues to mold itself in response to challenge and practice. Whether learning music, language, or maps of a city, the brain lays down new structures to meet new demands. For the drivers, this adaptation becomes a living atlas etched into neural tissue. Their minds carry a miniature London within them, a testament to the way effort sculpts the very architecture of the brain. Music can reshape the brain more than almost any other activity. When you play an instrument, your brain engages nearly every major region at once. Motor areas control your fingers, auditory regions process the sounds, and emotional centers respond to melody and harmony. Over time, this full-brain workout leaves a physical imprint. Studies show that musicians often have larger corpus callosums, the bundle of fibers connecting both hemispheres, allowing for faster communication across the ADD. Brain regions involved in hearing, memory, and motor coordination also grow denser and more active. Even simply listening to music can strengthen neural connections, enhancing mood regulation and memory. It is no wonder that music therapy is used to support stroke recovery and emotional healing. Music is not just entertainment. It is a form of structured sound that sculpts the brain, rewiring circuits and leaving behind echoes of rhythm and harmony. Woven into the very architecture of the mind, creativity lights up different sockets than logical thinking. Logic and creativity often feel like opposites, yet both rely on the brain's remarkable networks. When you solve a math problem, the brain's executive and analytical circuits take charge, emphasizing order and precision.
But when you paint, write, or improvise, entirely different circuits spark to life, especially in the default mode network and associative areas that link distant concepts. Brain scans show that creative thought involves unusual patterns of connectivity, a kind of neural jazz session where unexpected regions play together. Interestingly, the most creative moments often occur when analytical areas quiet down, allowing looser, freer associations. This balance explains why creativity often blossoms when you're relaxed, daydreaming, or just before sleep. The brain's ability to switch modes from razor-sharp analysis to open-ended invention is what makes human thought both practical and profoundly, quote, imaginative, capable of engineering rockets and composing symphonies with the same neural canvas. Smell can summon childhood memories with startling speed and force, as scent can bring back a scene faster than a photograph ever could. Smell signals travel into brain regions closely tied to emotion and memory. They take a direct route that helps explain the suddenness of the effect. One breath can revive a kitchen, a classroom, or a particular rainy street. A memory often arrives with feeling, not as a neat story. That is because smell is stored alongside context, mood, and body state. Researchers use this to study how memories are reconstructed, not replayed. Smell can also change behavior quietly by shifting appetite, comfort. It can make time feel folded, like years collapse into one moment. Perfume makers and chefs rely on this emotional shortcut every day. The striking part is how personal it is. A molecule in the air can touch a receptor and reopen a whole chapter. Music can synchronize breathing, pulse, and even movement timing. Rhythm invites the body to match it, often without asking permission first. Your breathing can drift toward a song's tempo within a short time. Heart rate can also shift, especially with predictable, steady patterns. This is called intrainment, and it shows up in marching and dance. In rehabilitation, beats can guide steps when timing feels unreliable. Music also shapes emotion, and emotion shapes physiology, so the effects stack together. A fast tempo can raise alertness and tighten posture. A slow, lobby pattern can soften muscles and lengthen exhalation. Even group singing can align breathing across many people at once. The brain treats rhythm as a scaffold for timing across systems. That is why a drummer can steady an entire room. It is not only art, it is organization. Sound becomes structure, and your body willingly moves inside that structure. A steady rhythm can reduce tremor by guiding motor circuits. Tremor often comes from timing problems in circuits that coordinate smooth movement. A consistent rhythm can act as an external timing signal for the nervous system. When the brain aligns itself with that signal, motor commands may become more regularly spaced. Many people walk with greater stability,
when they match their steps to rhythmic audio cues. The beat lowers uncertainty about when to initiate and when to pause. Clinicians apply rhythmic auditory stimulation in movement rehabilitation settings. It can assist in retraining gait timing after a stroke or in care for Parkinson's disease. The benefit is not mysterious. It reflects improved coordination across motor circuits. Even something as simple as tapping along with a metronome can sharpen timing in basic movements. Researchers find this fascinating because it frames movement as a balance between prediction and adjustment. A steady rhythm provides the predictive framework, allowing the brain to make fewer corrections. What is striking is how minimal the cue can be. A basic pulse can reach deep motor systems that often seem inaccessible.
The brain anticipates sensations and then subtly reshapes perception to align with its expectations. It does not passively wait for the world to arrive. It prepares a draft of it. It predicts what you will feel based on past experience and current context. Incoming signals are compared to that draft in fractions of a second. When the match is close, the brain fills in details and you feel continuity. When the match is off, you feel surprise and the model updates. This helps explain why you can mishear lyrics until you learn them. It also explains why expectation can change taste, touch, and even pain. Attention acts like a spotlight that tells the brain which signals matter most. What you attend to becomes louder in the final experience. This is powerful, but it can also mislead, producing illusions and mistaken certainty. Scientists call this predictive processing, and it reframes perception as construction.
Reality is still real, but your experience is a best fit built in real time. Change for prediction, and the experience can change with it. Motion sickness happens when the brain rejects conflicting sensory stories. Your inner ear reports acceleration using fluid motion and tiny sensors. Your eyes report motion through the flow of scenery and visual reference points. Your muscles and joints report pressure and balance through the body's posture signals. When those streams disagree, the brain struggles to choose one consistent story. On a boat, the ear feels rolling, while the eyes may see a still cabin. In a car, the eyes may focus on a book, while the ear feels turns. The brain treats this mismatch as a serious warning sign. One theory links it to poisoning because toxins can disrupt perception in confusing ways. The body responds with nausea as a protective reflex, even when no toxin exists. That is why motion sickness can feel sudden and overpowering. Looking at the horizon often helps because it reconciles the story. The deeper point is that coherence matters to the nervous system. When perception cannot agree, the stomach is often the first to protest. Optical illusions reveal perception is a best guess, not a camera. Illusions are not mistakes of the eyes. They are habits of the brain. The brain uses shortcuts to interpret light, shadow, and distance quickly. Those shortcuts usually help you survive and navigate efficiently. An illusion is a special setup where the shortcuts produce the wrong answer. Straight lines can look bent because the brain assumes depth from context. Colors can look different because the brain compares them to nearby tones. Motion can seem present because the brain expects movement from certain patterns. Scientists study illusions because they expose the rules perception uses. They are like a window into the brain's private assumptions.
Illusions also teach humility because confidence does not guarantee accuracy. Your brain can feel certain and still be wrong. Once you learn that, everyday seeing becomes more mysterious. You are not receiving raw reality. You are receiving an interpretation. That interpretation is brilliant, fast, and sometimes fooled on purpose. Illusions show the mind constructing what the eyes deliver. Your skin can feel pain less when you feel in control. The nervous system treats control as a safety signal, and safety changes pain. When you can predict a sensation, the brain often reduces its threat value. When you can stop it, the brain may turn the alarm down further. In experiments, the same stimulus is tolerated better when people choose it. When it feels imposed, the brain can amplify pain to push you away. This is not weakness, it is protective biology working as designed. Control also reduces helplessness, which lowers stress chemistry in the background. That calmer state can reduce muscle guarding that otherwise increases discomfort. Clinicians use this by explaining procedures clearly and offering choices when possible. Even small choices, like when to start, can matter. The fascinating part is how meaning enters the pain system. Nerves in the skin send signals, but the brain decides urgency. Agency tells the brain, "I can handle this," and the experience often shifts. In Mind Over Matter, control is not a slogan, it is a neural setting. Fear can narrow vision, literally shrinking your useful field of view. Fear can push attention into a tunnel aimed straight at the perceived threat. Peripheral details become harder to notice even when the eyes are open. This can make the world feel smaller and more urgent in seconds. The body is preparing for action, and broad scanning becomes less important. In real danger, that focus can help you react quickly. In modern stress, it can backfire during meetings, crowds, or anxious thoughts. Researchers link this effect to arousal systems that change sensory processing priorities. Eye movements can become stickier, so the gaze is harder to shift. People may later be shocked by what they missed in plain sight. When fear eases, vision often feels wider again, like a room expanding. This is mind over matter in a concrete form. Emotion changes perception, and perception changes decisions. A narrowed view can narrow options, making escape feel like the only plan. Widen attention and choices can return. High anxiety can make harmless sensations feel urgent and dangerous. An anxious mind turns the body into a surveillance zone where every sensation is scanned for meaning. A mild flutter, a warm face, or a shallow breath can suddenly feel important, even threatening. Attention locks onto the sensation, and that focus amplifies it, making it feel stronger and more persistent. The brain then searches for an explanation, often landing on danger, which further activates the stress response. Hormones rise, muscles tighten, and breathing shifts, creating even more sensations to monitor. This loop can build quickly, not because something is wrong, but because interpretation keeps feeding physiology. Many panic episodes begin this way, with a normal bodily signal misread as an emergency. Learning that urgency does not equal danger can loosen the cycle. When sensations are allowed without interrogation, they often fade on their own, and the nervous system gradually stands down. Naming a feeling can calm the amygdala in measurable ways. When emotion surges without words, the brain's alarm center can stay active longer than necessary. The amygdala reacts fast and broadly, preparing the body before explanation arrives. Putting a clear label on what you feel recruits brain regions involved in language and regulation. Those regions help organize the experience, reducing the sense of chaos. Brain imaging studies show that this simple act can lower amygdala activity, even while the emotion remains present. The feeling does not disappear, but it becomes less overwhelming and easier to manage. Naming also creates a small pause, a moment of observation instead of reaction. That pause can be enough to change what happens next. Children use this skill when guided, and adults can relearn it during stress. A short phrase can turn raw sensation into information, giving the nervous system a clearer map and a gentler response. Reframing stress as helpful can improve performance under pressure. Stress brings a surge of energy meant to prepare the body for challenge. Heart rate rises, attention sharpens, and the brain prioritizes speed. When this response is labeled as harmful, performance often suffers because worry competes with focus. When the same sensations are interpreted as readiness, the body's preparation can be used instead of thought. Research shows that people taught to reframe stress often perform better in demanding situations, even though their physiology looks similar. Athletes, speakers, and performers use this shift by treating nerves as a sign that the body is awake and prepared. The discomfort remains, but its meaning changes. Meaning matters because the brain uses it to decide whether to escalate or stabilize. By choosing a story that frames stress as support, the mind guides the body toward effectiveness rather than shutdown, turning pressure into a resource. A single deep sigh can reset breathing patterns and tension. A physiological sigh combines 2 quick inhales with a long, slow exhale. This pattern helps reopen tiny air spaces in the lungs that can collapse during shallow breathing. The extended exhale activates calming pathways that lower nervous system arousal. Muscles often soften as the brain receives a signal that urgency has passed. Many people sigh naturally after stress, as if the body is pressing a reset button. Using it intentionally can interrupt rising panic before it takes hold. The breath also stabilizes carbon dioxide levels, which can reduce feelings of air hunger or dizziness. That combination makes the sigh especially effective during moments of overwhelm. It does not require concentration or belief to work. Because breathing connects directly to brainstem regulation, one well-timed sigh can change the body's rhythm quickly, and the mind often settles as that rhythm slows. Blushing is a mind-driven blood flow change you cannot hide. Blushing occurs when blood vessels in the face widen rapidly in response to social emotion. The trigger is often attention, as if being seen becomes a physical event. Heat rises in the cheeks, ears, or neck, sometimes within seconds. People try to suppress it, yet the response bypasses conscious control entirely. Some researchers suggest blushing signals awareness of social norms, showing others that you recognize a misstep. That makes it a rare emotion that writes itself directly onto the skin. Even imagining an awkward moment can sometimes bring on the same flush. The body is responding to meaning rather than temperature, which is what makes it so striking. Thoughts about reputation,
belonging, and judgment are translated into circulation changes in real time. Blushing reminds us that social emotions are not abstract. They move blood, change color, and announce themselves without asking permission. Embarrassment can heat the face by opening tiny blood vessels. The skin of the face contains dense networks of small blood vessels that respond quickly to nerve signals. During embarrassment, autonomic commands increase blood flow across the cheeks and ears. Warmth appears because more blood reaches the surface in a short time. This often happens before you can fully name what you are feeling. That speed shows how quickly social evaluation becomes physical experience. Some individuals blush readily, while others seldom do. Yet the basic mechanism is the same. Attempting to conceal embarrassment can actually amplify it because attention remains fixed on the reaction itself. In social groups, blushing can foster understanding by signaling sensitivity to shared norms. A small shift in blood flow becomes a visible form of communication. Emotion shifts into physiology, and physiology transforms into signal. Embarrassment may be uncomfortable, yet it demonstrates how finely the body is attuned to social meaning and how swiftly it reacts. The startle reflex offers another example, showing that action does not always require deliberate thought. A sudden noise can cause your body to jolt before you consciously register it.
This response moves along rapid brainstem pathways built for immediate protection. Eyelids close, shoulders lift, and muscles tighten within a split second. Awareness follows afterward, forming explanations once the motion has already occurred. It is a reminder that behavior can come before reflection rather than after it. The reflex favors speed over accuracy because hesitation once carried real risk. Even harmless noises can trigger it because the system is built to err on the side of caution. Startle responses are stronger in anxious states, revealing how sensitivity is tuned by context. Researchers study this reflex to understand fear and vigilance. It is a vivid reminder that much of behavior is managed below awareness. The thinking mind often narrates events after the body has already acted. Your heartbeat can shape how strongly you feel fear. Each heartbeat sends signals to the brain about the body's internal state. During emotional moments, those signals blend with what you are seeing and hearing. Research suggests that fear cues can feel more intense during certain phases of the heartbeat. The brain is combining outside information with inside timing, creating a single experience. A racing heart can make danger feel closer, even when nothing has changed externally. This helps explain why anxiety can spike after caffeine, illness, or poor sleep. When heart rhythm steadies, emotions often feel less sharp and less urgent. Breathing practices influence fear partly by changing cardiac rhythm. This internal sensing is called interception, the perception of the body from within. Feelings are not just thoughts about the world. They are built from perception plus pulse, and the pulse is always contributing to the story. People misread their own emotions when their pulse is altered. The brain often uses bodily signals as clues when deciding what you feel. When the heart speeds up, the mind may assume excitement or fear is present. In experiments, people judge situations as more intense when their pulse is elevated. They are not mistaken on purpose. Their interpretation is being shaped by internal feedback. This helps explain why anxiety can feel convincing when the body is activated. It also explains why calming the body can clarify emotional understanding. Similar misreadings can happen after exercise, fever, or strong caffeine intake.
The body shifts first, and the mind supplies a matching explanation. Learning this can reduce panic because a fast pulse does not automatically mean danger. Sometimes it is simply physiology doing its job. When the pulse settles, the emotional story often changes with it. Hunger can make neutral faces look angrier than they are. When energy runs low, the brain becomes more sensitive to threat and frustration. This shift can bias perception, making neutral expressions appear hostile or dismissive.
It is not just mood, it is a change in interpretation. Researchers call this misattribution, when internal state colors how the outside world is read. Hunger also reduces patience, preparing the mind for conflict more quickly. A simple glance can feel personal when the body is depleted. Once nourishment arrives, the same face can look ordinary again. This effect shows that perception is not fixed. It depends on the body's current needs. Social reality shifts with physiology, often without awareness. The lesson is practical and humbling. Sometimes what feels like an unfriendly world is a hungry brain asking for fuel. Feed the body, and the world often softens in response. Sleep loss amplifies pain signals and weakens emotional brakes. After a short night, the world can feel sharper at the edges, and the body often feels it first. Pain signals that might have been tolerable can become louder, more insistent, and harder to ignore.
Part of this is chemistry, because sleep helps regulate inflammatory pathways and the brain's natural pain-dampening systems. Another part is emotional control, because tired brains have less patience for discomfort and fewer resources to reframe it. That can turn a small ache into a bigger experience, and a minor stressor into a heavy weight. Researchers also find that poor sleep makes negative feelings stickier, so frustration and worry linger longer. It becomes a double hit where pain rises and coping drops. The encouraging twist is that restoring sleep can restore resilience. One solid night does not erase everything, but it can noticeably change how the same body feels the next day. Placebo sleep can improve alertness even when sleep was unchanged. In some experiments, people are told they slept wonderfully, even when measurements show an ordinary night. Amazingly, many report feeling sharper, calmer, and more awake the next morning. Their performance can improve too, as if belief unlocked a better version of the same brain. This effect highlights how expectations shape attention and effort. If you think you're rested, you may stop scanning for fatigue and start acting capable, which changes how the day unfolds. Confidence can reduce the mental drag of self-monitoring, leaving more bandwidth for memory and focus. It does not mean sleep is optional. The body still needs real recovery, but it shows that the experience of tiredness is partly a story the brain tells about signals. When that story shifts, behavior shifts, and the brain may follow its own lead. It is a striking example of mind over matter, where belief does not create energy from nothing, but it can change how fully you access the energy you have. Dreams can rehearse threats, building calmer reactions when awake. Dreams often look strange, yet many carry a familiar emotional shape. Being chased, being late, losing something important. One idea in sleep science is that dreaming lets the brain practice danger in a safe environment. It is like a nightly simulator where fear and problem-solving can run without real consequences. During certain sleep stages, the brain replays and reorganizes memory, mixing old experiences with new lessons. That process may help you recognize patterns and respond more smoothly in waking life. Some people notice that worries feel less sharp after sleep, as if the mind has quietly digested them. Nightmares can be the painful side of this rehearsal, especially after trauma, when the brain keeps returning to the same alarm. Yet even then, therapies that reshape the dream story can reduce distress over time. The deeper wonder is that while you lie still, your brain may be training for tomorrow, practicing emotional moves in the dark. Lucid dreamers can signal awareness using planned eye movements.
Lucid dreaming is the rare moment when you realize you are dreaming while the dream continues.
Researchers found a clever way to verify it without waking the dreamer. During certain sleep stages, the body's muscles are mostly inhibited, but the eyes can still move. So, lucid dreamers agree on a simple code, like sweeping their eyes left and right in a specific pattern once they become aware. In sleep labs, those eye signals show up clearly on recordings, arriving from inside the dream. It is a breathtaking bridge between two worlds, a sleeping brain sending a deliberate message to waking scientists. This also implies that the regions of the mind linked to self-awareness can become active during sleep. People sometimes use lucid dreaming to explore creativity, ease recurring nightmares, or rehearse abilities through vivid imagery. The point is not fantasy. It is proof that consciousness exists in layers and shifting modes.
For brief moments, you can be both the performer and the witness within your own nocturnal stage. Simply imagining a scent can stimulate parts of the olfactory cortex. Close your eyes and picture fresh coffee, and you may sense your mouth responding even before you move. Many individuals can call up a fragrance so clearly that it seems almost tangible. Research suggests that imagining smells engages some of the same brain regions involved in actual perception. The activation is typically softer than with a real odor, yet it remains a meaningful echo. This helps explain why memories can feel physical. The brain preserves sensory experiences in interconnected networks that thought alone can awaken. Perfumers and chefs often train this ability, building an inner library of aromas they can manipulate mentally. It also helps explain cravings, because imagining a food can start preparing the body for it. The fascinating point is that perception is not only incoming. The brain can generate sensory-like states from the inside, using memory as raw material. When you understand that, imagination becomes less like pretending and more like controlled activation of real neural pathways. Visualizing bright light can shrink pupils slightly. In some people, pupils usually respond to actual light, widening in darkness and narrowing in brightness. Yet in some studies, imagining a bright scene can produce a subtle pupil response, as if the brain is preparing the eyes for what it expects. The change is small, but it is meaningful, because it suggests that mental imagery reaches into the body's automatic systems. Your brain is not only describing light, it is simulating its consequences. This fits with the broader idea that imagination is a kind of internal perception built from sensory memories and predictions. People with strong visual imagery often show stronger effects, while others have weaker or none. Either way, the phenomenon points to a mind that can influence reflex-like responses. It also shows why visualization can feel intense, because the body partly believes the scene. When you picture sunlight reflecting off snow or a bright phone screen in a dark room,
your nervous system may adjust as if the brightness is almost real. Athletes can lower oxygen cost by practicing slow nasal breathing. Many athletes train not just muscles, but breathing efficiency. Nasal breathing adds resistance, which can encourage slower, deeper breaths and steadier carbon dioxide levels. Over time, that can reduce the sensation of breathlessness at a given workload, making effort feel more sustainable. The nose also warms and humidifies air, which can be helpful in cold or dry conditions. Some training approaches use nasal breathing to keep intensity controlled, forcing the athlete to stay below a frantic pace.
The result can be a calmer rhythm that improves endurance and recovery between bursts.
This is not a shortcut that replaces conditioning, but it can change how the body manages fuel and stress. The mind over matter angle is that technique shapes physiology. By choosing a breathing style and sticking with it, athletes can nudge the nervous system towards steadier control. A small change at the entrance of the airway can ripple into heart rate, focus, and perceived exertion. Breath training can increase tolerance to carbon dioxide buildup. Carbon dioxide is not just waste, it is a powerful signal that drives the urge to breathe. Many people assume they need more oxygen when they feel air hunger, but often the discomfort is linked to carbon dioxide rising. Breath training can gradually make that signal less alarming. Practices that include slow breathing, controlled breath holds, or paced exhalations teach the brain that rising carbon dioxide can be tolerated safely.
Over time, the urge to gasp may soften, and breathing becomes smoother under stress.
This is one reason breath training appears in freediving, singing, and some anxiety treatments. The fascinating part is that you are not training lungs as much as you are training interpretation. The body still tracks carbon dioxide, but the brain's along threshold can shift. That change can be surprisingly empowering because it reduces the fear that often accompanies breath sensations. When the alarm is quieter, you can stay calm longer, and calm itself improves breathing further. Cold exposure feels less intense when attention is carefully guided. Cold can be a shock, and the first instinct is to tense, gasp, and resist. Yet people who train in cold water often describe a different experience over time. Not because the water changed, but because their relationship to the mid-sensation changed. Attention can be directed towards steady breathing, relaxed shoulders, or the boundaries of sensation rather than a story of suffering. This alters the emotional layer of cold, which can change how intense it feels. The brain learns that cold is not automatically danger, and it stops amplifying the signal as urgently. Some of this is adaptation in the body, but some is training in perception. You can hear it in the way experienced swimmers talk. They notice the cold, then they settle. Then the body stops shouting. This matters because distress magnifies sensation. When you reduce distress, you reduce the volume of the experience. It is a vivid demonstration that attention is not passive. It shapes what the body feels like from the inside. Pain often fades faster when you focus on a meaningful goal. Pain demands attention, but attention can be redirected by purpose.
In challenging situations, people often report that discomfort becomes more tolerable when they are moving towards something that matters to them. A runner chasing a finish line, a parent lifting a child, a climber reaching a safe ledge. The body can keep going even with strong signals. The brain weighs cost against value, and value can change the final experience. Meaning does not erase injury, but it can change how urgent the pain feels and how much it dominates awareness. This is one reason motivation affects rehabilitation outcomes. When a person connects movement to a clear purpose, practice becomes easier to sustain, and the nervous system can become less protective over time. Purpose also reduces rumination, which is a known amplifier of suffering. When the mind is anchored to a goal, there is less room for pain to expand into the whole world. In Mind Over Matter, meaning is not decoration. It is a lever that can change perception. The placebo effect can be stronger when treatment looks dramatic. A treatment that seems intense can make the brain treat it as a major turning point. When there is a machine, a procedure, a strict schedule, or a careful ritual, expectations often rise. Higher expectations can change attention, so symptoms stop being watched like threats. The body may relax its defensive stance, and pain can feel less urgent. Some studies find that sham procedures can outperform inert pills because the ceremony feels more convincing. This does not mean spectacle is the goal, and it should never be used to mislead. It means the nervous system responds to meaning and to effort. A clear explanation, a confident plan, and a sense of care can strengthen that meaning without exaggeration. In a very real way, the environment becomes part of the treatment. The mind hears the drama, and the body prepares to cooperate. A doctor's confidence can change outcomes through expectation alone. When someone you trust speaks with steady certainty, your nervous system often settles before anything else happens. That calm can reduce muscle guarding and ease the stress response that amplifies discomfort. Confidence also shapes what you expect to feel next, and expectation steers attention. If you expect worsening, you scan for danger. If you expect a clear plan, you notice progress and you recover focus. Research on clinical encounters often links warmth and clarity with better patient experiences, including lower distress during procedures. This effect is not about charm, and it is not about pretending everything is simple. It is about safety signals. A calm voice, a clear timeline, and a sense of partnership can change how the body prepares for what follows. Even small shifts in fear can change breathing, digestion, and pain sensitivity. Trust becomes a real ingredient in the biology of healing. Open-leth label placebos can still help even when you know. At first, it sounds impossible. You are handed a pill and told it contains no active drug, and it still helps some people. The key is learning. Your body has spent a lifetime linking treatment rituals with relief. Swallowing a pill, opening a bottle, or following a routine can become a cue that shifts the nervous system. That cue may reduce vigilance and change how symptoms are interpreted. Open-label placebo studies also frame the process as an experiment you are participating in, which can restore a sense of agency. Agency matters because helplessness can amplify pain and fatigue. This does not replace proper medical care, and it does not work for every problem. Still, it reveals something startling. The body can respond to patterns even when the mind knows the explanation. Healing can be conditioned, like a reflex, and honesty does not always break the effect. Words like sting can intensify pain more than neutral language. The brain predicts sensations before they arrive, and words help build that prediction. If someone warns that something will sting or burn, the nervous system prepares for threat. Muscles tighten, breathing shifts, and attention narrows toward the body part. The same physical stimulus can then feel sharper because the brain is already on alert. When clinicians use calmer terms and clear timing, many people report less distress. This is not about hiding truth. It is about avoiding language that adds unnecessary danger to the forecast. Pain is partly an interpretation of meaning, and meaning can be shaped by phrasing. Parents see this with children when a scary description raises fear before the shot. Good communication gives accurate expectation and a sense of control. In Mind Over Matter, words are not decoration. They become part of the experience that the body reacts to. The brain can create itch from suggestion without any irritant. Itch exists to protect you, so the brain treats it as urgent. Hear a vivid description of crawling insects or a spreading rash, and your skin may start to prickle. Nothing touched you, yet the urge to scratch feels completely real. Suggestion can prime the brain to search for a threat, and that search can generate sensation. Once scratching starts, the skin can become more sensitive, which strengthens the loop. This is why itch can feel stubborn in some conditions where anxiety and attention keep it going. Researchers study itch because it reveals prediction in action. The brain would rather trigger a false alarm than miss a genuine irritant. The hopeful twist is that attention training and karma interpretation can reduce the intensity. When the threat story relaxes, the sensation often softens. The mind can create itch, and the mind can help quiet it. Watching someone scratch can make your own skin itch. Itch can be contagious in a strangely powerful way. Seeing someone scratch can trigger an itch in you, even if your skin was fine a moment ago. The brain uses mirroring systems to simulate what other people are doing, and those simulations can spill into sensation. There is a protective logic operating beneath the surface. If someone nearby responds as though an irritant is present, your brain may ready you to remove the same possible threat. Attention amplifies the effect, especially when you concentrate on a specific body area and begin monitoring it closely. That is why simply mentioning lice or mosquitoes can cause an entire group to shift uncomfortably. The feeling is genuine, even when no real cause exists. You are not inventing it by choice. You are engaging an ancient predictive system that can sometimes overestimate danger. What is remarkable is that perception itself can become the spark. Something observed outside can transform into a sensation felt within. Witnessing an injury can provoke nausea through mirrored representations of the body. Some individuals grow lightheaded or queasy at the sight of blood or a needle. The response can occur almost instantly, well before conscious reasoning takes shape. The brain maintains internal body maps that help interpret movement and sensation. When you observe harm, those maps may activate as though the threat were close to you. In some people, this triggers a vasovagal response that lowers heart rate and blood pressure. That drop can cause nausea, sweating, and a sense of fading. It is a protective reflex that would reduce blood loss if you were injured, even though you are only observing. Empathy may add to the effect because the brain simulates what the other person might feel. Smile and shock can intensify it, which makes the scene feel even more urgent. The good news is that the response is trainable. Gradual exposure and breathing control can reduce it over time.
which proves the pattern can be rewired. The rabbit better effect uses touch to gate pain. When you bunk your elbow, your hand often goes there automatically. That instinct has a real neurological reason. Touch signals travel quickly, and they can compete with pain signals in the spinal cord. When touch input increases, less pain information reaches the brain, so the experience can soften. This is called gating, and it is one of the simplest forms of pain modulation. Rubbing also brings movement and warmth, which can reduce stiffness and fear around the area. Fear matters because worry can amplify pain sensitivity. Children demonstrate this beautifully when a comforting hand changes their reaction within seconds. You see the same principle in massage and in pressure-based therapies. The pain is not fake, and the relief is not imagination. It is the nervous system changing the balance of incoming information.
Sensation can be used to reshape sensation, and your body learned that long ago. Stress can delay wound healing by altering immune signaling. Healing is coordinated work, and stress can disrupt the schedule. When stress remains high, hormones such as cortisol shift immune activity and inflammation timing. Studies have found that stressed people often heal more slowly from small, standardized wounds. Sleep disruption can add to the problem because sleep supports repair and immune balance. Appetite changes can matter too, because rebuilding requires energy and nutrients. The body may prioritize immediate survival over maintenance when threat feels constant. That trade-off is useful in emergencies, yet it becomes costly when stress does not end. This is not a moral failure. It is a biological strategy running too long. The hopeful part is that safety signals can improve the environment for healing. Social support can reduce stress responses, and good rest can restore repair rhythms. Mind over matter appears here as a measurable change in recovery speed. The immune system listens to the nervous system, and it adjusts its effort accordingly. Optimism is linked with better recovery after certain surgeries. Optimism is not magic, but it can change recovery through behavior and physiology together. People who expect improvement often engage more fully with rehabilitation. They may move sooner, practice exercises more consistently, and notice progress instead of scanning for disaster. That shift can reduce stress responses that would otherwise interfere with sleep and appetite. Better rest and steadier nourishment support healing across many systems. Optimism can also reduce rumination, which is a quiet amplifier of pain and fatigue. Some studies link a hopeful outlook with better outcomes after certain procedures. Although results vary by condition and circumstance, the pattern makes sense because mindset shapes choices, and choices shape the body's environment. A hopeful person may breathe more steadily and hold less tension, which can reduce guarding around a healing area. This is not about blaming anyone who struggles. It is about adding another lever. In mind over matter, outlook can guide action, and action can shape recovery. Adrenaline can temporarily boost strength, speed, and pain tolerance. In a true emergency, the body can unlock a mode that feels almost unreal. Adrenaline surges from the adrenal glands and races through the bloodstream, telling the heart to pump harder and the airways to open wider. Blood is redirected toward large muscles, and fuel is released fast. At the same time, pain can fade into the background because survival demands movement more than comfort. This is why some people sprint on a sprained ankle or lift something far heavier than usual in a crisis. The boost is short-lived, and it comes with a cost. Hands may shake afterward, digestion may stall, and fatigue can hit like a wave once the danger passes. Still, it is astonishing that a thought of threat can call up such a powerful chemical ally. Your body carries emergency reserves, and the mind holds the key that releases them. Stage fright can dry your mouth by shifting saliva control. The moment you feel watched, the body starts making trade-offs. Saliva is part of digestion, and digestion is not a priority. When the brain predicts danger, stress signals shift the autonomic nervous system, so the mouth becomes dry and sticky. The tongue may feel heavy, swallowing can become frequent, and speech can suddenly feel clumsy. This is not weakness. It is a protective program that evolved for running and fighting, not for microphones and meeting rooms. Stage fright also tightens throat muscles, which can change voice tone and breath support. Many performers learn to work with it by warming the voice, sipping water, and slowing the exhale before speaking. Some even reinterpret the dryness as a cue that the body is preparing for action. The fascinating part is how quickly social pressure becomes biology. A room full of eyes can reach into your salivary glands without touching you. You can learn to slow your pulse with paced breathing. Your heart does not beat in isolation. It listens to your breath through reflex circuits that adjust heart rate from moment to moment. When you inhale, the pulse often speeds slightly. When you exhale, it often slows. Paced breathing takes advantage of that relationship by stretching the exhale and keeping the rhythm steady. Over time, many people can lower their resting heart rate a little during practice, and they often feel calmer as the body follows the slower tempo. This skill is used by singers, marksmen, and athletes who need steadiness under pressure. It is also used in anxiety treatment because it offers a simple handle on arousal. You do not need to force calm thoughts first. You begin with breath timing, and the body responds. The surprising lesson is that self-control can be trained through rhythm. Your pulse can be guided like a pendulum when you give it a consistent pattern to follow. Some people can trigger goosebumps at will using attention. Goosebumps are usually a reflex triggered by cold or strong emotion. Tiny muscles at the base of hair follicles contract, lifting the hairs and creating that familiar rippled skin. Most of us cannot control it, yet a small number of people report doing it on purpose. They describe focusing inward and summoning the sensation in the back of the neck, arms, or scalp. Researchers have studied this rare ability because it suggests that attention can reach into the autonomic nervous system. Goosebumps are linked with emotional circuits too, and that makes the skill even more intriguing. The person is not just moving a muscle. They are influencing a system designed to run without permission. It is a reminder that the boundary between voluntary and automatic is not as firm as we assume. For a few minds, a simple shift of focus can flip a switch that most bodies keep locked. Yoga can improve balance by retraining inner ear integration. Balance is a negotiation between senses. The inner ear reports motion and orientation. The eyes report the horizon, and the muscles report joint position. Yoga challenges that system with slow transitions, single leg poses, and controlled head movements. By practicing near the edge of wobble, the brain learns how to combine sensory inputs more efficiently. Over time, many people become steadier not only on the mat, but also while walking and turning. Breath control adds another layer because steady breathing reduces sudden body tension that throws balance off. Yoga also strengthens small stabilizing muscles in the feet, hips, and core, and that gives the brain a more reliable platform. The interesting part is that balance training is not only about strength. It is about recalibration. The nervous system updates its estimates of where you are in space. A practice that looks still from the outside can be busy inside, teaching the brain to trust and coordinate its senses. Tai Chi reduces full risk by sharpening body awareness. Tai Chi looks like slow motion, yet it is deeply demanding for the nervous system. The movements shift weight gradually from foot to foot, forcing constant updates about posture and center of mass. That training improves proprioception, the sense of where your limbs are without looking. It also builds smoother coordination between ankles, knees, hips, and spine. Older adults often benefit because the practice strengthens stabilizers and improves reaction timing when balance is challenged. Tai Chi also teaches relaxed readiness. Instead of stiffening, you learn to yield and adjust, and that reduces the sudden jacks that cause stumbles. Researchers have linked Tai Chi practice with fewer falls in many studies, especially when practiced consistently. The fascination is that preventing falls is not only about stronger legs, it is about a better map. Tai Chi refines the brain's internal model of the body in space, and a clearer model supports safer movement. Focused practice can remap the brain's touch map of fingers. Your brain maintains a living map of your body, including how each finger feels touch. That map is not fixed. When you repeatedly use certain fingers for skilled tasks, the brain devotes more processing space to them. This is why careful practice can make touch feel more precise over time. Musicians, surgeons, and craftspeople often develop exquisite fingertip awareness because their brains learn that those signals matter. Experiments show that training can improve discrimination between close touches, almost like increasing the resolution of a sensor. The brain is reallocating attention and wiring based on what you do most. This carries important implications for rehabilitation. When a hand is used less after an injury, its neural map can grow less distinct. Focused practice can refine that map again by supplying the brain with steady input. The remarkable part is that sensation is partly cultivated. By changing how you train your fingers to interact with the world, you can alter how the world feels in return. Violinists develop enlarged finger maps within the left-hand cortex. A violinist's left hand must execute swift, precise placements that land exactly where intended. Across years of repetition, the brain adjusts to meet that demand. Brain imaging and sensory studies have identified differences in how the left hand is represented in the somatosensory cortex of experienced string players. The brain allocates more refined territory to fingers responsible for delicate work. This is not simply a poetic statement about talent. It reflects a measurable shift in neural representation driven by intensive training. The effect offers a vivid example of neuroplasticity. Repetition signals to the brain that these inputs matter for preserving the skill. The map expands, and perception can become more refined. It also shows why early training can matter, since developing brains may reshape more readily. The violin becomes more than an instrument. It becomes a long conversation between fingertips and cortex. While practice writes itself into neural real estate, London taxi training enlarges brain regions for navigation memory. London taxi drivers must learn an immense web of streets, landmarks, and routes. The training involves building a mental model of the city that can be used flexibly under pressure. Research on licensed drivers has reported differences in a hippocampal region associated with spatial memory and navigation. The implication is striking. Intense learning can shape the brain areas that support the learned skill. This is not about general intelligence. It is about repeated demands on a specific system. Navigation requires linking places, sequences, and choices while updating position continuously. Taxi training does that every day for years. The brain responds by adapting the machinery that makes those computations. It is one of the clearest modern examples of experience leaving a structural footprint. The city becomes a memory palace built from asphalt and habit. With enough practice, a place outside the body can reshape the brain inside it, turning streets into neural pathways that feel almost instinctive. Learning changes white matter, which are the brain's signal highways. White matter is the wiring that helps brain regions communicate quickly and reliably. It is made largely of myelinated nerve fibers that carry signals across distances. When you learn a skill, it is not only neurons firing in new patterns. The connections that coordinate those patterns can improve too. Studies of training have linked practice with changes in white matter properties in some tasks, suggesting faster or more efficient communication. This helps explain why a skill can start clumsy and then become smooth. The brain is not only storing information, it is improving the routes that deliver the information at the right time. Learning a language, mastering a sport, or practicing music can all place heavy demands on timing across networks. White matter adaptation supports that timing. The fascinating idea is that practice can change the speed of your own thoughts. Repetition does not merely add knowledge. It can upgrade the infrastructure that knowledge travels through, making the brain a better connected place. Habit loops run on cue and reward, not willpower alone. A habit is often a tiny script that starts before you even notice the first line. A cue appears, maybe a buzzing phone, a certain chair, or a familiar time of day. The brain predicts a reward and it nudges you toward the action that usually delivers it. The reward might be comfort, relief, stimulation, or simply ending boredom. Over time, the loop becomes efficient, which means it becomes automatic. That is why you can reach for a snack while still deciding whether you are hungry. Researchers found that changing the cue or changing the reward can change the habit faster than forcing restraint. If the brain still gets a satisfying payoff, it often stops insisting on the old routine. This makes habits feel less like moral weakness and more like learned wiring. Once you see the loop, you can work with it, and the mind feels suddenly less mysterious. Repeating a new routine can quiet the old one's pathway. Old habits do not vanish like erased chalk. They fade, more like a trail that stops being walked. Each time you repeat a new routine, the brain strengthens that newer route and relies on it a bit more. The older route still exists, yet it loses priority when it stops paying off. This is why relapse can happen during stress, because the brain reaches for what is most familiar and fast. The useful trick is consistency during calm periods, since calm repetition builds a strong default. People often expect change to feel dramatic, yet it can feel boring, which is actually a good sign. Boring repetition is how the nervous system learns safety and efficiency. Some therapists suggest making the new routine easier than the old one at first. That lowers friction, so the brain chooses it without a fight. Over weeks, the new pathway becomes the one that fires first. Change becomes less like a battle and more like practice. Implementation intentions make follow-through more likely than motivation. Motivation is a feeling that comes and goes. Implementation intentions are a plan that stays put. Instead of saying, "I will exercise more," you decide, "If it is Monday at 7, I will walk for 20 minutes." The brain loves this because it removes decision fatigue at the crucial moment. The cue triggers the action without a debate. Researchers have found that these if-then plans improve follow-through for many goals, from studying to medication routines. The plan also reduces the chance that stress will steal the moment. You are not relying on inspiration, you are relying on a script. This turns future behavior into something you can rehearse in your mind like a scene. When the time arrives, it feels familiar, which makes it easier to start. The fascinating part is how small the shift is. A simple structure can guide behavior more reliably than raw desire. Your posture can influence confidence through feedback from muscles. Posture is not only how you look, it is information your brain receives about what state you are in. When you stand tall, breathe freely, and keep your chest open, the nervous system often reads it as readiness. When you hunch and fold inward, the brain can read it as threat or defeat. That interpretation can change. Voice tone, eye contact, and even willingness to take action. Studies on posture and emotion show mixed results. Yet many people still notice a practical effect in daily life. A steady stance can make it easier to speak clearly, especially under pressure. The mechanism may involve breathing, muscle tension, and attention, rather than confidence as a magic switch. Changing posture can also interrupt rumination by shifting the body out of a protective curl. It is a small lever that can change the feeling of the moment. The body sends a message and the mind often believes it. Smiling can slightly lift mood by facial feedback signals. Your face is not only an output of emotion, it can be an input as well. When you smile, muscles around the mouth and eyes send signals back to the brain about what the body is doing. Those signals can nudge emotional circuits toward a lighter state, especially when stress is mild. Some experiments suggest that holding a smile can make negative stimuli feel less intense. Others find smaller effects, which hints that context matters a lot. Even so, many people recognize a gentle shift when they soften the face. Smiling can also change breathing patterns, which influences calm. There is a social layer too, since smiling invites warmth from others, and that feedback can reinforce mood. This does not mean you should fake happiness when you are hurting. It means the body has bidirectional wiring. Expression can shape experience. A small movement in the face can be a small movement in the mind. A frown can deepen negative feelings through the same feedback. When the brow tightens and the jaw sets, the brain receives a stream of signals that match effort and threat. That bodily state can make irritation or sadness feel more convincing. You might notice it during concentration, when a tense face quietly turns a challenge into frustration. Facial muscles can also influence breathing, since a clenched jaw often accompanies shallow breaths. Shallow breathing can raise arousal, and that can make emotions feel sharper. This is why relaxing the face sometimes brings a surprising wave of relief. It is not that the problem disappears, it is that the body stops adding extra alarm.
Some therapists teach people to scan for a furrowed brow as an early warning sign. Catching it early can prevent a mood from spiraling. This feedback loop also helps explain why arguments escalate. Faces tighten, which tightens feelings, which tightens faces again. Softening the face can be a quiet way to step out of the loop. Breath holding can trigger the dive reflex and slow heart rate. Humans share an ancient reflex with seals and otter. When you hold your breath, especially with a cool face, the body can shift into a conservation mode called the dive reflex. Heart rate slows and blood flow is prioritized toward the brain and heart. This helps preserve oxygen when breathing stops. The reflex varies between people, yet it can be surprisingly noticeable even in ordinary conditions. Freedivers train it to stay calm during long submersions. Clinicians also use related techniques to help slow certain rapid heart rhythms. The fascinating part is how quickly the body changes its priorities based on one decision. You stop breathing, and the nervous system begins rationing. This is mind over matter in a literal sense. A conscious choice triggers a deep, automatic program. It reminds you that you carry survival circuitry that can still be accessed on demand. And it can alter heart rhythm in seconds. Splashing cold water on the face can calm a racing pulse. A sudden wash of cold on the face can feel like hitting a reset switch. The skin around the eyes, nose, and cheeks is linked to reflex pathways that influence heart rate. Cold stimulation there can activate parts of the dive response, which can slow the pulse and reduce the feeling of runaway arousal. People sometimes discover this during panic or after intense exercise, when cool water brings rapid relief. It is not only distraction, it is a physiological signal that shifts autonomic balance. This is why some anxiety skills include a brief cold splash or a cool pack on the face. The technique is simple, yet the body takes it seriously. It also shows how specific the nervous system can be. Temperature on the face can influence cardiovascular control more than temperature on many other areas. That specificity can feel almost magical until you remember it is ancient biology. The mind selects the pace, and the body adjusts its rhythm. Slow counting can steady speech by regulating the brain's timing circuits. When anxiety rises, speech often accelerates. Words stack upon each other while breathing falls out of sync. Counting at a measured speed provides an external tempo the brain can align with. It introduces pauses that allow the breath to settle. Those same pauses give the language system a moment to prepare the next sentence, lowering the chance of stumbling. Many public speaking coaches recommend counting slowly before beginning a talk or silently between key points. In this way, the benefit goes beyond performance. It reshapes physiology. A slower cadence reduces arousal and communicates safety to the nervous system. It can also influence how others respond, since calm pacing tends to project confidence. With repetition, measured speech can become automatic, so conscious counting is no longer necessary. What is striking is how structured and mechanical the process can be. A simple number rhythm can reach into the brain's timing circuits and reorganize expression. Speech becomes steadier because the brain has a metronome. Singing can lengthen exhalation and ease breathlessness. Singing turns breathing into a structured flow. Melodies require longer exhalations, and those exhalations can reduce air hunger by slowing the breathing pattern. The body also receives vibration through the chest and throat, which can feel soothing and grounding.
Choir singers often learn to manage breath efficiently without thinking about it. That skill can carry over into daily life, especially for people who tend to breathe shallowly under stress. Singing also involves posture and a steady jaw, which can reduce tension in the upper chest. There is an emotional layer too. Psalms can shift mood quickly, and mood influences breathing. Some pulmonary rehabilitation programs use singing practices to support breathing control and confidence. It is not a replacement for medical treatment. It is a tool that uses rhythm and sound to guide physiology. The wonder is that a human art form doubles as breath training. You sing a phrase and your lungs learn a calmer pattern. The immune system listens to the brain's stress hormones daily. Your immune cells do not work in silence. They constantly receive chemical updates from the nervous system, including stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. In short bursts, this can be useful. It mobilizes energy and shifts immune priorities as if injury might be near. When stress becomes constant, the message changes the balance of immune activity in ways that can be unhelpful. Inflammation signaling can rise or fall at the wrong times, and the body can become less efficient at repair. Researchers study this two-way link because it explains why stress can influence everything from recovery to susceptibility. It also explains why calm routines can feel like medicine. Sleep, steady meals, and social safety can send a different signal to immune cells. The mind does not directly command every immune decision, yet it shapes the environment those decisions are made within. Your thoughts become chemistry, and chemistry becomes immune behavior. Loneliness can raise inflammatory markers, as if preparing for injury. Loneliness is not only a feeling, it can be interpreted by the brain as a risk state, like being without protection in a dangerous world. When that happens, the body may shift toward higher baseline inflammation. Researchers have found links between social isolation and inflammatory markers in some studies, suggesting the immune system may behave as if wounds are mort. This makes evolutionary sense. If you are alone, help may be far away, so the body prepares for harm by keeping defenses ready. The problem is that modern loneliness can be chronic, and chronic inflammation is costly. It can affect energy, sleep quality, pain sensitivity, and mood. The most striking part is how invisible the trigger can be. You can look fine on the outside while your immune system is acting like it expects trouble. Connection can reverse the message. A supportive conversation, a shared meal, or a sense of belonging can signal safety and reduce the body's need for constant readiness. Compassion practice can change brain responses to others' suffering. Compassion is not only a personality trait, it can be trained like a skill. In compassion-based practices, people rehearse caring attention and the wish to reduce suffering, starting with themselves and expanding outward over time. Brain imaging studies suggest changes in how people respond to distress in others. Some show less overwhelm and more regulated engagement. That matters because empathy without regulation can turn into burnout. Compassion adds warmth and steadiness that help you stay present without drowning. People often report that suffering becomes more understandable rather than more frightening. This can change behavior. You may become more likely to help and less likely to shut down. There is also a physical dimension. Compassion practice can lower stress responses that would otherwise tighten the chest and shorten the breath. The fascinating idea is that caring can become a nervous system state. You are not forcing kindness. You are training a calmer way of meeting pain, and the brain adapts to that training. Gratitude journaling can improve sleep quality in some studies. Many people think sleep is controlled only by the body, yet the mind sets the stage. Gratitude journaling works by changing what the brain reviews at bedtime. Instead of replaying threats and unfinished tasks, you practice noticing what went well and what felt supportive. That shift can reduce rumination, which is a common thief of sleep. Some studies link gratitude practices with better sleep quality and fewer nighttime awakenings, though results vary and the effect is not guaranteed. The mechanism is plausible. A calmer mind lowers arousal, and lower arousal supports deeper rest. Gratitude also changes emotion tone. It can replace urgency with safety, and safety is a powerful sleep signal. This is not about pretending life is perfect. It is about guiding attention towards stability so the nervous system can stand down. When the brain stops scanning for danger, the body often follows, with slower breathing, softer muscles, and easier sleep onset. Mindfulness can reduce rumination by loosening attention loops. Rumination is the mind's habit of chewing the same thought until it feels like truth. Mindfulness trains a different relationship with thought. Instead of merging with the story, you practice noticing the story as an event that rises and falls. That small shift changes attention. Thoughts become objects you can watch rather than tunnels you must enter. Over time, this can reduce the grip of repetitive thinking, especially at night or during stress. People often describe more space between a trigger and their reaction. That space matters because it interrupts automatic spirals. Mindfulness also teaches you to feel sensations without immediate interpretation, which can reduce anxiety-driven monitoring. The practice is not empty relaxation. It is training in how attention moves. Brain studies often find differences in networks involved in self-focus and regulation among long-term practitioners. Though individual results vary, the larger wonder is simple. By practicing where you place attention, you change what your mind repeats, and that can change what your body feels. Attention training can lessen tinnitus distress without changing the sound. Tinnitus can feel unbearable because it hijacks attention. The sound may be steady, yet distress rises when the brain treats it as a threat that must be solved. Attention training aims to change that relationship. Instead of fighting the sound, you practice shifting focus away from it and back again on purpose. This teaches the brain that you have choices. Over time, the sound may still exist, but it becomes less central. It turns into background rather than an alarm. Some therapies use structured exercises that pair relaxation with sound exposure, so the brain learns safety in its presence. This is not pretending the sound is gone. It is changing the meaning assigned to it. When the sound stops being evaluated as danger, stress responses drop, muscles loosen, sleep can improve, and the sound becomes less intrusive. The fascinating point is that suffering is not always tied to intensity. It is often tied to attention. When attention becomes flexible, distress often shrinks, even if the signal remains. Pain catastrophizing predicts suffering better than injury size. Two people can have similar injuries and very different experiences of pain. One reason is catastrophizing, which is a pattern of thinking that expects the worst and treats pain as proof of danger. This mental stance increases fear, and fear makes the nervous system more protective. Muscles tighten, attention narrows, and the brain becomes hyper-alert to every sensation. Pain then feels more intense and more persistent. Catastrophizing also steals hope, which reduces willingness to move and recover. Clinicians track it because it predicts disability and distress across many conditions. The good news is that it is modifiable. Education, cognitive therapy, and graded movement can teach the brain that pain is not always harm. When the mind stops predicting catastrophe, the body often reduces its alarm. This does not mean pain is imaginary. It means interpretation can amplify it. In Mind Over Matter, the story you tell about pain can become part of the pain itself. Chronic pain can persist after tissues heal due to sensitization. Sometimes the injury is gone, yet the pain remains. This can happen when the nervous system becomes sensitized. Sensitization means nerves and brain circuits respond more strongly than they should, like an alarm that keeps ringing after the fire is out. Signals that were once harmless can start to feel painful, and painful signals can feel bigger than expected. The brain may also become protective about movement, creating stiffness and guarding that adds discomfort. This is why chronic pain can be confusing and frightening. People search for damage that is no longer there. Researchers emphasize that persistent pain can be a disease of the nervous system, not a sign of ongoing injury. That framing changes treatment. It shifts focus toward retraining sensitivity through movement, education, and gradual exposure to safe activity. The body learns safety again over time. The wonder is that pain is a perception built by the brain for protection. When the protection system is stuck, the experience can persist. When it is retrained, the experience can soften. The brain can learn pain, then unlearn it with retraining. Pain pathways strengthen with repetition, like any other learned circuit. If pain is present for weeks or months, the brain becomes better at producing the experience quickly. It learns the pattern of fear, tension, and attention that surrounds the sensation. This does not mean the person is choosing pain. It means the nervous system has practiced it. The hopeful truth is that learning can run in reverse. Retraining approaches teach safety through gradual movement, improved body confidence, and reduced threat interpretation. People learn to distinguish sensation from danger, and the brain learns to stop overreacting. Some programs use gentle exposure to feared activities so the body can collect new evidence. Others focus on changing how the brain predicts pain during daily tasks. Progress can feel slow at first because the old pathway is familiar and efficient. Yet, many people report that flare-ups become less scary and less frequent over time. The mind over matter story here is profound. The brain is plastic, and pain is partly a learned output. With patience, the brain can learn a different response. Exposure therapy rewires fear by teaching safety through repetition. Fear learns quickly. One bad experience can stamp a situation with danger. Exposure therapy applies the brain's capacity for learning in a deliberate, structured manner. You approach the feared stimulus in gradual steps while remaining safe. Safety becomes the updated lesson. Across repeated sessions, the brain shifts from forecasting disaster to anticipating survivability. this is not about overwhelming someone with fear. It is progressive training designed to keep the nervous system within a manageable range. The aim is not to eliminate fear entirely. The aim is to quiet the false alarm so that life can expand again. Exposure therapy is used for phobias, panic disorders, and trauma-related triggers, often supported by strong evidence. What makes it compelling is what it reveals about the brain. Fear is more than a sensation. It is a prediction. When that prediction changes, the body's response shifts as well. Heart rate surges less, avoidance begins to loosen, and the mind recovers flexibility. Repetition teaches safety, just as repetition once encoded fear. The runner's high is not mystical. It reflects a blend of endocannabinoids and endorphins working together. For decades, people spoke about the runner's high as if it were mysterious or mythical. Today, neuroscience paints a clearer picture. Sustained exercise triggers the release of endorphins, which reduce pain perception, and endocannabinoids, which can cross the blood-brain barrier and direct influence mood. These chemicals work together to create feelings of calm, clarity, and even mild euphoria. Unlike adrenaline, this state is not frantic. It is steady and warm, often described as effortless motion or mental quiet. That is why the effect tends to appear after a certain duration, rather than at the start of a workout. The brain is responding to sustained effort by rewarding persistence. Not everyone experiences it the same way, and intensity matters less than consistency. The fascinating part is that this uplifting state is built into human biology. Movement unlocks chemistry, designed to make endurance feel meaningful rather than punishing. Exercise can lift mood by raising brain-derived growth signals. Exercise does more than burn energy. It sends growth signals through the brain. One of the most studied is brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which supports neuron health and communication. When this signal rises, brain cells become more adaptable and resilient. Many researchers link this process to improvements in mood, focus, and stress tolerance. It helps explain why regular movement can reduce symptoms of depression and anxiety for some people. The change is not instant, and it is not guaranteed for everyone, but the trend is strong enough to influence treatment guidelines. Exercise also improves blood flow to the brain, delivering oxygen and nutrients more efficiently. Together, these changes create a more flexible neural environment. Thoughts may feel less stuck, and emotions may recover more quickly after stress. The wonder is that moving the body can change the brain's growth landscape. Motion becomes a message that says adaptation is needed, and the brain responds by becoming more adaptable. Nature walks reduce rumination and quiet stress-related brain activity. A walk through trees or open landscapes can feel different from a walk down a busy street. Brain imaging studies suggest there is a real reason. Time in natural settings is associated with reduced activity in brain regions linked to repetitive, self-focused thinking. Rumination often keeps stress alive by replaying worries without resolution. Nature appears to interrupt that loop. The sensory environment is rich, but not demanding. Leaves move, light shifts, and sounds very gently, giving attention something to rest on without effort. This can lower mental noise and allow emotional tension to ease. Even short exposures can have an effect, especially when phones are put away. The benefit is not about exercise alone, since the pace can be slow. It is about context. The brain evolved in natural environments, and those cues may signal safety and availability,
rather than urgency.
A simple walk outdoors can change how thoughts circulate, turning repetition into release. Sunlight can shift serotonin pathways and improve daytime alertness. Morning light is one of the strongest signals the brain receives about time. When sunlight reaches the eyes, it influences serotonin activity, which supports mood, focus, and wakefulness. This signal also helps set the internal clock that controls sleep timing later that night. Without enough daylight, especially early in the day, alertness can lag and mood can dip. This is why dark winters can feel heavier for many people. Light therapy is sometimes used to support energy and emotional balance in those conditions. The effect does not require staring at the sun. Simply being outdoors or near a bright window can help.
Sunlight also improves contrast and color perception, which keeps the brain engaged. The fascinating detail is how indirect the process feels. You are not choosing to feel awake. Light enters the system and quietly tunes chemistry and timing. Daylight becomes a guide that keeps the brain aligned with the outside world. Warm baths can trigger sleepiness by nudging body temperature rhythms. Sleep is tied closely to body temperature. As bedtime approaches, core temperature naturally begins to drop. A warm bath can support this process in an unexpected way. The heat causes blood vessels near the skin to open, which allows warmth to dissipate once you leave the bath. As heat escapes, core temperature falls more quickly, and the brain receives a signal that night has arrived. This can create a wave of drowsiness within an hour. Warm water also relaxes muscles and slows breathing, which further supports rest.
Many cultures have long used bathing rituals before sleep, without knowing the physiology behind them.
The effect works best when the bath is not too late, giving the body time to cool. The beauty is in the timing. You use warmth to encourage cooling, and cooling invites sleep. A simple sensory experience aligns with a deep biological rhythm. Rituals reduce anxiety by giving the brain predictable structure. Anxiety thrives on uncertainty. Rituals counter that by creating reliable patterns. When actions follow a familiar sequence, the brain spends less energy predicting what comes next. This can lower background stress and increase a sense of control. Rituals appear in many forms, from bedtime routines to pre-game habits. The specific actions matter less than their consistency. Over time, the sequence itself becomes calming. The brain learns that this pattern leads to safety or completion. Even small rituals can have an effect, like making tea the same way each evening.
In moments of high stress, rituals anchor attention and reduce decision overload. They also mark transitions, which helps the mind shift states. The fascinating aspect is that rituals work even when we know they are symbolic. The nervous system responds to structure at a level below belief. Predictability becomes comfort, and comfort reduces anxiety. Superstitions can boost performance by increasing perceived control. Superstitions often look irrational from the outside, yet they persist for a reason. Believing that a certain action brings luck can increase a sense of control in uncertain situations. That sense of control matters. It reduces anxiety and frees mental resources for the task at hand. Studies have shown that people sometimes perform better when they believe a lucky charm is helping them. The charm does not change physics, but it changes mindset. Confidence rises, hesitation drops, and effort becomes smoother. Athletes are famous for these habits, yet the effect appears in everyday tasks too. The key is not the superstition itself, but what it does to attention and emotion.
When the brain feels supported, it stops scanning for failure. The fascinating truth is that belief can act as a performance aid, not by altering reality, but by altering how fully you engage with it. A calm mental script can reduce choking under pressure. Under pressure, the mind often turns inward and overanalyzes movements that normally run automatically. This can disrupt timing and coordination, leading to choking. A calm mental script offers an alternative focus. Instead of thinking about outcome or mechanics, the script guides attention to simple cues like rhythm or intention. This keeps conscious thought from interfering with trained skills. Athletes, musicians, and speakers often rehearse these scripts in advance, so they feel familiar under stress. The script acts like a track the mind can follow when nerves rise.
Breathing often slows as well, which steadies the body. The power of the script is not distraction, it is direction. Attention stays engaged, but not entangled. The fascinating part is that a few chosen words can protect complex motor skills from collapse. Language becomes a stabilizing tool that keeps performance aligned with practice rather than fear. Athletes sometimes see the goal bigger when they feel confident. Confidence can subtly alter perception. In some studies, athletes performing well report that targets appear larger or closer. Golf holes look wider and baseballs seem easier to track. This does not mean the eyes change. It means the brain's interpretation of visual information shifts with emotional state. When confidence is high, attention is less cluttered by doubt, and perception may feel clearer and more generous. This can improve timing and decision-making. When confidence drops, the opposite can happen. Targets feel smaller and margins feel tighter. The effect highlights how perception is shaped by readiness and expectation. Vision is not just a camera feed. It is a construction influenced by emotion and memory. The fascinating insight is that belief does not merely affect effort, it can affect what the world seems to offer. Confidence can make opportunity feel larger before a single movement begins. Anxiety can make time feel slower because attention spikes. During anxious moments, seconds can feel stretched and heavy. This happens because attention becomes sharply focused on the present moment, especially on potential threat. When more information is processed per second, time appears to slow. The brain is sampling the environment intensely, creating a denser memory of the interval. Later, that density is interpreted as longer duration. This effect can be useful in emergencies where rapid assessment matters. In everyday anxiety, it can feel unpleasant and exhausting. Waiting becomes harder, and discomfort feels endless. The experience is not imagined. It reflects how the brain tracks events. When anxiety fades and attention broadens, time often seems to speed up again. The fascinating detail is that time perception is flexible. It bends with emotional state. By calming attention through breathing or grounding, people can sometimes ease the sensation of dragged-out moments. The clock stays the same. Experience does not require movement. During sleep, the brain can inhibit motion to safeguard the body. As you rest, especially in periods of vivid dreaming, neural activity becomes intense. Narratives unfold, emotions swell, and imagined actions can seem completely real. Yet the body typically remains motionless. This happens because the brain actively suppresses signals traveling to the muscles, producing a condition known as sleep paralysis. This state is protective rather than threatening. Without it, people might physically enact their dreams, sometimes leading to harm. In uncommon situations where this mechanism does not function properly, sleepers may kick, strike, or even jump from bed while dreaming. What stands out is that the paralysis is not a passive absence of movement. It is an intentional signal sent from the brainstem down to the spinal cord. The brain recognizes the dreaming state, even if conscious awareness does not, and it prioritizes safety over expression. Each night, imagination and restraint operate side by side, allowing the mind to wander while the body remains securely at rest. Parkinson's disease reminds us that shifts in brain chemistry can influence both motivation and movement at the same time. Parkinson's disease reveals how deeply movement and motivation are intertwined. The condition is marked by changes in dopamine, a chemical often associated with reward and desire. As dopamine levels drop, people do not only struggle to move smoothly, they may also struggle to initiate movement at all. Tasks that once felt automatic can feel effortful or unreachable. This is not laziness or lack of will. It is chemistry reshaping how intention becomes action. Some individuals with Parkinson's can suddenly move fluidly in emergencies or when emotionally stimulated, a phenomenon called paradoxical movement. This shows that capability is still present, but access to it is altered. The disease demonstrates that willpower is not separate from biology. Motivation and motion share the same pathways. When chemistry shifts, the feeling of choice can shift too, reminding us that effort is not purely mental. The rubber hand illusion proves body ownership is negotiable. In a classic experiment, a fake hand is placed in front of a person while their real hand is hidden. Both the real hand and the fake one are stroked at the same time. After a short while, many people begin to feel as if the rubber hand is their own. If the fake hand is threatened, they may flinch. This illusion shows that body ownership is not fixed. The brain decides what belongs to you by combining sight, touch, and timing. When those signals line up, the brain accepts the object as part of the self. This process usually works flawlessly, but the illusion reveals how flexible it truly is. Your sense of me is a construction, not a constant. The boundary of the self can shift based on sensory evidence. What feels deeply personal and permanent is actually continuously negotiated by the brain. Virtual reality can reduce burn pain by stealing attention. Severe burn pain is difficult to treat because it is intense and persistent. Virtual reality has emerged as a surprising ally. When patients enter immersive digital worlds during painful procedures, many report significant pain reduction. The brain becomes absorbed in navigating icy landscapes or playful environments, leaving fewer resources available to process pain signals. This is not simple distraction. Brain imaging suggests that attention and emotion circuits are genuinely redirected. Pains quiet when the brain is fully engaged elsewhere. The effect is strong enough that some hospitals use virtual reality alongside medication. This shows how competitive perception can be. Pain is not only about signals from injured tissue, it is also about what the brain prioritizes. When attention is captured deeply enough, suffering can soften. Technology becomes a tool for redirecting consciousness itself. Focusing on purpose can lower perceived effort during endurance tasks. During long, demanding efforts, fatigue is not only muscular, it is also interpretive. The brain constantly evaluates whether the effort is worth continuing. When a clear purpose is present, that evaluation can change. Athletes often report that effort feels lighter when tied to meaning, such as finishing for a teammate or reaching a personal milestone. Studies suggest that purpose can alter how effort signals are processed, reducing perceived strain at the same physical workload. The body is doing the same work, yet the experience differs. Purpose gives the brain a reason to tolerate discomfort without escalating alarm. This does not remove limits, but it shifts how close those limits feel. Meaning acts like a buffer between sensation and suffering. When the mind knows why it is enduring, the body often follows with greater resilience. Choir singing synchronizes heartbeats across people through shared breathing. When people sing together, something subtle and remarkable happens. Their breathing patterns begin to align. Because breathing influences heart rhythm, heart rates can begin to synchronize as well. Studies of choirs show this shared physiological rhythm emerging over time. The group becomes a coordinated system, not just musically, but biologically. This synchronization may contribute to the feelings of connection and calm many singers describe. It is not only emotional bonding, it is physical alignment. Shared rhythm reduces unpredictability, which lowers stress. The body senses cooperation and safety. This may explain why communal singing appears in cultures across history. It binds groups at a level deeper than words. Breath by breath, bodies move together, and hearts quietly fall into step. Group chanting can lower stress by creating predictable sound patterns. Chanting produces simple, repetitive sound structures that the brain can easily anticipate. Predictability matters because it reduces uncertainty, which is a major driver of stress. As voices repeat the same pattern, breathing often slows and becomes more regular. The nervous system responds by easing arousal. Chanting also limits internal dialogue. The mind has less room to wander into worry when sound fills awareness. In groups, chanting adds another layer. Shared timing creates social safety, which further calms the body. This combination of rhythm, repetition, and connection can produce measurable drops in stress markers. Chanting is found in spiritual, cultural, and therapeutic settings across the world. Its persistence suggests it works not because of belief alone, but because it directly shapes brain rhythms. The mind settles into the sound, and the body follows. A single compassionate thought can soften your face and pulse. Compassion is not abstract. When you think of someone with warmth or care, your body often responds immediately. Facial muscles relax, the jaw loosens, and the eyes soften. Heart rate may slow slightly, and breathing can deepen. These changes occur because compassion activates calming pathways linked to social safety. The nervous system interprets caring thoughts as signals that threat is low. This can happen even when the compassion is directed inward. Self-directed kindness can produce similar physiological shifts. Over time, repeated compassionate thoughts may make calm states easier to access. This shows that emotion is not just something you feel, it is something your body enacts. One thought can change posture, expression, and rhythm. Compassion becomes a physical state, not just a moral one. Learning to notice sensations can stop panic from snowballing. Panic often escalates because sensations are misinterpreted as danger. A racing heart is read as catastrophe. Tightness becomes proof of threat.
Learning to notice sensations without judgment interrupts this process. Instead of reacting, you observe. This creates space between sensation and meaning. Therapies that teach interceptive awareness help people experience bodily signals as information rather than warnings. When sensations are allowed to rise and fall, they often lose intensity. The nervous system learns that discomfort is tolerable. Over time, the brain updates its predictions and stops escalating so quickly. Panic relies on feedback loops. Awareness breaks those loops. The skill is not suppression, it is curiosity. By staying with sensation, you show the brain that safety remains. Panic cannot grow without fear feeding it. Small daily mindset shifts can compound into measurable brain change. The brain changes through repetition, not revelation. Small shifts practiced daily can accumulate into meaningful, structural, and functional change. This is the principle behind neuroplasticity. When you repeatedly reframe stress, practice attention control, or respond differently to discomfort, you strengthen new neural pathways. Over time, those pathways become easier to access. Brain imaging studies show changes linked to consistent mental training. Even when daily practices are brief, the effect is gradual and often invisible at first. That makes it easy to underestimate. Yet weeks and months of small changes can reshape how the brain responds by default. The compound effect matters more than intensity. A gentle practice, repeated often, can outperform dramatic effort applied rarely. The mind is not transformed in moments. It is sculpted quietly through what you do most days. Eureka moments come from unusual synchronization of brainwaves. The sudden flash of insight, the aha or eureka moment, feels like magic. But neuroscience shows it arises from a shift in brainwave patterns. Just before a breakthrough, the brain often enters a burst of gamma activity, a rhythm associated with high integration across distant regions. These waves allow connections to form between ideas that previously seemed unrelated. It's as if the brain suddenly harmonizes, producing clarity from chaos. Such moments are unpredictable, but can be encouraged by relaxation, play, or stepping away from the problem. That's why solutions often appear in the shower, on a walk, or in a dream. The insight feels sudden, but in reality your brain has been working beneath awareness, quietly assembling the puzzle. When the synchronization finally locks into place, the solution surges into consciousness, a neural spark that feels like a gift from nowhere. Your brain builds entirely new pathways when you learn something. Every time you learn a skill, memorize a fact, or practice a movement, your brain changes. Neurons reach out to form new synapses, strengthening the pathways that support the behavior. Over time, repeated use makes these circuits more efficient, as if the brain is laying down a well-worn trail through a forest. This physical remodeling is called neuroplasticity, and it underlies all growth and learning. Remarkably, even simple repetition, like practicing scales on the piano or rehearsing vocabulary, leaves behind new structures in the brain. These pathways can expand or shrink, depending on use. Use it or lose it is literally true for neural circuits. The process never stops, continuing into old age, though more gradually. Each lesson you absorb rewires you, leaving permanent traces in the architecture of your mind, shaping who you are and who you are still becoming. Stress can physically shrink parts of the brain,
While short bursts of stress can sharpen focus and prepare the body for action, chronic stress takes a toll on the brain. Prolonged exposure to stress hormones like cortisol can shrink the hippocampus, a region critical for memory and learning. It can also weaken connections in the prefrontal cortex, impairing decision-making and emotional regulation. At the same time, stress may enlarge the amygdala, intensifying fear and anxiety responses. This rewiring creates a cycle in which stress makes the brain more vulnerable to further stress. The good news is that the brain is resilient. Practices like mindfulness, exercise, and social connection can reverse some of these changes, restoring balance. Stress literally reshapes the mind. But so does recovery. It is a powerful reminder that mental states are not abstract clouds hovering above the brain, but biological forces carving pathways into its very stilling structure. Meditation can thicken the brain regions linked to calm and focus. Meditation may feel like simply sitting quietly, but inside the brain, profound changes unfold. Brain imaging research shows that consistent meditation practice can thicken the prefrontal cortex, strengthening attention and emotional regulation. It also improves connectivity within networks associated with empathy and compassion, while decreasing activity in the amygdala, which can soften stress responses and reactivity. Long-term practitioners frequently display increased gray matter density, especially in regions linked to self-awareness and perspective-taking. These shifts have been observed even in beginners after only a few weeks of practice, suggesting the effects are not reserved for lifelong devotion. In a world filled with constant stimulation, meditation provides a method to gradually reshape the brain towards steadiness. The simple repetition of breath and focused awareness can begin forming new neural pathways. This suggests that peace of mind is not merely an emotion, but a trainable skill, supported by physical change in the brain. Some advanced meditation practitioners have demonstrated an ability to influence body temperature through focused thought. In the high Himalayas, monks practicing intensive techniques have reportedly dried wet sheets placed over their shoulders in near-freezing conditions using heat generated internally. Scientists studying this phenomenon have found that certain meditation practices can influence the autonomic nervous system, regulating heart rate, blood pressure, and even temperature. Brain scans show unusual patterns of activity during these states, suggesting that years of disciplined practice can unlock access to bodily processes, usually calm, considered automatic. While few reach this level of mastery, the experiments reveal the astonishing reach of the mind over the body. The idea that focused thought alone can warm the flesh in icy winds feels almost superhuman. And yet it emerges from the same human brain we all share. It demonstrates the depth of untapped potential woven quietly into the folds of our minds. Daydreaming activates a special brain network. When your thoughts drift, you are not switching off, you are switching networks. Neuroscientists call it the default mode network, a constellation of brain regions that light up when you're at rest, not focused on the outside world. This network weaves together memories, imagines possible futures, and explores scenarios in a kind of inner simulation. Far from being idle, daydreaming is essential for creativity, problem-solving, and even empathy. It is during these moments of quiet drift that your brain knits experiences into stories, forming the narrative of your life. The wandering mind is not a distraction from reality, but an expansion of it, testing paths you have not yet walked. So the next time your attention slips, remember that your brain is busy in its own theater, painting landscapes, rehearsing futures, and weaving the fabric of your inner bar. World memory is rewritten every time you recall it. We often imagine memory as a video archive faithfully storing past events. But neuroscience reveals that memory is dynamic. Each time you recall an event, your brain reconstructs it from scattered fragments across different regions. In the process, details can be altered, forgotten, or even unintentionally replaced. This phenomenon, called reconsolidation, means that memory is less like a file and more like a story retold, changing subtly with each telling. It explains why eyewitness testimony can be unreliable, or why cherished memories shift with time. But it also allows memories to be updated, softening trauma or reshaping learning. In a sense, the past is always alive, being rewritten in the present. Every memory you revisit is not a static recording, but a living narrative adapted to who you are now, proving that your sense of history is itself a work of the prow. Imagination. Traumatic memories can alter the brain's physical structure. Severe trauma does not only haunt the mind, it imprints itself in the brain's anatomy. Post-traumatic stress disorder is associated with shrinkage of the hippocampus, heightened activity in the amygdala, and weakened control from the prefrontal dark cortex. These changes explain why traumatic memories can feel vivid, intrusive, and emotionally overwhelming. The brain essentially shifts into a state of hypervigilance, as if danger is always near. But research also shows that with therapy, support, and time, some of these structural changes can heal, with the hippocampus regaining volume and regulation, pathways strengthening. Trauma reshapes the brain, but recovery reshapes it too. Each pathway altered by fear can be counterbalanced by new circuits of safety and resilience. The scars of trauma are written into neural tissue, but so too are the patterns of healing, a testament to the brain's enduring capacity for renewal. The brain can erase memories under certain conditions. Memory feels permanent, but in reality, it is fragile and malleable. Scientists have found that under certain conditions, particularly when memories are reactivated and enter a flexible state called reconsolidation, they can be sold, altered, even erased. In animal studies, specific drugs given at the right moment can block a memory from being stored again, effectively deleting it. Though this research is still early, it raises both hopeful and troubling possibilities. The ability to weaken traumatic memories for therapy, or the risk of manipulating memory itself. Even without drugs, the brain sometimes erases memories naturally, pruning unused connections to make room for new learning. Forgetting is not a flaw, but a feature, a way to keep the mind uncluttered. It shows that memory is not etched in stone, but written in sand, always subject to being reshaped, softened, or washed away entirely. Scientists can sometimes trigger lost memories with electrical stimulation. In certain neurosurgeries, when electrodes stimulate specific brain regions, patients suddenly recall vivid, long-forgotten memories. A woman may hear her childhood piano lessons as if they're happening again, or a man may relive standing on a familiar street corner decades earlier. These moments are not vague impressions, but detailed sensory recreations compete with sounds, smells, and emotions.
The effect suggests that even memories long thought forgotten may still exist in hidden neural traces, waiting for the right spark to bring them alive. This discovery reveals the depth of the brain storage, a vast archive far larger than daily awareness can access. While science is far from being able to summon memories at will, these glimpses show that your past is not gone, but slumbering, embedded in the folds of the mind, like books on an endless shelf waiting to be reopened. Memories can be strengthened during sleep with subtle cues. During sleep, your brain doesn't just rest, it consolidates memory, weaving the day's experiences into lasting form. Experiments show that memories can even be nudged stronger with subtle cues.
In one study, participants learned a set of word pairs or spatial tasks, while a specific sound or smell played. Later, when the same cue was softly presented during deep sleep, those memories became more robust, as if the brain rehearsed them unconsciously. This phenomenon, called targeted memory reactivation, highlights how the sleeping brain is actively at work sorting, strengthening, and sometimes reshaping the day's LE information. It suggests that learning does not stop when you close your eyes. In fact, sleep may be the most important stage of all. The idea that a faint whiff of a scent or a soft tone can reach into the dreaming brain and solidify memory is both eerie and wondrous. The brain replays experiences like a movie during dreams. While you sleep, your brain is far from idle. Neurons fire in patterns that resemble waking activity, as if replaying the day's experiences, like scenes from a film. In animals, scientists have recorded brain cells firing in the same sequence during sleep that they did while the animal explored a maze, compressed like a time-lapse replay. In humans, dreams often echo fragments of recent life, stitched into surreal narratives. This replay is thought to help consolidate memory, reinforcing learning by reactivating the neural circuits involved. It's as though the brain is editing a movie of your life, spicing together the keyframes and saving them to long-term storage. The result is both practical and poetic. The dream world serves as rehearsal and archive, taking the raw footage of waking and crafting it into something lasting. A record edged into the mind's hidden vaults. Dreams may be the brain's way of cleaning and reorganizing itself. Why do we dream? One intriguing idea is that dreams serve as the brain's nighttime housekeeping. By weaving strange stories, the brain may be testing associations, pruning weak connections, and strengthening useful ones. This process could explain why dreams often mix unrelated images or people. The brain is reorganizing memory networks, trying out combinations, discarding some and keeping others. The bizarre narratives are a side effect of this deeper work. Some researchers also suggest that dreaming helps regulate emotion, replaying stressful events in safer symbolic forms. Whatever their exact purpose, dreams appear to be more than idle fantasy. They are the brain's nocturnal workshop, tuning its circuits, washing away the clutter of the day, and reorganizing the mind for clarity. The surreal landscapes of dreams may be the visible trace of a hidden process. The brain quietly tending to itself in the dark. Sleep helps wash away waste from the brain. During the day, your brain produces metabolic waste, including proteins linked to disorders like Alzheimer's. At night, something remarkable happens. The brain cells shrink slightly, allowing cerebral spinal fluid to wash through the tissue, clearing away debris. This glymphatic system is like a nightly rinse cycle, flushing toxins and restoring balance. The process is so effective that a single night of poor sleep measurably increases waste buildup.
This discovery highlights sleep's vital role not only in memory and mood, but in physical brain health. Just as the body needs rest to heal, the brain needs sleep to cleanse itself. When you drift into slumber, you are not only recharging energy, but also bathing the mind in its own silent tide, sweeping away what is no longer needed and leaving behind a refreshed, clearer landscape for the next day's thoughts to grow upon. The brain shrinks slightly during the day and re-expands at night. Your brain subtly changes size over the course of a single day. MRI scans reveal that the brain shrinks slightly during waking hours, compressed by the demands of activity, and then re-expands during sleep as it camel recovers. This rhythm reflects the ebb and flow of fluid cellular activity and metabolic processes, a daily tide within the skull. The changes are tiny fractions of a percent, but significant enough to be measurable. It may be one reason why you feel foggy after long days and refreshed after rest. Your brain has literally shifted shape, contracting under the strain of wakefulness and ABR, swelling gently back during slumber. This cycle reminds us that the brain is not static stone, but living tissue constantly in motion, pulsing with fluids, expanding and shrinking like the tide, following the quiet rhythms of day and night. Your brain keeps working while you sleep. Far from switching off, your brain stays busy when you sleep. It sorts through memories, regulates hormones, fine-tunes immune responses, and rehearses skills learned during the day. Certain stages of sleep, like MUF, are especially active, with brain activity resembling wakefulness. This hidden labor explains why sleep deprivation so quickly affects mood, memory, and health. It also explains the flashes of creativity or sudden clarity that sometimes greet you upon waking. The brain has been solving problems in the background. In this sense, sleep is less about shutting down and more about shifting modes from external engagement to internal maintenance. Every night, as the body lies still, the brain is a quiet workshop, repairing, reinforcing, and reorganizing. It reminds us that rest is not idleness, but an essential part of being alive, where the unseen work of the brain prepares you for another day. The brain produces psychedelic states on its own, even without drugs. Psychedelic visions are not confined to substances. The brain can generate them spontaneously. Under conditions like sensory deprivation, fasting, meditation, or even illness, people sometimes report vivid geometric patterns, lights, or mystical experiences. Scientists suggest these arise when normal brain rhythms become disrupted, allowing deeper networks to spill chaotic imagery into consciousness. Remarkably, these experiences often involve the same neural pathways engaged by psychedelic drugs, showing that the potential for such visions exists in everyone. The kaleidoscope of the mind is built in, waiting under the surface. This may explain why cultures across history have described visions during trance, prayer, or near-death experiences. The brain itself carries the seeds of altered states capable of producing worlds of light, color, and meaning without any external catalyst. The capacity for wonder woven into neural tissue is part of what makes consciousness so strange and profound. Some people can control their dreams with lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming is the rare ability to realize you are dreaming while the dream continues. With practice, some people can even shape the dream, flying through imagined skies or speaking with dream characters. Neuroscientists find that lucid dreaming involves unusual activity in the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain linked to self-awareness and control. Training methods like reality checks during the day or setting intentions before sleep can increase the likelihood of lucid dreams. These experiences feel astonishingly real, blending the vividness of dreaming with the clarity of waking. For some, lucid dreaming is simply playful exploration. For others, it is a tool for creativity, therapy, or overcoming nightmares. The idea that you can awaken inside your own dream, steering the story of the night, shows just how thin the boundary is between reality and imagination within the brain. Your brain holds more connections than all the stars in the Milky Way. Inside your skull is a network so vast, it defies comprehension. The human brain contains roughly 86 billion neurons, and each of those can form thousands of connections called synapses. Altogether, the number of connections reaches into the hundreds of trillions, more than there are stars in the Milky Way galaxy. These connections are not static. They strengthen, weaken, or vanish depending on experience, forming the ever-changing map of who you are. Every thought, memory, and skill depends on patterns across this astronomical web. It is humbling to realize that the night sky, filled with stars beyond counting, is mirrored in miniature inside each of us. The scale suggests that the brain is not just an organ, but a cosmos of its own. A galaxy of living connections, endlessly shifting, flickering, and weaving the story of your life. The brain generates hallucinations without any external stimulus. Hallucinations are not always caused by drugs or illness. Sometimes the brain produces them on its own. In sensory deprivation chambers, people often begin to see lights, patterns, or hear phantom sounds after only hours. Patients with Parkinson's disease may gloop small animals or figures that aren't there. Even healthy individuals can experience hypnagogic hallucinations as they fall asleep. Vivid images and sounds conjured entirely by the brain. These experiences happen because perception is not a direct window onto reality. It is a construction assembled from incoming signals and the brain's predictions. When input falters or circuits misfire, the brain fills the gap with its own creations. Hallucinations remind us that consciousness is not a fixed recording of the world, but a living, generative process. At times, the brain becomes its own projector, casting images onto the screen of awareness without any world outside. A jolt of electricity can change your mood in seconds. The brain runs on electricity, and even a tiny current in the right spot can alter how you feel. In clinical settings, direct stimulation of certain brain regions has been shown to lift depression almost instantly, replace despair with laughter, or spark intense calm. Transcranial magnetic stimulation, which uses pulses of magnetic fields, can similarly nudge mood and cognition. These treatments are being explored as therapies for disorders resistant to medication, offering new hope for people who suffer from chronic depression, anxiety. The effect can be startling. Sadness evaporates, joy appears, or fear dissolves, all from a few seconds of electrical influence. While the brain is a seat of identity, these experiments show that emotions, which feel so deeply personal, are also products of physical circuits. A shift in electricity can ripple into the mind's most intimate experiences, transforming perception and mood in an instant. Placebos can trigger real brain chemistry changes.
The placebo effect is not just all in your head. It is literally in your brain. When someone believes a treatment will help, their brain often responds by releasing real chemicals that mirror the expected effect. Placebo painkillers can prompt the brain to release endorphins, natural opioids stronger than many drugs. Placebo antidepressants can adjust serotonin pathways, lifting mood. In brain scans, these effects are visible. The same circuits that respond to medicine often respond to belief. The placebo effect highlights how expectation and trust are powerful biological forces able to shape perception, pain, and healing. It softens the boundary between mind and body, revealing that belief itself can function like medicine. The brain is not merely a passive receiver of treatment, but an active partner in recovery, able to release its own internal pharmacy when the narrative of relief becomes convincing enough. In some cases, the brain can generate natural painkillers more potent than morphine. Within the brain are endogenous opioids, chemicals that ease pain and promote calm, known as endorphins and enkephalins. These substances attach to the same receptors that morphine targets, sometimes creating even stronger effects. They can flood the body during exercise, laughter, or intense stress. In doing so, they act as an internal protective shield. The runner's high illustrates this, a state of exhilaration where discomfort fades as endorphins rise. Likewise, during emergencies, some individuals do not feel injuries until later, once the brain's natural analgesics diminish. These systems evolved to support survival, dulling pain long enough to allow escape or defense. It means that your brain carries its own pharmacy, ready to release powerful medicine when needed. Every moment of relief, joy, or endurance may be traced back to these quiet molecules, shimmering in your brain's hidden chemistry. The same brain circuit fires for physical and emotional pain. Heartbreak feels like it hurts, and in a way, it does. Neuroscientists have found that the same brain regions that light up when you stub your toe or burn your hand also activate when you experience rejection, grief, or social loss. The anterior cingulate cortex and insula, key centers for pain processing, don't distinguish much between the sting of the body and the ache of the heart. This overlap suggests that social bonds are as vital to survival as avoiding physical harm. Evolution may have wired emotional pain into the same circuits that ensure we stay connected. It explains why loneliness and loss feel physically crushing, and why painkillers can sometimes soften emotional suffering. The discovery reveals how deeply entangled the physical and emotional worlds are. In the brain, pain is not only a sensation, but a signal of connection. Broken. Laughter activates multiple regions across the brain at once. Laughter may feel effortless, but it is one of the most complex acts the brain performs. It engages the prefrontal cortex, which processes context and humor, the limbic system, which handles emotion, and the motor cortex, which coordinates the rhythmic movements of breath and voice. Brain scans show that laughter is not confined to a single spot, but lights up circuits across the mind in a joyful cascade. This wide activation may be why laughter feels so freeing. It synchronizes many regions at once. Laughter also floods the brain with endorphins, lowering stress and boosting connection. It is social glue, bonding people together through shared rhythm. The act that feels spontaneous and light-hearted is in fact a symphony of neural activity. Every chuckle is a full brain performance, reminding us that joy is not just felt in the heart, but orchestrated in the brain. The brain's mirror neurons make you feel others' emotions. When you see someone smile, your brain doesn't just recognize it, it partially mirrors it. Special cells called mirror neurons fire when you perform an action and when you see someone else perform it. They are thought to underlie empathy, allowing you to feel echoes of others' emotions. This is why watching someone cry can make your own throat tighten, or seeing a yawn can trigger one in you. Mirror neurons blur the boundary between self and other, weaving invisible threads of connection. They may have been crucial for learning and social bonding, letting humans share skills and feelings across a group. While their exact role is still debated, the idea is profound that much of what you feel is not only your own, but a reflection of the world around you. Your brain is, in many ways, an empathetic mirror. The brain can generate a sense of time that speeds up or slows down. Have you noticed how time seems to stretch during moments of fear or collapse into flashes during joy? This distortion is born in the brain. Internal clocks distributed across regions like the basal ganglia and cerebellum constantly track intervals. But emotion, attention, and arousal warp the signals, making seconds feel longer or shorter than they are. In emergencies, the brain lays down more detailed memories, creating the impression that time has slowed. In flow states, playing music, painting, or running, the opposite happens, and hours vanish in what feels like minutes. Time is not absolute in the mind, but elastic, bent by circumstance and feeling. The physics of the clock may march steadily, but the brain's time is fluid, stretching and compressing to fit the landscape of experience, making every moment uniquely human in its texture. Bilingual brains grow denser gray matter than monolingual brains. Speaking more than one language does more than expand communication. It reshapes the brain itself. Bilingual individuals often show greater density of gray matter in regions linked to memory, attention, and executive control. Constantly switching between languages strengthens the brain's flexibility, improving multitasking and focus. It also seems to protect against cognitive decline, delaying the onset of dementia. In some studies, the act of juggling vocabularies and grammar builds resilience into the mind, like a workout for neural circuits. Even learning a new language later in life can spark growth, proving the brain never loses its capacity to change. The benefits extend beyond linguistics. Bilingual brains tend to show sharper problem-solving skills and more adaptable thought patterns. Each word learned is not just a tool for speaking, but a brick in the architecture of a stronger, more resilient brain. Reading activates nearly the entire brain at once. When you read a sentence, it feels effortless, almost automatic. But inside your brain is performing a symphony of activity. The visual cortex decodes the shapes of letters. Language centers in the temporal lobe process meaning. The prefrontal cortex organizes comprehension, and even motor regions subtly engage as if rehearsing the motions of speech. Reading can also stir emotional areas, lighting up memory and imagination as you picture scenes and feel characters' emotions. In this way, reading is one of the few activities that recruits nearly the entire brain. Each page is not just ink on paper, but a workout across vision, language, memory, and empathy. It explains why reading strengthens cognition and why stories feel so immersive. They enlist the whole brain in creating an inner world. The act of following words on a page is, in truth, a full brain experience. Every thought you have leaves a physical trace in your brain. Thoughts may seem intangible, but each one leaves behind a physical imprint. When neurons fire together, their connections strengthen slightly, a process often summed up as cells that fire together, wire together. Over time, repeated thoughts or habits carve pathways into the brain, making them easier to recall or repeat. This is why practicing gratitude can change mood, or why rehearsing skills makes them second nature. Even fleeting ideas spark microscopic adjustments in synapses. The brain is like clay, reshaped moment by moment, molded by the currents of consciousness. It means that who you are today is built from the accumulation of your thoughts, each leaving a trace on the living tissue of your mind. Nothing is lost. Every passing idea contributes to the architecture of self, etching a delicate, invisible history into the brain's vast network of connections. Brains of extreme athletes show special adaptations to fear. Free solo climbers, big wave surfers, and wingsuit flyers appear fearless in situations most would find overwhelming. Brain scans reveal that these extreme athletes often have unusual patterns of activity in their amygdala, the fear center of the brain. Instead of showing heightened responses, their amygdalas remain calmer, allowing them to act with focus where others might freeze. Some of this may be innate, but much is also trained. Repeated exposure to danger conditions the brain, teaching it to regulate fear and channel adrenaline. These adaptations give them an edge, letting them perform with clarity in life-threatening environments. It doesn't mean they lack fear entirely. Rather, their brains process it differently, translating it into calm concentration. These findings show that even the most primal emotions like terror can be reshaped by experience, sculpting the mind into something astonishingly resilient under pressure. Some brains solve math problems by recruiting visual regions. Not everyone's brain tackles math in the same way. In some people, solving equations activates not just traditional numerical regions, but also areas devoted to vision and spatial reasoning. They may see numbers as shapes, arrange calculations as mental diagrams, or imagine equations as movements in space. This visual approach can give them unique strengths, allowing rapid problem-solving or intuitive leaps that feel less like calculation and more like perception. Brain scans confirm that these individuals light up the occipital cortex, normally reserved for sight, while working through math. It suggests that mathematical thought is not confined to a single brain circuit, but can recruit many pathways depending on the individual. Numbers are not just abstract symbols, but flexible tools, and the brain adapts to use them in whatever way it can. For some, math is not only logic, but a kind of inner vision. Extreme memory champions use brain tricks anyone can learn. People who compete in memory championships seem superhuman, memorizing thousands of digits or entire decks of cards in minutes. Yet most of them are not born with unusual brains. Instead, they use ancient techniques like the memory palace, where information is stored as vivid images placed along an imagined path through a familiar building. Brain scans show that when they perform these feats, regions linked to spatial navigation are unusually active, as if they are walking through mental landscapes. Fill par with symbolic objects. This method works because the brain is naturally wired to remember places and images far better than raw numbers. With practice, anyone can improve memory this way, though few reach championship levels. These findings prove that extraordinary memory is less about innate talent and more about harnessing the brain's hidden strengths, turning recall into a pre-creative act of imagination. The brain can restructure entirely after just weeks of practice. It might seem that meaningful brain change takes years, but scans reveal that just weeks of practice can leave a measurable imprint. Learning to juggle, for example, has been shown to increase gray matter in regions linked to hand-eye coordination after only a month. Language learning, music lessons, or even memory exercises can spark similar changes. This rapid remodeling underscores how sensitive the brain is to training and repetition. Circuits expand to meet demand, like muscles growing with exercise. Even short bursts of dedicated effort reshape the architecture of the mind. The discovery is empowering. Change does not require decades. With consistent practice, the brain begins rewiring itself almost immediately. The mind is a dynamic organ, always adapting, capable of growth at any stage of life. Every new skill learned leaves behind structural echoes, proof of the brain's extraordinary capacity for transformation. The brain's plasticity makes each person's path of growth unique. Though all human brains share the same basic structure, each one grows and adapts in a way no other does. Plasticity, the brain's ability to rewire, means that your experiences, habits, and environment carve unique patterns of connectivity. Even identical twins with the same DNA develop distinct brains as they live different lives. This uniqueness explains why people vary so widely in talents, memories, and even vulnerabilities. Every choice you make, from hobbies to friendships to challenges overcome, reshapes the neural map. Far from being fixed, the brain is a personal creation sculpted by living. It means there is no single blueprint for growth. Your brain's pathways are as individual as your fingerprints. The story of your life is literally written into its folds, making your mind a one-of-a-kind landscape shaped by the experiences only you have walked. The brain sometimes moves your body before you decide to. When you reach for a cup or press a button, it feels like your conscious will drives the action. But experiments show that the brain's motor regions begin preparing movements fractions of a second before you become aware of deciding. In the famous Libet experiment, brain activity predicting a choice appeared hundreds of milliseconds before participants reported making it. This suggests that consciousness may not initiate action, but narrate it afterward, weaving the sense of free will into a story. While the debate is ongoing, the findings raise profound questions. How much of what we do is chosen, and how much is prepared unconsciously? Rather than diminishing human agency, it may highlight how deeply integrated conscious and unconscious processes are. You are not just a pilot at the controls. You are also the plane, the engines, and the sky through which decisions fly.
Your conscious mind may only notice a fraction of what your brain does. Your conscious awareness is like the tip of an iceberg, visible but tiny compared to the vast unseen below. Most brain activity happens outside awareness, regulating heartbeat, filtering sensory input, storing memories, and even shaping decisions before they double aim. Surface. At any moment, the brain is processing millions of signals, but only a thin stream enters consciousness. This stream is enough to give you a coherent sense of self and world, but it is a fraction of the whole. Experiments show that choices, feelings, and perceptions often form unconsciously, with awareness arriving only after the fact. The conscious mind is more like a narrator than a controller, telling the story of what the larger brain has already set in motion. It is humbling to realize that the you-know is only a small window onto the vast, hidden theater of the mind. Brain scans can sometimes detect decisions before you're aware of them. In cutting-edge experiments, scientists have used brain scans to predict choices seconds before participants became conscious of deciding. For example, by monitoring activity in the prefrontal and parietal lobes, researchers could forecast whether someone would press a left or right button long before this reported making the choice. This doesn't mean free will is an illusion, but it does suggest that decisions arise gradually, shaped by unconscious activity that bubbles up into awareness. Consciousness may be the final stage in a longer chain. The moment the brain's hidden debate crosses a threshold. These studies blur the line between thought and action, raising deep questions about control and identity. If your brain knows before you do, then who exactly is the you that decides? Perhaps selfhood is not a single voice, but the culmination of countless neural murmurs converging into awareness. The brain processes images faster than the blink of an eye. Your eyes take in information constantly, but it's your brain that makes sense of the flood. Astonishingly, research shows the brain can process a visual image in as little as 13 milliseconds, far faster than the time it takes to blink. This remarkable speed lets you recognize a friend's face in a crowd, or notice a bird flashing across the sky almost at once. The brain's visual system operates in parallel, with separate regions processing color, motion, shape, and depth at the same time, before weaving those elements into a unified scene. The efficiency is so refined that you may identify an object before you are consciously aware of having seen it. This rapid perception reflects how evolution shaped the brain for survival, enabling real-time responses to the environment. Each glance becomes a quiet demonstration of speed and accuracy. The brain also generates tiny magnetic fields with every thought. Whenever neurons activate, they produce not only electrical impulses, but also faint magnetic signals. These fields are extraordinarily small, billions of times weaker than Earth's magnetic field. Yet highly sensitive tools, such as magnetoencephalography, can detect them from outside the skull. By tracking these subtle magnetic traces, scientists map brain activity with impressive detail, observing changes from millisecond to millisecond. It means that every thought, every flicker of memory or dream leaves a magnetic trace in the air around your head. These signals are so delicate that they require rooms shielded from all other electromagnetic noise to measure. The existence of these fields underscores the brain's dual nature, as both a biological and a physical system, humming with electricity and magnetism. Even though you cannot feel them, the magnetic echoes of your thoughts shimmer constantly,
invisible halos radiating from the most mysterious organ you carry. The brain feels no pain. Paradoxically, the organ that generates your experience of pain cannot feel pain itself. Surgeons can operate on the brain while patients are awake. And though the surrounding tissues of the scalp and skull are sensitive, the brain's neurons lack pain receptors. This is why neurosurgery can be performed with patients fully conscious, helping doctors map brain regions by asking them to speak, move, or even laugh during the path procedure. It also explains why headaches don't originate from brain tissue, but from surrounding structures like blood vessels, muscles, and membranes. The brain is exquisitely sensitive to temperature, pressure, and chemistry in terms of function, but numb to pain in its own tissue. This strange fact underscores the difference between perceiving pain and generating it. The brain is the conductor of the symphony of sensation, but its own instrument remains curiously silent. The brain has a default mode network that lights up when you daydream. When your mind wanders, drifting to past memories, imagining the future, or rehearsing conversations, a special set of regions called the default mode network, DMN, comes alive. This network, spanning the medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate cortex, and other areas, is less active during focused external tasks, but lights up during introspection. Far from being idle, the DMN is thought to weave the threads of your personal narrative, maintaining a sense of self across time. It links memory to imagination, helping you simulate possible futures and reflect on meaning. The discovery of the DMN reshaped neuroscience, showing that the brain's resting state is actually one of its busiest. Daydreaming, often dismissed as distraction, turns out to be essential for creativity, self-reflection, and problem-solving. When your thoughts wander, your brain is not switching off. It is exploring the inner landscapes that make you who you are. Certain brain waves may synchronize across groups of people. When people gather, their brains may subtly align. Studies using EEG have found that individuals watching the same movie, listening to music, or engaging in conversation can show synchronized brainwave patterns. This phenomenon, sometimes called neural coupling, suggests that shared experiences literally bring minds into rhythm. Teachers and students, performers and audiences, even groups of friends laughing together, often show heightened synchronization, reflecting a shared focus and emotional connection. The effect may explain why collective experiences feel powerful, why music unites crowds, and why storytelling has such impact. In these moments, the boundaries between minds blur, as if individual brains become instruments in a larger orchestra of thought. The discovery reveals that human connection is not just metaphorical, but measurable in brain rhythms, beating together in quiet harmony when we share attention, emotion, and presence. Brain cells talk not only with electricity, but with light-like flashes. Neurons communicate primarily with electrical impulses and chemical signals, but researchers have discovered that they may also emit tiny flashes of light, known as biophotons. These ultra-weak photons are produced during certain chemical reactions in neurons. Though faint, they hint at the possibility of a light-based layer of communication in the brain. Some scientists speculate that these flashes might influence neural activity or serve as byproducts of metabolism, though their role remains mysterious.
The idea that your thoughts could be accompanied by tiny sparks of light inside your skull is both poetic and profound. While much remains unknown, the discovery reminds us that the brain may harbor levels of communication still beyond our understanding. It is not only an electrical network, but perhaps a luminous one too, flickering with light like whispers that illuminate the hidden depths of consciousness. The brain produces more than 80 different neurochemicals. The brain is a bustling chemical laboratory, generating a vast array of neurotransmitters and neuromodulators. These include familiar names like dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin, but also dozens more with subtle, intricate roles from regulating sleep, appetite, to shaping mood, potentiation, and learning. Each chemical acts like a note in the symphony of the mind, balancing excitation and inhibition, sharpening focus or softening stress. The sheer number, over 80 known varieties, underscores the brain's complexity. It isn't powered by a single fuel, but by an orchestra of molecules, each binding to billions of receptors, orchestrating thought and feeling. The balance is delicate shifts in even one and ripple across the system, altering perception and behavior. This biochemical richness makes the brain adaptable, resilient, and sometimes unpredictable. A reminder that every mood or idea emerges from the invisible power interplay of a molecular storm. Dopamine shapes your sense of motivation and reward. Often nicknamed the pleasure chemical, dopamine is better understood as the brain's signal for motivation and reward prediction.
When you anticipate something good, a delicious meal, a text from a loved one, or the satisfaction of completing a task, dopamine surges, nudging you forward. It doesn't just make you feel good, it wires motivation into action, teaching the brain which behaviors are worth repeating. Too little dopamine can sap drive and focus, while too much can fuel compulsions or risky behavior. Dopamine's influence stretches from habit formation to addiction, from everyday satisfaction to long-term goals. It is the brain's way of tagging certain experiences with a bright marker. This matters. Far from being a simple pleasure switch, dopamine is the architect of effort and desire, shaping the pursuit of joy and weaving motivation into the rhythm of daily life. Oxytocin can change how much you trust someone. Known as the bonding hormone, oxytocin flows during hugs, childbirth, and moments of closeness. In the brain, it enhances trust, empathy, and social connection. Experiments show that people given oxytocin are more likely to cooperate, share, or take social risks. It is one of the key molecules that turn relationships into lasting bonds, weaving the invisible ties of family, friendship, and love. But oxytocin is not universally good. It can also increase in-group favoritism, sharpening the divide between us and them. This dual role reveals its evolutionary purpose to foster trust within close groups, strengthening survival even at the cost of suspicion toward outsiders. Oxytocin's effects remind us that biology shapes even our deepest feelings of connection. Every warm embrace, every surge of trust, every bond of love is supported by this small but mighty chemical messenger whispering through the brain. Serotonin influences mood, sleep, and appetite all at once. Serotonin is one of the brain's most versatile chemicals, influencing mood,
sleep cycles, digestion, and even perception. Balanced serotonin levels are linked to feelings of calm and well-being, while imbalances are associated with depression and anxiety. It plays a crucial role in regulating appetite and sleep, helping the body maintain steady rhythms. Some psychedelic substances work by mimicking serotonin, altering perception in profound ways. About 90% of the body's serotonin is produced in the gut, highlighting the deep connection between digestion and mood, the so-called gut-brain axis. Serotonin demonstrates how no single function in the brain is isolated. Instead, one molecule can influence many aspects of life simultaneously. Each moment of contentment, every smooth night of rest, every appetite for food or experience is shaped in part by serotonin's quiet orchestration, linking mind and body in a shared chemical rhythm. The brain stores languages in different locations depending on age learned.
If you learn a second language as a child, your brain tucks it into the same region as your first, weaving the two together seamlessly. But if you learn later in life, the new language is stored in a slightly different area, neighboring but distinct. This separation explains why children can switch between languages effortlessly, while adults may struggle to suppress interference from their native tongue. Brain scans confirm that the timing of exposure shapes the architecture of language storage, highlighting the brain's flexibility during development. Early learning integrates languages into a single system. Later learning builds parallel but separate circuits. This discovery shows how the brain's plasticity changes with age, and why childhood is such a golden window for language. It also underscores that even in adulthood, the brain remains adaptable, constructing fresh neural maps to house new words and worlds. The brain processes your inner voice like external speech. That silent voice in your head, the one that reads words, replays conversations, or plans what to say, is treated by your brain much like actual sound. Neuroiming shows that inner speech activates auditory and language processing areas, as though you are hearing your own words. This is why inner dialogue can feel so vivid, and why the brain can sometimes confuse imagined voices with real ones, as in certain psychiatric conditions. The inner voice plays a crucial role in memory planning and self-regulation, giving thought a structured verbal shape. Far from being an abstract phenomenon, it is a concrete process echoing through auditory circuits. Every time you talk silently, your brain rehearses sound without producing it, weaving language into thought. In a sense, you are always both the speaker and a listener in your own mind, narrating life's unfolding moment by moment. The teenage brain rewires itself in waves of change. Adolescence is not just a storm of hormones, but a profound neurological remodeling. During the teenage years, the brain prunes excess synapses, streamlining connections for efficiency while simultaneously strengthening circuits linked to decision, making, social interaction, and emotional regulation. These changes occur unevenly. The limbic system, which processes emotion and reward, develops earlier, while the prefrontal cortex, responsible for dequire, judgment, and impulse control, matures later. This imbalance explains the thrill-seeking, risk-taking, and intensity of teenage behavior. Far from being flaws, these shifts prepare the brain for adulthood, fostering flexibility, learning, and independence. The rewiring unfolds in waves, making adolescence a period of both vulnerability and incredible potential. What looks like chaos is in fact the brain reorganizing itself into a more powerful, efficient machine, laying down the architecture that will carry a person through the rest of their life. The brain doesn't finish developing until the mid-20s. While bodies reach physical maturity in late adolescence, the brain continues developing well into the mid-20s. The prefrontal cortex, the seat of planning, reasoning, and impulse control, is one of the last regions to fully mature. This extended timeline explains why young adults may still struggle with long-term decision-making or risk assessment, even though they appear fully grown. It also highlights the flexibility of early adulthood, a period when the brain is still refining pathways for judgment, empathy, and self-control. Far from being static, these years represent the final stage of brain development, blending youthful adaptability with the stability of maturity. Knowing this can reframe how we view the challenges of early adulthood, not as failures, but as part of the natural process of the brain completing its masterpiece. By the mid-20s, the architecture of thought finally settles into place. Infant brains build up to 1 million new connections per second. In the first years of life, the brain grows at a staggering pace. Each second, up to 1 million new synaptic connections bloom between neurons, weaving the foundations of perception, language, and movement. This explosive growth is fueled by the infant's constant absorption of the world. Every sound, sight, and touch etches itself into neural architecture. By age 3, a child's brain has far more synapses than of adults, a lush network later refined through pruning. This early abundance explains the extraordinary learning capacity of young children, who pick up languages, motor skills, and patterns with ease. It is a period of breathtaking neural construction, as though the brain were racing to lay down every possible pathway, ensuring survival and adaptability. The pace may slow later, but the early years leave lasting imprints, shaping the foundations of intelligence and personality for a lifetime. Babies are born with nearly all the neurons they'll ever have. At birth, an infant already carries around 86 billion neurons, nearly the full lifetime supply. What changes dramatically after birth is not the number of neurons, but the connections between them. Synapses sprout rapidly as the baby encounters the world, linking neurons into networks that support perception, movement, and language. The sheer number of neurons at birth provides the raw potential, but experience sculpts the pathways, deciding which circuits flourish and which are pruned away. This balance of abundance and refinement gives human beings their remarkable adaptability, allowing each child to grow into their unique environment. The fact that nearly all neurons are present at birth is a reminder that the brain arrives prepared for a lifetime of learning. Not empty, but primed with enormous potential, waiting for the world to shape the dense forest of connections that define thought. A child's brain is significantly more adaptable than an adult's. Young minds can heal from injuries, adjust to unfamiliar surroundings, and acquire abilities in ways mature brains often cannot. This remarkable adaptability stems from elevated neuroplasticity, the capacity of the brain to reorganize its own wiring. For instance, when one hemisphere in a child is damaged, the opposite side can at times assume the lost roles, something far more difficult in adulthood. Languages acquired early in life settle in naturally, whereas adults frequently struggle with pronunciation and fluency. The child's brain resembles soft clay, readily shaped by experience, while the adult brain is closer to fired ceramic, still capable of change but less pliable. Yet this adaptability carries a trade-off. Because their brains absorb influence so deeply, children can also be more susceptible to harmful environments. Even so, the malleability of a young mind accounts for its extraordinary ability to grow and adjust, forming individuals as distinct expressions of both biology and experience. Aging brains continue to produce new neurons in specific areas. For much of the 20th century, researchers believed that adults were incapable of generating new neurons. But research has overturned this dogma, showing that neurogenesis continues into old age, especially in the hippocampus, a region central to memory learning. These new neurons may help preserve cognitive flexibility, supporting the ability to adapt, learn, and form new memories even later in life. Exercise, enriched environments, and even meditation have been shown to encourage neurogenesis, suggesting practical ways to nurture the aging brain. While the overall rate of growth slows compared to childhood, the fact that it persists at all is remarkable. It means the brain is never fully fixed, but always evolving, even in advanced years. This discovery redefines aging not as inevitable decline, but as a stage where growth, renewal, and change still quietly unfold inside the mind. Some people maintain brilliant cognitive abilities into very old age. While many associate aging with mental decline, some individuals, often called super-agers, retain exceptional memory, focus, and problem-solving skills well into their 80s or 90s. Brain scans revealed that super-agers often have thicker cortices and stronger connectivity in regions related to attention and memory, resembling the brains of calmer, much younger people. Lifestyle factors such as physical activity, social engagement, lifelong learning, and resilience may contribute, but genetics also play a role. Super-agers challenge the assumption that decline is inevitable, showing that some brains not only endure but thrive with age. Their stories are inspiring reminders of the brain's resilience. Even as years accumulate, the mind can remain sharp, agile, and luminous. Each super-ager is living proof that the brain's journey does not follow a single path. For some, it continues to sparkle brilliantly, long after most expect it to fade. Alzheimer's disease slowly dismantles neural networks. Alzheimer's disease is one of the most devastating neurological conditions, progressively eroding memory, language, and reasoning. It begins with the buildup of amyloid plaques and Tow-Wangle's toxic proteins that disrupt communication between neurons. As networks break down, the hippocampus, the seat of memory, is among the first regions to falter. Over time, entire circuits collapse, leaving gaps in identity and awareness. What makes Alzheimer's so tragic is not only the loss of cognition, but the unraveling of the self as memories and personality fade. Yet, research also highlights resilience. Some brains develop plaques without symptoms, hinting at protective factors still being uncovered. Understanding Alzheimer's is a race against time, with scientists working to slow, prevent, or reverse its course. The disease reminds us of the brain's fragility, but also of its profound significance, the keeper of who we are. Some people's brains keep working from minutes after the heart stops. When the heart stops beating, most of the body shuts down almost instantly, but the brain lingers. In some cases, brain activity continues for several minutes after death, producing measurable waves that resemble those seen in deep sleep or meditation. A few people revived after cardiac arrest even report vivid awareness during the period when they were clinically gone, describing tunnels of light, voices, or were an expanded sense of time. Scientists debate whether these experiences come from residual bursts of electrical activity, a brain in survival overdrive, or something more mysterious. What's certain is that the brain does not flick off like a switch. Instead, it fades gradually, continuing to spark and hum in its final moments. These afterglow patterns remind us that consciousness is not so tightly bound to the heartbeat, but lingers on as if reluctant to fully release a toad. The brain can be fooled into thinking a fake rubber hand is your own. In the famous rubber hand illusion, a person rests their real hand out of sight, while a lilac rubber hand sits in front of them. When both the hidden hand and the fake hand are stroked at the same time, the brain merges the signals. Within minutes, many people feel as though the rubber hand is their own. Some even flinch when it's threatened. This experiment reveals how malleable body ownership is. The brain constantly weaves sensory inputs into a seamless sense of self, but it can be tricked. The illusion shows that our feeling of embodiment is not fixed, but constructed moment by moment. By bending the rules, scientists have demonstrated how easily the brain can be persuaded to redraw the boundaries of the body. What feels like you is in part a fragile story your brain tells and can rewrite. The brain can fill in missing vision, creating a seamless reality. Your eyes contain a natural blind spot where the optic nerve leaves the retina, a hole in your vision. Yet you never notice it because your brain automatically fills in the missing patch with surrounding detail. This happens not only for the blind spot, but in broader ways. When information is missing or obscured, the brain invents plausible details to maintain the our illusion of continuous perception. If part of a pattern is hidden, you still see it as whole. If letters are blurred, your mind supplies the missing shapes. The result is a seamless reality that feels complete. Even though gaps are constantly being patched, this creative editing shows that perception is not a passive recording, but an active construction. Every moment, the brain is quietly painting in the blanks, producing a world so smooth and convincing that you rarely realize it is partly imagined. People with certain brain lesions can't recognize faces, even loved ones. Imagine looking at your partner, your child, or your best friend and seeing only a stranger. This is the reality of propagnosia, or face blindness, often caused by damage to a small patch of the brain called the fusiform gyrus. People with this condition can see every feature, eyes, nose, mouth, but cannot assemble them into a recognizable whole. They may rely on voices, clothing, or mannerisms instead. Some describe faces as all the same. The most haunting part is that even deep emotional recognition can vanish. A loved one may feel unfamiliar. This reveals how specialized the brain is. A tiny area can govern the immense social skill of recognizing faces. For those who live with it, every introduction, every meeting is like encountering someone new, even if it's someone they have known all their lives. Certain people can see auras around others due to brain perception quirks. Some people report glowing colors shimmering around bodies,
often described as auras. While mystical explanations abound, science suggests that in at least some cases, this comes from neurological quirks. The condition called synthesia can cause senses to blend, making emotions or personalities trigger color perceptions. In rare visual processing differences, bright halos can appear around edges, particularly in high-contrast situations. Migraine sufferers sometimes see shimmering lights or colored outlines, which may contribute to aura-like experiences. Though not everyone perceives them, these brain-based phenomena demonstrate how subjective vision can be. For those who experience them, the world is infused with extra layers of light and color tied to perception rather than reality. Whether mystical, neurological, or somewhere in between, auras highlight how the brain can take ordinary sensory input and transform it into something vivid, strange, and deeply personal. The brain sometimes creates extra sensations that don't exist. Your brain can produce sensations, touches, sounds, even smells that arise from nowhere. This phenomenon, known as paresthesia or hallucination, reveals how perception is generated inside the nervous system, not merely received from the outside world. People may feel buzzing, tingling, or crawling on their skin without stimulus. They may hear phantom sounds, tinnitus, or smell odor that aren't there. These experiences occur when the brain misfires, activating sensory regions in the absence of input. They remind us that reality, as experienced, is a product of the brain's interpretation of signals, and that those signals can arise internally. Though sometimes unsettling, these phantom sensations underscore the creativity of the nervous system. The brain is not only a receiver, but a generator, able to conjure entire sensory experiences from nothing, convincing enough that they can feel utterly real. Phantom pain can be reduced by watching a mirror illusion. Amputees often experience phantom limb pain, sensations of discomfort, cramping, or burning in a limb that no longer exists. One of the most effective treatments involves nothing more than a mirror. In mirror therapy, a patient places their intact limb beside a mirror, creating the illusion that both limbs are present. When they move the healthy limb, the brain interprets the reflection as the missing one, updating its body map. For many, this simple trick relieves pain, sometimes dramatically. The therapy works because the brain's representation of the body can be recalibrated through visual feedback. What the eyes report can override what the nerves insist. This elegant solution demonstrates how perception and reality are intertwined. Even the absence of the limb can be soothed by a carefully crafted illusion. Proof of the brain's willingness to believe what it sees, the brain creates phantom limbs that feel real even when missing. After amputation, many people continue to feel the presence of the missing limb, sometimes with uncanny vividness. They may sense their fingers wiggling, their toes curling, or their hand resting on their lap, even though the limb is gone. These phantom limbs arise because the brain's map of the body, stored in the somatosensory cortex, does not immediately update. The neurons representing the missing part continue to fire, generating sensations as if it were still there. Over time, the brain may reorganize, but for many, the phantom persists, sometimes for years. This illustrates how the brain constructs the experience of the body internally, not simply from physical feedback. Your sense of embodiment is a neurological creation, and once established, it can outlast the body itself. Phantom limbs are a haunting but fascinating reminder of the mind's power to conjure presence from absence. tiny strokes can permanently alter personality. Not all strokes are dramatic.
Some are small, almost undetectable at first. Yet even tiny strokes, depending on location, can reshape personality in profound ways. A minor interruption in blood flow might affect the frontal lobes, leading to sudden impulsivity, loss of empathy, or flattened emotion. Others might spark irritability, apathy, or unusual fixation on routines. Families often notice the change first. A loved one feels different somehow, not themselves. These shifts reveal how closely identity is tied to specific neural circuits. We like to imagine personality as a stable essence, but it is also a fragile construction built on the functioning of delicate networks of cells. Tiny strokes expose this hidden truth. Even subtle damage can tilt the balance of traits that define us, reminding us how much of who we are depends on the power. Quiet health of the brain. The brain has specialized cells that map your physical environment. Inside your hippocampus are remarkable neurons called place cells. They fire only when you are in a specific location, essentially forming an internal map of space. Discovered in rats and later confirmed in humans, these cells allow you to know where you are in a room, a city, or even a maze of hallways. Related cells, called grid cells, provide a coordinate system laying out the geometry of your surroundings. Together, they give the brain a built-in GPS. This system explains how you can navigate familiar places without thinking, or suddenly recall a layout after years. It is also why damage to the hippocampus can cause disorientation, stripping away the brain's spatial compass. These specialized cells show that memory and navigation are intertwined. To know where you are is to know where you've been, and the brain records it with extraordinary precision. The brain's hippocampus acts like a time machine for memory. Deep within your brain, the hippocampus weaves together experiences into memory. When you recall the past, it doesn't simply retrieve a recording. It rebuilds the moment, piece by piece, like replaying a film. Scientists have found that hippocampal activity during recall mirrors its activity during the original event, as though it time travels back to the experience. This is why memories feel immersive. You don't just know what happened, you relive it. The hippocampus is also critical for imagining the future. Damage to it not only erases memory, but prevents people from picturing tomorrow. Past and future are built on the same mechanism, recombining fragments of experience. In this way, the hippocampus serves as your personal time machine, carrying you backward into yesterday and forward into the realm of possibility. Without it, you would be stranded in the present, unable to travel through your own life. Some people can remember events from the womb. It sounds impossible, but some people report vivid memories of sensations from before birth. Scientists once dismissed these as imagination, but research shows that later-stage fetuses can indeed form memories, responding to sounds, music, or voices they hear repeatedly in the womb. After birth, newborns recognize these sounds, calming at their mother's voice or familiar melodies. In rare cases, adults claim to recall these early impressions consciously. These prenatal memories are controversial, but they highlight the brain's astonishing ability to encode experience even before we breathe air. Whether remembered directly or imprinted unconsciously, the womb leaves its mark, a soundscape of muffled voices, rhythmic heartbeats, and surrounding warmth. Claims like these remind us that memory starts earlier than we assume, and that even before birth, the brain is already gathering moments, quietly storing traces of the very first world we encounter. The brain generates waves powerful enough to be sensed beyond the skull.
your mind is constantly alive with electrical motion.
Neurons discharge in coordinated rhythms, creating detectable oscillations known as brain waves. These distinct patterns, alpha, beta, theta, delta, correspond to states of thinking, relaxation, and sleep. What is extraordinary is that these waves can be captured from outside the skull through methods such as EEG. Sensors placed along the scalp register these subtle currents, converting neural activity into visible waveforms on a monitor. Even without touching the brain directly, refined instruments can measure the magnetic fields produced by neural firing. In essence, the concealed rhythms of thought extend past the body itself, gently radiating outward. Though they cannot be interpreted like words on a page, the reality that our internal experiences create external traces is remarkable. Each idea, dream, and feeling releases delicate signals into the surrounding world, faint signatures of the brain's continuous electrical orchestra.
Researchers have even recreated sounds from patterns of brain activity.
Imagine listening to music that exists solely within another person's mind. Neuroscientists are edging toward this possibility. By analyzing brain activity patterns when people listen to specific words or sounds, researchers have managed to reconstruct rough versions of what they were hearing. In some experiments, computer models trained on brain signals could generate recognizable speech from neural data alone. The reconstructions are imperfect, ghostly, and distorted, like hearing through static, but they hint at a future where inner experiences might be translated outward. This technology could someday give voice to people unable to speak by decoding the words forming silently in their minds. It also raises deep questions.
If thoughts can be reconstructed,
Where's the boundary between mind and machine? For now, the idea that electrical pulses in the brain can be reshaped into audible sound feels like science fiction slipping into reality. The brain sometimes produces sudden flashes of insight out of nowhere. Every so often, a solution or idea erupts into awareness, fully formed, as if delivered by lightning. These aha moments occur when different brain regions suddenly synchronize. Studies show that just before an insight, activity in the temporal lobe spikes, while the brain's rhythms shift toward gamma waves. In that instant, disparate ideas are woven together into a new whole. The experience feels magical because it bypasses conscious reasoning. The answer simply appears. Many creative breakthroughs, from scientific discoveries to artistic inspiration, have been born from such flashes. The brain seems to have a backstage workshop, quietly combining fragments until the curtain lifts.
these moments remind us that thinking is not always deliberate. Sometimes the greatest leaps arrive unbidden, like gifts. The mind works in silence and then, all at once, offers up a spark that can change everything. The brain lights up differently when you're in love. Love isn't just an emotion, it is a whole brain event. Scans show that when people are in love, regions tied to reward, motivation, and pleasure, especially the caudate nucleus and ventral tegmental area, ignite with activity. Dopamine, the brain's feel-good chemical, surges, producing euphoria, craving, and focus on the beloved. At the same time, regions tied to judgment and negative emotions quiet down, explaining the rose-colored glasses effect. In long-term bonds, another network emerges. Oxytocin and vasopressin circuits that foster trust and attachment. The pattern of activation shifts from fiery obsession to steady companionship. To the brain, Love is not abstract. It is chemistry, wiring, and circuits working in concert. Yet, what emerges from this web of activity feels larger than biology. A force that reshapes perception, fuels devotion, and gives human life its most comprofound connections. Babies' brains double in size during the first year of life. At birth, a baby's brain is only about a quarter of its eventual adult size. Yet within a single year, it doubles, exploding with new connections at a rate unmatched later in life. Neurons branch into dense forests of synapses, laying down the foundations for movement, language, and social understanding. A baby forms up to 1 million new connections per second, sculpted by experience. Every touch, sound, and smile builds the architecture of the mind. By age 3, the brain has twice as many synapses as an adult's, a surplus that will later be pruned back for efficiency. This early overgrowth ensures that infants can adapt to whatever environment they are born into. The astonishing growth of the first year reveals how the brain is not just pre-programmed, but actively shaped by the world. A living construction project built at dazzling speed. Some brains can withstand extreme injury yet still function. There are remarkable cases of people living with catastrophic brain injuries and functioning far better than anyone expected. One famous man lived a normal life despite missing most of his cerebral cortex, his skull largely filled with fluid. Others have survived with only half a brain, yet learned to walk, talk, and even attend school. This resilience comes from neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself. When one region is damaged, other areas can sometimes take over its functions, especially in children. Though limits exist, these stories reveal an astonishing adaptability. The brain is not rigid hardware, but a flexible network capable of rerouting itself when under pressure. Such survival defies intuition. We imagine the brain as fragile, yet it is also deeply robust, able to endure loss and still sustain the spark of consciousness against extraordinary odds. Your brain is the most complex known structure in the universe. Across the cosmos, we find galaxies, nebula, and stars. But nothing we know rivals the intricacy of the human brain. It contains around 86 billion neurons, each connecting to thousands of others, forming trillions of synapses. The number of possible connection patterns exceeds the number of atoms in the observable universe. Within this labyrinth lies consciousness, awareness, thought, memory, imagination. No other known structure packs so much density of function into such a small space. The brain is not only a receiver of the world, but a creator of inner worlds, capable of art, science, and reflection. To call it complex feels insufficient. It is a living universe of connections, endlessly dynamic. As far as we know, no star system or black hole rivaled the mystery of what rests quietly inside your skull. A cosmos folded into flesh. Your brain is still a mystery and may always be. After centuries of study, the brain remains the most profound riddle in science. We can measure its chemistry, map its circuits, and even watch it light up in real time. Yet the central question, how electrical pulses give rise to the feeling of being alive, is unsolved. consciousness, identity, imagination. These remain beyond complete explanation. The more we uncover, the deeper the mystery grows. Perhaps the brain is so complex, it can never fully know itself, like a book that cannot read its own pages. And maybe that is fitting. The brain gives rise to curiosity, wonder, and the urge to explore, including the mystery of its own existence. As you rest tonight, know that inside you is not just a biological organ, but an unsolved enigma, vast as the cosmos, quietly working, dreaming, and glowing. People are more honest late at night. As the day wears on, mental filters and social masks can loosen. Late at night, when fatigue lowers inhibition and self-monitoring, people may speak more directly and reveal thoughts they might guard during daylight hours. This doesn't mean every night conversation is unfiltered truth, but the reduced cognitive control can make honesty come more easily. Psychologists also suggest that the quiet, intimate atmosphere of nighttime can encourage openness, fewer distractions, dimmer light, and the sense that the world is at rest. In these hours, conversations can drift into personal territory, sometimes deepening connections. The phenomenon is not universal, but many people know the feeling. Words flowing more freely under the cover of night, as if the mind relaxes into its natural breathe. Rhythm and guarded thoughts finally step into the open. Multitasking makes your memory less reliable. While it might feel efficient, juggling multiple tasks at once can weaken how well we remember them. The brain's attention system works best when focused, and dividing it forces information to compete for mental resources. This can result in memories that are less detailed, or even missing entirely. For example, trying to check messages while listening to a friend can lead to forgetting key parts of the conversation. Studies show that frequent multitaskers may even struggle to filter out irrelevant information, making concentration harder over time. The allure of multitasking lies in its sense of productivity, but the mind records life more richly when it's given the chance to linger on one thing at a time. In a world that demands constant switching, choosing to do one thing slowly can feel like a luxury, and one your memory will thank you for. Touch from another person can lessen pain. The warmth of a hand on your shoulder, or someone holding your hand, can do more than comfort. It can change how your brain perceives pain. Physical touch activates sensory pathways that compete with pain signals, reducing their intensity. It also triggers the release of oxytocin, a hormone linked to bonding and stress reduction. In one study, couples who held hands during a painful experience not only reported less discomfort, but their brainwaves began to synchronize. This suggests that touch doesn't just soothe emotionally, it can create a shared physiological state that eases suffering. In moments of distress, a gentle touch can act as both shield and anchor, reminding the body that it's not alone. Sometimes the simplest gestures carry the deepest healing power. Scent can influence decision-making without awareness. Smells often bypass conscious thought, traveling straight to brain regions involved in emotion and memory. This direct route means scents can influence mood and behavior without us realizing it. In experiments, pleasant ambient scents in stores have been shown to increase the likelihood of purchases, while the smell of cleaning products can lead people to tidy up more. These subtle effects work because scent can prime certain thoughts or associations. Lavender may induce calm. Citrus may signal freshness and energy. While we often think of decisions as purely rational, the truth is that invisible sensory cues can tip the scales.
Becoming aware of this influence can be empowering, allowing us to recognize when our choices are being swayed by the quiet language of scent. Identical twins raised apart still share uncanny personality traits.
Across decades of twin studies, researchers have found astonishing consistencies between siblings separated at birth. Some share not only the same tastes in art or humor, but eerily similar life choices, from careers to the way they laugh. These parallels suggest a strong genetic influence on temperament. Yet the differences, small quirks shaped by unique environments, reveal the creative flexibility of personality. Genes may set the stage, but experience writes the lines. Even without shared surroundings, twins often mirror each other's emotional rhythms, decision-making styles, and reactions to stress, hinting that the architecture of Kandar personality has deep biological roots. At the same time, the individuality between them proves that nurture, context, and coincidence still sculpt something wholly singular. In every twin pair, nature and nurture meet like two artists painting the same portrait in slightly different light. The brain's wiring patterns predict how introverted or extroverted you are. Inside the skull, billions of neurons form intricate highways of electrical conversation. When scientists map these neural networks using functional imaging, distinct signatures emerge. Extroverted individuals often display stronger connections between reward centers and attention networks, making them more drawn to social stimulation and novelty. Introverted brains, meanwhile, show heightened internal connectivity, especially in regions linked to reflection, memory, and imagination. This inner wiring favors depth over breadth, quiet focus over constant engagement. Neither pattern is better. They represent different strategies for navigating the world. One thrives on external energy, the other on inner balance. Just as no two fingerprints are the same, no two kinetos are identical. Personality arises from the way these neural pathways hum together, forming the rhythm of thought that defines how each of us relates to others, to silence, and to the self. Your default brain network may shape how much you daydream. When the mind wanders, it activates what neuroscientists call the default mode network, a constellation of regions that light up during imagination, memory, and self-reflection. People who spend more time drifting into thought tend to have stronger connections within this network. It becomes a kind of mental playground, linking distant ideas and possibilities. Daydreamers are not simply distracted. They are rehearsing creativity, empathy, and problem-solving beneath awareness. Studies suggest that the quality of your inner world, whether curious or anxious, reflects the tone of this network's activity. In calm minds, it paints visions and insight. In restless ones, it can amplify worry. The same circuitry that lets us drift through fantasy also helps us understand others, plan futures, and create art. In the quiet theater of thought, the brain rehearses countless versions of reality before a single word is spoken. Certain genes influence how optimistic or anxious you tend to feel. Among the many threads in our genetic fabric, a few help regulate neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine, the chemicals that color emotional tone. Variations in these genes can tilt the balance of how easily we experience calm or anxiety, hope or worry. For example, people with a particular version of the serotonin transporter Jean may respond more intensely to stress, while others show a built-in resilience. Yet, genetics only open the door. Environment and learning decide whether we walk through it. Mindset, upbringing,
and even nutrition can nudge these chemical balances one way or another.
Optimism, then, is not a fixed gift, but a dynamic state that rises from biology meeting perspective. Your genes may whisper tendencies, but your experiences and choices determine the volume of that voice. Emotional outlook becomes a collaboration between molecules and meaning. The SIBO sleep can make you feel more rested. In a curious twist of psychology, simply believing you've slept well can improve performance and mood the next day, even if you haven't. In one study, participants told they had above-average sleep quality performed better on cognitive tests, regardless of their actual sleep. This effect, known as placebo sleep, shows how expectation can shape mental and physical states. The brain uses belief as a shortcut, adjusting energy levels and focus based on perceived rest. Of course, genuine sleep is irreplaceable for health, but this phenomenon reveals the mind's surprising ability to influence how the body feels. It suggests that part of rest comes not just from hours of sleep, but from the story we tell ourselves about that rest. Your mind can sense when someone is staring at you. Many people have experienced the uncanny feeling of being watched, only to turn and find it true. While science hasn't fully explained this, some research suggests that subtle cues, a shift in shadows, changes in peripheral vision, or even faint sounds, may alert us unconsciously. The brain is finely tuned to detect social attention, as knowing when eyes are on us has been vital throughout human history. Evolutionary psychologists proposed that this sensitivity helped our ancestors avoid predators and navigate complex social interactions. Whether through learned perception or a deeper instinct, the sensation can be so compelling that it prompts action before conscious thought catches up. It is not regretted it an acquired nudge from our being, more ancient selves. Body language can reveal feelings you haven't admitted to yourself. Posture, gestures, and micro-expressions often reveal emotions we haven't consciously acknowledged. For example, crossed arms may signal defensiveness, while subtle shifts in tone can indicate unease. Psychologists note that these cues are sometimes visible to others before they're clear to us, providing an external mirror of our internal state. Becoming aware of your own body language can reveal hidden stress, attraction, or excitement. Likewise, reading others' nonverbal signals can help deepen empathy and understanding. This silent language operates in parallel with speak, and sometimes speaks more honestly than words. In moments of self-reflection, noticing how your body holds itself can be like overhearing your mind's unspoken thoughts. Smells can unlock memories buried for a lifetime. The human sense of smell is wired deeply into the brain's memory systems. Unlike sight or sound, scent bypasses much of the brain's usual processing routes and connects straight to the limbic system, the seat of emotion and long-term duck memory. This is why a faint whiff of perfume, fresh rain on pavement, or a childhood meal cooking can feel like a time machine. These sensory memories are often vivid, detailed, and emotional, even if the moment they recall is decades old. Psychologists call this the P effect, named after the author who famously wrote of tasting a Melanie and being swept into his childhood. Such moments remind us that our minds are not simple filing cabinets. They are living landscapes, and scents are like keys but can open locked doors, allowing forgotten feelings to step quietly back into the present. Early childhood stress can shift personality development for life. When a child's world is filled with unpredictability or fear, the developing brain adjusts to survive, Hormonal systems that regulate emotion become hypersensitive, priming the body for constant vigilance. This can lead to adult personalities marked by caution, anxiety, or deep empathy for others in distress. Yet resilience often grows from the same soil. Supportive relationships, even with one caring adult, can buffer these effects, teaching the nervous system safety again. Over time, neural pathways once tuned to threat can be rewired toward calm and trust. The imprint of early stress may never vanish completely, but it can evolve into strength, an intuitive understanding of others' pain, or a fierce drive for stability. The story of personality begins not in fixed biology alone, but in how young brains learn to adapt to the storms or sunlight of their earliest world. Your personality can subtly change after long-term meditation. Prolonged meditation does more than quiet the mind. It reshapes its very architecture. Studies using brain imaging reveal increased thickness in regions tied to attention, compassion, and emotional regulation. As awareness deepens, people often report feeling less reactive, more open, and more patient. The practice trains the nervous system to pause before habit takes over, gently altering traits like impulsivity or neuroticism. Over months and years, the daily act of returning to breathe becomes a neurological rehearsal for equanimity. Personality, once thought stable in adulthood, bends slightly under the steady weight of mindfulness. Where once the mind chased thoughts, it now observes them. Where once emotions controlled behavior, they now pass like weather. Meditation practiced long enough becomes a quiet sculptor, reshaping temperament from the inside out. Grain by grain, breath by breath. Sleep quality affects how agreeable or irritable you feel day to day. When the body rests poorly, the brain's emotional circuits fall out of sync. The prefrontal cortex, which helps regulate impulse and empathy, loses balance with the amygdala, the center of threat perception. The result is a shorter temper, diminished patience, and dulled capacity for connection. People who consistently sleep well show stronger emotional regulation and higher agreeableness scores in personality studies. Even small improvements in sleep, earlier bedtimes, darker rooms, slower evenings, can recalibrate mood and perspective. Sleep acts like nightly maintenance, sweeping away metabolic waste from neurons and restoring chemical harmony. Without it, our minds become fogged and reactive. With it, we rediscover kindness, humor, and perspective. Every dream cycle becomes a rehearsal for emotional balance, reminding us that a rested brain is not just sharper, but gentler. Gut bacteria may influence mood and personality stability. The microbiome inside your intestines forms a living ecosystem that communicates directly with the brain through the vagus nerve and chemical messengers. Certain bacterial species produce neurotransmitters like serotonin and gamma-aminobutyric acid, which influence anxiety, optimism, resilience. When this inner environment is balanced, the brain receives calmer signals. When disrupted, stress responses heighten. Studies on probiotics suggest that altering gut composition can shift emotional tone and even social behavior in subtle ways. It is as if an unseen chorus of microbes contribute to the soundtrack of personality. Your mood, patience, and confidence are not only products of thought, but also of digestion, diet, and microbial harmony. Within the quiet depths of the gut, trillions of tiny organisms hung along with your nervous system, composing part of the music that makes you feel like yourself. Lucid dreaming lets you control the dream world. In lucid dreams, you become aware that you are dreaming. And with that awareness, you can sometimes shape the dream itself. People who experience lucid dreaming report flying over mountains, breathing underwater, or rewriting the events of their dream as they happen. Psychologists believe lucid dreams arise when parts of the brain linked to self-awareness become active during sleep, while the dream state continues. For some, these dreams happen naturally. Others train themselves through techniques like reality checks and dream journals. Research even shows that skills practiced in lucid dreams can improve performance in waking life. But beyond any practical benefit, lucid dreaming offers something more profound. A reminder that our minds can create whole worlds, rich with detail and emotion, that we can walk through as if they were real. And in those worlds, we are both the traveler back and the architect. People remember unfinished tasks better than finished ones. Imagine working on a project, stepping away before it's complete, and finding the task lingering in your mind. Psychologists call this the Zajic effect. Our brains hold on to incomplete tasks more vividly than completed ones. This mental open loop evolved to help us remember what still needs doing. But it can also keep us awake at night, replaying conversations or reminding us of work left undone. Studies suggest the effect occurs because unresolved activities create a kind of mild tension in the mind, and finishing the task releases it. That's why making a to-do list can feel oddly calming. It signals to the brain that the task is accounted for, even if it's not yet done. In daily life, this effect can be both a motivator and a source of stress, depending on how we use it. Either way, it's a powerful example of the mind's unfinished business. Gratitude can lower stress hormones in your body. The act of feeling and expressing gratitude is more than just polite habit. It can shift the body's chemistry. Studies have found that people who regularly focus on what they are thankful for show lower levels of cortisol, the hormone released during stress. Gratitude practices, such as keeping a daily journal or reflecting on positive moments before sleep, can also increase activity and brain regions linked to empathy and joy. This isn't just a pleasant mood change. It's a physiological response that can strengthen the immune system, improve sleep quality, and even support heart health. Psychologists suggest that gratitude shifts attention away from what is lacking and toward what is abundant, creating a sense of safety and connection. In this way, it helps the mind relax, allowing the body to follow. A grateful thought, held quietly for a moment, can ripple through the nervous system like a calming tide. People can be influenced by words they barely perceive. Sometimes, the mind reacts to messages it doesn't consciously notice. In psychology, this is called subliminal priming. The presentation of stimuli so brief or subtle that it falls below conscious awareness, yet still influences thoughts or behavior. In one study, flashing positive or negative words for just milliseconds before showing a neutral image changed how participants rated that image's emotional term. Advertisers and artists have long been fascinated by this effect, though its influence in real life is more subtle than the myths suggest. Still, it reveals an important truth. Our conscious minds are not the sole gatekeepers of perception. Beneath awareness,
The brain is constantly scanning, filtering, and interpreting signals. Most of these impressions never surface into words, but they can tilt our decisions, shape our impressions, and leave us with feelings we can't quite explain. Whispers from the edge of perception. Introverts actually process dopamine differently from extroverts. Dopamine is often called the feel-good chemical, but its job is really about motivation and reward-seeking. Brains that lean extroverted tend to respond to dopamine like a bright green light. Loud settings, surprises, fast-moving social energy, new faces, and new chances all register as exciting and pleasurable. For introverted brains, that same flood can feel overwhelming, even stressful, like the volume is simply too high. Introverts often find that calm focus, depth, and meaningful conversation feel more nourishing than thrill or stimulation. This is partly because they rely more on slower, quieter neurochemical reward systems linked to reflection and understanding rather than constant novelty-seeking. So it is not that introverts secretly want to be alone because they dislike people. It is that their nervous systems are tuned to a softer gain setting. They find deep comfort in stillness, gentle spaces, and connection that breathes instead of shouts. Both patterns are intelligent in their own way. One explores outward, one explores inward. The prefrontal cortex is more active in conscientious people. The prefrontal cortex, which sits just behind your forehead, helps you plan ahead, resist temptation, and stay organized in a complicated world that constantly tries to drag your attention in every direction. People who rate highly on conscientiousness, meaning they are reliable, structured, careful, and follow through on commitments, tend to show stronger baseline engagement in this region. That means their mental braking system stays available. So impulses do not always turn straight into actions. They pause, they evaluate, they ask, is this wise? This constant micro-regulation is part of why conscientious people are often described as dependable. They anticipate consequences before chaos arrives. There is a cost, though.
Living in a state of constant forward planning can create pressure, guilt, or a fear of letting others down. But it also supports long-term goals, health routines, and self-respect. The prefrontal cortex is, in a way, the quiet guardian of promise-keeping. People who score high on openness have more cross-brain connectivity. Openness to experience is the personality dimension linked to curiosity, imagination, love of unusual ideas, and hunger for novelty. People high in openness often show richer communication between brain regions that usually stay a little more separate in others. Areas that handle logic begin to talk more fluidly with areas that handle emotion. Sensory regions that handle sound and color share information with regions that handle memory and language. This creates a flexible inner landscape where unexpected combinations of thought can emerge. Someone like this might hear a piece of music and instantly see colors in their mind, or hear a single sentence and leap to a whole new idea about how the world could work. This constant bending also explains why highly open people tolerate uncertainty. Where others see confusion, they feel possibility. Their brain is literally built to remix. It is a creativity engine that keeps generating new maps of reality. Neuroticism is linked to stronger emotional memory traces. Neuroticism refers to a tendency toward worry, tension, or mood swings. It is sometimes treated like a flaw, but in reality, it reflects a particular nervous system strategy. In people who score high on neuroticism, emotional experiences, especially painful or threatening ones, are often laid down in memory more vividly,
more durably. The regions of the brain that help store memory and those that detect danger talk to each other with extra intensity.
The result is that embarrassment, loss, and fear can echo for a long time. That makes daily life harder at times because even small stresses feel personal and urgent. But this heightened recoil also grants something powerful. It creates rapid awareness of potential harm, social tension, or dishonesty. It builds sensitivity to the emotional states of others. It pushes the mind to scan for patterns, to anticipate problems before they bloom. What looks like nervousness is also a form of deep vigilance. Music can trigger memories hidden for decades. A song from your teenage years can pull you instantly back to a school hallway, a summer afternoon, or a person you haven't spoken to in years. Music has a unique relationship with memory because it engages multiple parts of the brain at once: auditory regions, motor areas, and crucially, the limbic system. The rhythm, melody, and lyrics weave together to form a rich context, and when that song plays again, the original emotions return with it. For people with Alzheimer's disease, familiar music can sometimes awaken moments of clarity, allowing them to sing along to lyrics they otherwise couldn't recall. Psychologists believe music works as a powerful retrieval cue, one that bypasses some of the barriers that time and memory loss create. It is a reminder that even when memories feel lost, they can still be carried within us, waiting for the right note to set them free. Optimism can boost recovery from illness. Hope and positive expectation are not just comforting, they can be biologically protective. Studies have shown that optimistic people often recover faster from surgery, respond better to certain treatments, and have lower rates of some chronic illnesses. Optimism appears to reduce harmful stress responses, encourage healthier behaviors, and even strengthen the immune system. This doesn't mean ignoring reality or forcing a smile through hardship. Rather, it's about expecting that difficulties can be overcome and that the future holds possibility. Psychologists suggest that optimism can help people persist with rehabilitation, follow medical advice more consistently, and maintain the mental bio. Resilience needed for healing. While the body does its quiet work of repair, the mind's outlook can tilt the odds in our favor, turning hope into a kind of invisible medicine that moves through every prayer, heartbeat, and breath. People remember gossip more than neutral information. Human beings evolved in small social groups, where knowing who could be trusted could mean the difference between safety and danger. This may explain why our brains are tuned to remember gossip, stories about others' behavior, more readily than neutral facts. In experiments, participants were more likely to recall details about untrustworthy actions than about physical descriptions or unrelated events. Gossip activates social reasoning networks in the brain, drawing attention and helping store information for future use. While gossip can be harmful, it can also serve a protective function, helping groups maintain norms and avoid risk. In a modern context, this tendency shows up in how rumors spread more quickly than ordinary news. Whether whispered around a fire thousands of years ago or passed along online today, gossip's staying power lies in the brain's deep interest in the behavior of others. Déjà vu may come from the brain misfiring in recognition systems, that eerie feeling that you've lived a moment before. Déjà vu is still not fully understood. One leading theory is that it occurs when the brain's recognition system briefly misfires, creating a false sense of familiarity. This may happen when a new experience closely matches patterns from past memories, even if you can't recall the original moment. Neuroiming studies suggest that the temporal lobe, especially areas involved in memory, plays a role. For most people, déjà vu is fleeting and harmless, but it offers a glimpse into how the brain stitches together present and past. In that brief flicker, reality feels doubled, the now overlaid with a ghost of a past that may never have been. It's a reminder that perception is not a perfect record, but an interpretation. And sometimes the mind's storyteller gets ahead of itself. Highly agreeable people show more synchronized brain activity with others. Agreeableness describes kindness, warmth, patience, and willingness to cooperate rather than dominate. When agreeable people interact, their brains tend to slip into a kind of resonance with the people around them. Neural rhythms in regions linked to empathy, such as areas that read facial expression and emotional tone, begin to mirror the other person. This is sometimes called coupling. You can think of it as two nervous systems stepping into the same emotional room. That alignment makes it easier to predict needs, reduce conflict, and offer comfort. It also explains why agreeable people can feel drained after spending time in tense or angry environments. Their minds do not just observe distress, they partially absorb it. The gift of agreeableness is connection and peacekeeping. The cost is sometimes emotional exhaustion. Underneath it all is a nervous system that keeps saying, "I want us to be all right." Your handwriting may reveal small clues about your temperament. Handwriting is motor behavior. It is muscle plus nervous system plus habit frozen on a page. While graphology in the fortune-telling sense is mostly not supported by science, some subtle connections between writing style and temperament do appear again. People who write with heavy pressure sometimes score higher on intensity and urgency, as if their emotional signals move forcefully into their hands. People with small, tight, controlled letters often show caution, inhibition, or careful attention to detail, while very open, rounded, loose script can correlate weakly with sociability and spontaneity. Even slant matters. A forward lean can imply approach, engagement, eagerness. A backward lean can signal reserve. None of this is destiny, but it is a reminder that the brain is physical. Thoughts do not just live in ideas. They travel into shoulders, wrists, fingertips. Every loop and curve is a physical echo of how you manage energy and emotion. Personality can shift after brain injury or stroke. When injury touches the brain, it can alter not only memory and movement, but the patterns that make someone feel like themselves. A calm, steady person can become impulsive and blunt. A social and expressive person can become quiet and withdrawn. Sometimes the reverse happens, and someone who used to fear risk becomes bold, outspoken, and decisive. Damage in areas such as the frontal lobes can weaken inhibition and self-monitoring, which changes how the person expresses anger, desire, or sadness. This can be painful for loved ones who may feel like they are talking to the same body, but not the same presence. And yet, there is another side. The brain is plastic. Over time, new pathways can form, and aspects of the old personality can return or reassemble themselves into something gently new. The self is not a statue. It is a moving pattern that can break, heal, and reconfigure. Musical preferences correlate with personality patterns across cultures. Music is emotion made audible. Fast, high-energy music with a heavy beat tends to appeal more to people who score high in extraversion and sensation-seeking. Slow, introspective, lyrically complex music speaks more to introverted and reflective listeners. People high in openness are drawn toward unusual harmonies, experimental structure, or new genres that most people have not heard yet. Conscientious people often like music that is orderly, polished, and predictable. What makes this astonishing is that these links appear not only in a single country or language, but again and again across different cultural backgrounds. Personality expresses itself in what feels good to the nervous system. And music is nutrition for the nervous system. The songs you return to when you are tired or overwhelmed are not random. They are regulation. They are how your emotional circuitry reminds itself what safe feels like. People talk faster when they are nervous. When anxiety rises, so can the speed of our speech. This is partly driven by the body's fight or flight response, which increases heart rate and breathing. The brain, primed for rapid action, pushes verbs forward more quickly, and the mouth struggles to keep pace. Nervous speakers may also skip pauses, rush through sentences, or stumble over words as adrenaline sharpens their urgency to be understood. This effect can be subtle, a slight quickening of cadence, or so pronounced that the words blur together. In social situations, this fast talking can sometimes make others anxious too, as emotional states ripple through groups. Knowing this pattern can be helpful. Slowing speech deliberately can calm the body, and a calm body in turn can steady the mind. In this way, speech becomes not just a reflection of mood, but a tool for guiding it. Much of the human brain remains a mystery. For all our advances in neuroscience, vast regions of the brain remain only partly understood. We can map structures, trace electrical signals, and watch patterns of activity. Yet, the deeper mystery of how consciousness arises, or why memories feel vivid, still escapes us. Some brain regions have no fully defined function, and the intricate networks linking them are more complex than any computer humans have built. Every new study reveals not only answers, but new questions, reminding us that we've explored only a fraction of this living universe within our skulls. Like an ocean whose surface we've skimmed, but whose depths remain dark, the brain holds entire continents of understanding still to be found. And in the quiet moments between thoughts, we're reminded that the mind is not just a biological machine, but a mystery we inhabit every waking moment. Most of your thoughts are repeats from the day before. Research suggests that the majority of our daily thoughts are recycled from previous days, familiar concerns, routines, and reflections, replaying in slightly different forms. This mental repetition helps maintain a sense of stability, but it can also limit creativity and keep us stuck in old patterns. The brain favors efficiency, and reusing existing neural pathways is less demanding than forging new ones. However, when we intentionally seek out novel experiences, challenge assumptions, or change our surroundings, we can spark fresh patterns of thought. This is why travel, learning new skills, or even taking a different route to work can feel invigorating. It jolts the mind out of autopilot and into awareness. Most of the time, our thoughts flow along well-worn trails, but every so often we can step off the path and discover an entirely new landscape within ourselves. Yawning can be contagious, even across species. A single yawn can ripple through a room, passing from person to person with no words exchanged. This contagious effect isn't limited to humans. Chimpanzees, dogs, and even some birds have been observed catching yawns from others.
Psychologists believe the phenomenon is linked to empathy and social bonding. We unconsciously mirror the behavior of those around us, reinforcing connection. In humans, the likelihood of catching a yawn increases with closeness. You're more likely to yawn after a friend than a stranger. The act itself remains partly mysterious. While yawning helps regulate brain temperature and promote alertness, its social spread seems to serve a different purpose, silently syncing the rhythms of a group. In a way, a shared yawn is a quiet reminder of our biological link to one another. A small, unspoken gesture that says, "We're in this moment together." Even your walk can signal traits like dominance or openness. Before we even speak, other people are reading us.
Posture, stride length, head position, shoulder looseness, pace, rhythm, and how much space we claim with our movement or offer clues. People who move with long steps, lifted chest, and steady forward gaze are often read as confident, dominant, even intimidating. People who walk with a relaxed sway, softer shoulders, and more fluid pacing are often read as approachable, creative, or open-minded. Fast, jerky walking with tension in the neck can be interpreted as anxious, overclocked, or impatient. These impressions are not always correct, of course, but the human brain is built to judge threat and trust almost instantly. Gait broadcasts state. Gait broadcasts intention. Long before language evolved, bodies were already talking. You send signals everywhere you go without trying, in every hallway and every sidewalk, simply by how you inhabit gravity. The pitch of your voice may unconsciously communicate confidence. Voice is a physical event. Air leaves the lungs, passes vibrating folds in the throat, resonates through the chest and head, and emerges shaped by tongue and lips. When someone is calm and certain, the muscles of the throat tend to stay relaxed. This often produces a slightly deeper, steadier tone that listeners interpret as grounded, even if the speaker is not actually more knowledgeable. When someone is anxious, tiny muscles tense, airflow changes, and the pitch rises. Listeners interpret that tension, often unfairly, as insecurity. This response is fast and unconscious. People also subtly mirror one another, dropping or raising their own pitch in conversation to try to match social energy. In that way, confidence is sometimes less about content and more about resonance. Your nervous system is always listening beneath the words, searching the voice for safety and authority. Certain smells can make people appear more trustworthy. Scent travels straight into brain regions that handle emotion and memory, skipping the slower, logical filters. Natural human body odor carries tiny chemical signals related to stress hormones and immune system markers. When someone is calm, healthy, and low in stress, those chemical traces can create a sense of safety and familiarity in others. Certain neutral, clean, or warm scents can also increase perceived trustworthiness in first impressions, even before a single word is exchanged. This plays out in social bonding, in early attraction, and even in cooperation. We tend to feel more comfortable with people whose scent signature quietly signals steadiness. This process does not feel mystical when you understand what the brain is doing. It is scanning for biological clues, asking a simple question: am I safe with you? Long before you consciously decide whether you like someone, your nose has already voted. Eye contact duration influences how assertive someone seems. Eye contact is a biological negotiation. Hold a gaze too briefly and you can seem nervous, submissive, or disengaged. Hold it too long and you can seem challenging, intense,
or even aggressive. In the middle lies a range that feels confident and respectful. Brains react strongly during eye contact. Heart rate can change, pupils can widen. Reward circuits and threat circuits can both activate at once, which is part of why it can feel thrilling and stressful. Cultural background matters because different cultures assign different meanings to direct gaze. But the underlying biology is astonishingly deep. We are social primates, and among primates, the eyes are social lightning. People who manage eye contact with calm timing are often judged as self-assured, capable, even leader-like, without ever having to say those words out loud. The eyes tell the room who believes they belong there. Micro-expressions can reveal genuine emotion faster than thought.
A micro-expression is a tiny involuntary flicker of facial muscle activity
That appears and vanishes in less than the time it takes to blink. These flashes can portray anger, contempt, surprise, fear, or joy. Even when a person is trying to hide those reactions, the brain launches the emotional response before conscious control steps in to smooth it or censor it. That means you sometimes see what someone truly felt for a split second before they decide what to show you. People who are very empathetic or socially observant become skilled at picking up these lightning-ass cues. Law enforcement and clinical psychologists sometimes train to notice them, but in reality, most people already read them at a gut level. It is the moment when you just feel that someone is not fine. Even if they say, "I am fine, do not worry," their face already told you the truth. Hypnosis can change how the brain processes pain.
Under hypnosis, a person can sometimes feel less pain, or even none at all, during experiences that would normally cause discomfort. Brain scans show that hypnosis can alter activity in areas that interpret pain signals, changing not the sensation itself, but the way the brain perceives it. This has been used in medical settings for pain management, dental work, and even surgery, though it doesn't work equally for everyone. Psychologists describe hypnosis as a focused, highly suggestible state in which the mind can shift its responses. The effect isn't magic, it's the brain's own flexibility at work. By adjusting perception, the mind can rewrite the body's experience. This connection between attention and sensation hints at a profound truth. Pain is not just a physical event, but a complex dialogue between nerves, brain, and awareness. And sometimes awareness can change the conversation. Writing about your feelings can improve health. Putting emotions into words, whether in a journal or a private note, can have measurable effects on well-being. Studies have shown that expressive writing can lower blood pressure, strengthen immune function, and improve mood. Psychologists believe the process helps organize emotional experiences, turning vague feelings into structured thoughts the brain can work through. This reduces mental strain and frees up cognitive resources for other tasks. Writing doesn't require perfect grammar or style. Its power lies in honesty. By translating inner experiences into language, we give form to what was formless, and in doing so, reduce its hold over us. The page becomes a safe container for what might feel overwhelming in the mind. Over time, this practice can help untangle complex emotions, making them easier to understand and easier to carry. We recall feelings more easily than facts. The human mind is deeply emotional, and this shapes how we remember. Events tied to strong emotions, joy, fear, grief, or excitement, tend to linger in memory longer than neutral details. This emotional tagging helps the brain prioritize important experiences. But it also means we often remember how we felt more clearly than what actually happened. In eyewitness testimony, for example, the emotional charge of an event can influence recollections, sometimes distorting factual accuracy. On the positive side, Remembering the emotions of meaningful moments can help reinforce values, relationships, and life lessons. Our memories are not perfect records. They're more like stories told from the heart's perspective. When we think back on the past, we often walk through a landscape of feelings, with facts scattered like stones along the path. Chewing gum can improve concentration. It might seem like a small, even mindless habit, but chewing gum has been linked to improvements in focus and alertness. The rhythmic motion appears to increase blood flow to the brain, while the act of chewing may also stimulate areas involved in attention and memory. Some studies show modest boosts in performance on tasks requiring sustained concentration when participants chew gum, especially peppermint-flavored varieties. The effect isn't dramatic, but it can provide a subtle lift in mental energy. Perhaps why students, drivers, and even soldiers have used it during long, demanding periods. Psychologists also suggest that gum chewing can reduce stress by lowering cortisol levels, making it a double benefit for concentration. In the quiet moments when focus begins to drift, this simple action can act as a small anchor, bringing the mind gently back to the task at hand. The first and last things you learn stick the strongest. Our memories are influenced by what psychologists call the primacy and recency effects. The tendency to recall the first and last items in a sequence better than those in the middle. The first items benefit from more rehearsal and attention, while the last items remain fresh in short-term memory. This pattern appears in daily life. We often remember the opening and closing moments of a conversation, a lecture, or even a vacation more vividly than the middle B portions. Understanding this can help in learning. Placing key information at the beginning or end of a study session increases the chance of it sticking. In a way, the mind frames experiences like stories, with the opening and ending scenes shining the brightest. The middle still matters, but it's the first impression and the final moment that often linger longest in the mind's quiet archives. Your brain can miss changes happening right in front of you. Change blindness is a striking quirk of perception. The brain can fail to notice even large alterations in a scene if they occur during a brief distraction. Visual interruption. In experiments, people can look directly at an object, glance away for a moment, and miss that it has changed entirely when they look back. This happens because attention is selective. We can't process every detail. So the brain fills in gaps with assumptions based on prior knowledge. In daily life, change blindness can explain why we miss small rearrangements in a room or fail to notice a friend's new haircut. It's a reminder that perception is not a perfect camera. Instead, it's a patchwork of focused details and inferred continuity stitched together so smoothly we rarely notice the missing pieces unless someone points them out. Smiling can trick your brain into feeling happier. Even if you're not feeling joyful, the simple act of smiling can subtly shift your mood. Psychologists call this the facial feedback hypothesis, the idea that facial expressions can influence emotional states. When you smile, the muscles in your face send signals to your brain, triggering the release of neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin. This can create a small lift in mood, even if nothing else changes. Effect works in reverse too. Frowning or scowling can reinforce feelings of tension or frustration. It's not a cure-all, but in moments of stress, a conscious smile can be a gentle nudge toward a calmer state. This is why some people practice soft smiling during meditation, a relaxed, almost imperceptible upturn of the lips. It's a reminder that the mind and body are deeply intertwined, and sometimes happiness can begin with a simple, deliberate expression. Your subconscious can influence who you find attractive. Attraction feels like a conscious choice, but many of its foundations are laid beneath awareness. Subtle cues, the symmetry of a face, the tone of a voice, even a person's scent, can trigger responses rooted in biology and experience. Evolutionary psychologists suggest that some preferences may be linked to health indicators, while others are shaped by cultural norms and personal history. The subconscious also weaves in associations. A certain laugh may remind you of someone kind. A hairstyle may echo a beloved figure from your past. These impressions often form before the conscious mind begins its analysis, creating a feeling of instant chemistry. It's a reminder that attraction is both ancient and personal, a dance between instincts honed over millennia and the unique pathways carved by our own lives, quietly guiding our eyes and hearts before we even realize they've chosen the direction. Flow states can make hours feel like minutes. A flow state is a mental space where focus is effortless, time feels elastic, and the outside world fades away. Artists, athletes, and scientists often describe losing themselves in their work, emerging hours later feeling energized rather than drained. Psychologists say, flow occurs when the challenge of a task matches your skill level. Enough difficulty to engage fully, but not so much as to overwhelm. In this state, the brain reduces activity in the prefrontal cortex, the region tied to self-consciousness, freeing attention to merge with the task. Flow is not just productivity at its peak. It's a deeply satisfying immersion where action and awareness become one. Many people find it during hobbies, creative projects, or even problem-solving at work. In the quiet trance of flow, minutes dissolve into moments, and the mind moves as smoothly as a river, finding its way to the sea. People can develop new senses with technology. Technology can extend human perception beyond its natural limits, effectively giving us new senses. Some researchers have created devices that translate non-visual data, like magnetic fields or ultrasonic distances, into tactile signals the brain can learn to interpret. Over time, users begin to sense these signals as naturally as sight or touch, integrating them into daily awareness. For example, a belt that vibrates when facing north can eventually give a person an intuitive sense of direction, much like migratory animals. These enhancements demonstrate the brain's neuroplasticity, its ability to adapt to new streams of information and weave them into perception. While these tools are still experimental, they point toward a future where human senses could expand to detect ultraviolet light, infrared heat, or even the chemical composition of the air, opening entire dimensions of experience we can only imagine now. Learning something new physically reshapes your brain. Each time you learn a new skill or concept, your brain's neural networks change. This process, called synaptic plasticity, strengthens existing connections and forms new ones, allowing information to be stored and retrieved more efficiently. In practical terms, this means that your brain is not static. It's an ever-changing structure shaped by your experiences. MRI studies show that learning activities from playing an instrument to practicing a language
can even increase the size of certain brain regions over time. These physical changes are most rapid in childhood, but they continue throughout life, proving that it's never too late to learn. The act of learning is like walking through a field until a faint trail becomes a well-worn path. Every time you return, the path grows clearer, and the landscape of your mind expands, one connection at a time. Your mood can literally change what you see in the world. Emotions don't just color our thoughts. They can alter our visual perception. Studies have shown that people in a positive mood are more likely to notice subtle details and see a wider range of colors, while those feeling anxious may narrow their bead.
Focus, scanning for threats, and missing neutral or positive cues. This happens because mood influences the brain's attention systems, adjusting the way sensory information is filtered and interpreted. A joyful state can make a sunset seem more vivid, while fear can make a dimly lit street feel darker than it is. In this way, perception is not a purely objective process. It's shaped by the lens of the mind in each moment. Changing your mood can quite literally change your world, revealing that the line between the mind's inner state and the outer environment is far less fixed than queried. We imagine people are more likely to help when they are the only witness. In emergencies, the presence of other people can sometimes reduce the likelihood that anyone will step in, a phenomenon known as the bystander effect. When alone, individuals feel a greater personal responsibility to act. When in a crowd, responsibility is diffused, and each person assumes someone else will help. This effect has been observed in countless experiments, from staged accidents to dropped objects on the street. The more people present, the lower the chance that any one person will intervene. However, awareness of the bystander effect can counteract it. Those who understand it are more likely to take action regardless of the crowd. It's a reminder that in moments where help is needed, looking to others can be a trap. Sometimes the person to act must simply be you, even if you are the only one to notice the need. The smell of stress can affect others' reactions. When a person is stressed, their body can release chemical compounds through sweat that carry subtle signals to those nearby. Researchers found that smelling me's stress odor, even without conscious awareness, can activate areas of the brain linked to empathy and fear, causing others to become more alert or anxious themselves. This suggests that stress can spread socially, not just through tone of voice or facial expression, but through scent. While this effect likely evolved to help groups detect and respond to danger, in modern life, it means that tension in a room can quietly ripple from one person to the next. Understanding this can be empowering. Just as stress can be contagious, so can calm. By managing our own state, we may influence the emotional climate around us in ways no one can quite explain, but everyone can feel. Nostalgia can make you feel warmer physically. Nostalgia isn't only a warm feeling in the heart, it can literally make you feel warmer in your body. Experiments have shown that recalling cherished memories can increase perceived temperature and even reduce the sensation of physical cold. Psychologists believe this link may be rooted in evolutionary needs. Social warmth and physical warmth are intertwined in the brain, both tied to feelings of calm, safety, and belonging. When we revisit happy moments from the past, our bodies respond as if we've stepped into a more comfortable environment. In winter months, people often experience more nostalgic thoughts, perhaps as a way of counteracting the chill. Whether triggered by a familiar song, a photograph, or the smell of a favorite meal, nostalgia can wrap the mind and body in a gentle blanket of remembered comfort. Fear can be transmitted through mere observation. You don't have to experience a threat firsthand to feel fear. Simply watching someone else react with fear can trigger your own. This is because the brain contains mirror systems that simulate others' emotions, allowing us to learn about dangers indirectly. In studies, people who observed someone else showing signs of fear toward a specific object later showed similar fear responses themselves, even without direct drug exposure. This mechanism likely evolved to help us avoid harm by learning from the experiences of others. In daily life, it means that fear can ripple through groups in seconds, influencing behavior before words are spoken. Just as calm can be contagious, so too can alarm, making emotional awareness a powerful tool in shaping the collective mood of those around us. Authority figures can make ordinary people obey extreme orders. In the 1960s, psychologist Stanley Magram conducted experiments showing that ordinary people, under the direction of an authority figure, would deliver what they believed were painful electric shocks to others. The study revealed how social pressure and the presence of authority can override personal morals, leading people to act in ways they might never choose on their own. While controversial, the findings have been echoed in other contexts, from military settings to workplace hierarchies. The effect is rooted in our tendency to trust perceived experts and defer responsibility when following orders. This doesn't mean people are powerless. Awareness of the influence can strengthen resistance. It's a reminder that moral courage sometimes means stepping out of the shadow of authority, reclaiming personal choice, even when every voice around you says, "Just do." As you're told, peripheral vision detects motion faster than central vision. Your eyes are most detailed in the center, but they're fastest at detecting motion at the edges. Peripheral vision is attuned to movement, a survival trait from when noticing a sudden rustle could mean spotting a predator or prey. This sensitivity is tied to the rod cells in the outer retina, which are better at picking up light and motion in the contrast conditions. In modern life, this means you might notice something moving in the corner of your eye before you consciously look at it. It's part of the brain's early warning system, scanning constantly for change, ready to draw your focus where it's needed most. In the quiet margins of your sight, the past lingers, an ancient watchtower still keeping guard. Writing by hand can improve memory more than typing. Handwriting engages the brain differently from typing, involving fine motor skills, visual processing, and spatial awareness all at once. This richer sensory experience helps encode information more deeply, making it easier to recall later. Students who take handwritten notes often remember concepts better, even if they write less overall, because summarizing in real time requires active engagement with the material. Writing by hand also slows the pace, giving the mind more time to process ideas. While typing is fast and efficient, handwriting can act like a form of mindful learning. Each stroke, a physical imprint of thought, etched not just on paper, into the neural patterns of memory. Smiling can trick your brain into feeling happier. Even without genuine joy, forming a smile can nudge your brain toward a lighter mood. This is because facial muscles send feedback signals to the brain, influencing emotional processing. Studies show that people holding a pen between their teeth to simulate a smile
report more amusement when viewing cartoons compared to those who frown. The effect isn't about pretending to be happy. It's about creating a small, physical cue that the brain interprets as a sign of safety and positivity. Over time, this gentle feedback loop can become a quiet tool for shifting perspective, especially in moments when the day feels heavy. We judge faces in less than 1/10 of a second. The human brain forms impressions of faces almost instantly, in less than 1/10 of a second. Research shows that even such brief exposure is enough for people to decide whether someone appears trustworthy, competent, or likable. These snap judgments come from ancient survival mechanisms, where quickly assessing friend or foe could mean life or death.
The amygdala and other brain regions process facial cues at remarkable speed, well before conscious thought has time to intervene. While first impressions can be surprisingly consistent across observers, they aren't always accurate. Our minds often lean on learned stereotypes and personal experiences to fill in the gaps. This lightning past assessment is a reminder that part of us still operates on instincts formed long before cities, screens, and introductions, when a single cue glance could shape the course of survival. Seeing eyes in a room can make people more honest. Simply placing an image of eyes in a space above a donation box, for example, can make people behave more generously and honestly. Psychologists believe this happens because the sensation of being watched triggers social accountability, even when the eyes are only printed on paper. This effect is linked to our evolutionary past, when reputation and group belonging were essential for survival. Being seen meant your actions mattered, and the brain still responds to these subtle cues today. Interestingly, the eyes don't need to be realistic. Even stylized designs can create the effect. It's a quiet example of how deep-seated social instincts continue to shape behavior in ways we rarely notice, turning a simple image into an invisible reminder someone might be watching. People often overestimate how much others notice them. The spotlight effect describes our tendency to believe others are paying more attention to us than they actually are. This can make small mistakes, tripping on a sidewalk, mispronouncing a word, feel far more noticeable than they are in reality. In truth, most people are too focused on their own thoughts to observe us closely. This bias stems from the way we experience life. We are the central figure in our own story, so we assume the same focus from others. Understanding the spotlight effect can be free, reducing social anxiety and self-consciousness. When we realize that most eyes are turned inward, our own small stumbles lose their weight, and we can move through the world with a lighter step, no longer imagining and doubly. Audience, where none exists, the placebo effect can work even when you know it's a placebo. It sounds impossible, but studies show that a placebo, an inactive treatment, can still have real effects even when the recipient knows it's not real medicine. In these cases, the explanation that the placebo might trigger the body's own healing mechanisms is often enough to create measurable changes, such as reduced pain or improved mood. Psychologists suggest that this works through expectation and conditioning. The ritual of treatment, combined with belief in the body's capacity to heal, activates pathways in the brain that influence physical states. This open-label placebo effect reveals just how intertwined mind and body are, and how belief can shape biology even in the absence of deception. It's a reminder that sometimes awareness itself can be a form of medicine. People often recall emotions better than details. Think back to a significant moment. You might remember the rush of joy, the weight of grief, or the sting of embarrassment, but not the exact sequence of events.
This is because emotions are processed and stored in brain areas closely linked to memory, such as the amygdala, making them easier to retrieve than factual bar details. While this emotional focus can help guide future decisions, it can also blur the accuracy of our recollections. We may recall the feel of a day, but lose track of the specifics. This is why two people can share an experience, yet remember it differently. In the story of our lives, emotion is often the ink, and the details are the paper. Without the feeling, the memory fades, but with it, even vague outlines can remain vivid for years. Forgetting can be just as important as remembering.
Forgetting may feel like a flaw, but it's an essential part of how memory works. The brain is constantly taking in vast amounts of information, and letting go of less useful details helps make room for what matters most. Psychologists believe that forgetting allows us to generalize from past experiences rather than getting lost in specifics. It also prevents outdated information from interfering with new learning. This adaptive forgetting can be thought of as pruning a tree, removing old branches so the healthy ones can grow. Far from being a sign of weakness, the ability to forget is one of the mind's ways of staying efficient and focused, ensuring that the memories we carry are the ones most key, relevant to our present and future. Your brain can adapt to see the world upside down. In classic experiments, people wore special glasses that inverted their vision, turning the world upside down. At first, the experience was disorienting, but within days, the brain adjusted. Objects felt right side up again, even though the image entering the AIs reversed. This remarkable flexibility is an example of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself in response to new input. When the glasses were removed, vision felt flipped again until the brain readjusted. The finding shows that perception is not a fixed recording, but an active construction, constantly shaped by the brain's interpretation of sensory data. Even something as fundamental as up and down is in part a matter of adaptation. Group decisions can be riskier than individual ones. In certain situations, groups tend to make bolder, riskier choices than individuals would alone, a phenomenon called group polarization. This can happen because discussion often amplifies dominant opinions, and shared enthusiasm can downplay potential dangers. The effect is visible in settings from business meetings to political rallies. While collective decision-making can draw on diverse perspectives, it can also lead to risky shift where the desire for unity and momentum outweighs caution. Being aware of this tendency allows groups to counterbalance it by encouraging dissenting voices and deliberate pauses. In the end, the group mind can be a powerful tool, but like any tool, it must be used with care. Optical illusions reveal how reality is rebuilt inside your mind. Optical illusions work because the brain doesn't just receive sensory input, it interprets it, filling in gaps and making predictions. When these predictions clash with the raw data, the result can be an image that appears to shift, move, or hide details that are in plain sight. Illusions reveal the shortcuts the brain uses to make sense of the world quickly. These mental shortcuts usually serve us well, but they remind us that what we see is a version of reality reconstructed inside our heads, not reality itself. Every perception is, in a sense, a personalized rendering, influenced by past experiences, expectations, and context. Laughter can rewire your brain for resilience. Laughter isn't just a reaction. It's a kind of mental exercise that can build resilience. When we laugh, the brain releases endorphins and reduces levels of stress hormones, creating a physiological state that makes it easier to cope with challenges. Shared laughter strengthens social bonds, providing a network of support that is crucial in difficult times. Over time, these moments of joy can act like repeated training sessions for the nervous system, teaching it to recover more quickly from stress. In this way, laughter becomes more than a fleeting pleasure. It's a resource stored within the body and mind, ready to be called upon when life demands courage. A sense of purpose can extend lifespan.
Research shows that people who feel a strong sense of purpose, a clear reason to get up each morning, often live longer, healthier lives. Purpose provides motivation, which can encourage healthier habits, reduce stress, and strengthen social connections. It also seems to benefit the body directly, with studies linking purpose to lower levels of inflammatory markers and better cardiovascular health. This doesn't mean purpose has to be grand or world-changing. It can be as personal as caring for loved ones, pursuing a creative passion, or contributing to a ball. Community. Having something meaningful to work toward acts like a compass for the mind, guiding choices and sustaining resilience. In times of hardship, purpose can serve as a steady light on the horizon, a reason to keep moving forward, one step at a time, through the unfolding days. Your brain has a dedicated face recognition network. Deep within the temporal lobe lies the fusiform face area, a specialized region devoted to recognizing faces. This network is so finely tuned that it can identify familiar faces in less than a second, even in a crowd. Damage to this area can result in prohypagnosia, or face blindness, a condition where individuals can see facial features but struggle to recognize even proper. Close friends or family. The importance of this system is rooted in our evolutionary history. Reading faces has been vital for detecting emotions, recognizing allies, and building social bonds. Remarkably, this network doesn't just process human faces. It can adapt to recognize other familiar patterns, like the markings of pets or the shape of a well-loved object. It's a testament to the brain's deep investment and connection, shaping our ability to recognize the people who matter most to us. Meditation can physically alter brain structures. Meditation is more than a mental exercise. Long-term practice can physically change the brain. MRI studies have found increased thickness in the prefrontal cortex, an area linked to decision-making and self-control, as well as changes in the IND hippocampus, which plays a role in memory and learning. Regular meditation can also reduce the size of the amygdala, the brain center for fear and stress responses, suggesting a heightened capacity for calm. These structural changes reflect neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself in response to experience. Even short daily sessions can begin to alter neural patterns, enhancing attention, emotional regulation, and overall well-being. In a world that often feels rushed and noisy, meditation offers a way to reshape the mind from the inside out, building inner stillness into the very fabric of the brain. People can experience an out-of-body perspective. In certain situations, during near-death experiences, deep meditation, or even through targeted brain stimulation, people report feeling as if they have left their bodies, observing themselves from above or at a distance. Neuroscientists have linked these experiences to disruptions in the brain's integration of sensory information, particularly in the temporal parietal junction. While often fleeting, these moments can feel vivid and profoundly real, leaving lasting impressions on those who experience them. Out-of-body perceptions can shift a person's sense of identity and deepen existential curiosity. Whether interpreted as spiritual events or neurological phenomena, they highlight the brain's remarkable role in creating the sense of self. A sense that can under the right conditions, untether and drift beyond the boundaries of the physical form. Priming can change behavior without you noticing.
Priming occurs when exposure to certain words, images, or ideas subtly influences later behavior.
For example, reading words related to politeness can make people interrupt less often in a conversation, while seeing references to aging might slow their walking guard speed, all without conscious awareness. This happens because the brain uses recently activated concepts as shortcuts, shaping perception and response. While the effects of priming are often short-lived, they reveal how sensitive we are to environmental cues. In everyday life, priming can be positive, inspiring productivity, kindness, or creativity. But it also shows how easily our minds can be nudged without our realizing it. Every setting we enter quietly sets the stage for how we think and act. Kindness can boost your immune system. Acts of kindness don't just make others feel good, they can benefit your health as well.
Helping others has been linked to lower blood pressure, reduced stress hormones, and improved immune function. Psychologists suggest this may be due to the release of oxytocin, which promotes feelings of warmth and trust, while also supporting cardiovascular health. Even small gestures like holding a door or offering a smile can create these effects. Over time, kindness can become a reinforcing cycle. Doing good increases well-being, which in turn makes people more likely to continue helping. In this way, kindness is not just a social glue, it's also a quiet form of self-care, woven into the exchanges that connect us to one another. Your posture can influence your mood. The way you hold your body can shape the way you feel. Standing or sitting upright can increase feelings of confidence and alertness, while slouching may reinforce fatigue or low mood. This link works through feedback loops between body and brain. Posture influences hormone levels, breathing patterns, and neural activity. In one study, participants who adopted power poses reported greater feelings of control, though the exact effects remain debated. Beyond confidence, posture can also affect energy levels by opening or restricting the chest and diaphragm. Small adjustments, sitting tall, relaxing the shoulders, lifting the head, can subtly shift the mind toward greater clarity and presence. The body in many ways sets the stage for the story the mind tells itself. Trauma can sometimes lead to personal growth. While trauma can cause deep pain, some people emerge from it with greater resilience, empathy, or a renewed sense of purpose, a phenomenon known as post-traumatic growth. This doesn't mean the trauma was beneficial, but rather that recovery can sometimes foster strengths that might not have developed otherwise. Psychologists have identified areas of growth, such as stronger relationships, increased appreciation for life, and a deeper connection to personal values. The process often involves meaning-making, finding ways to integrate the experience into a larger narrative of life. While not everyone experiences post-traumatic growth, those who do often describe it as a transformation forged in difficulty, like a tree growing stronger after surviving a storm. Stress can spread between people without words. Stress can be contagious, passing silently from one person to another. Simply observing someone's tense body language, facial expressions, or hearing changes in their voice can trigger a mirrored stress response in the observer's brain. This social transmission of stress is thought to be rooted in empathy.
our nervous systems are tuning to the states of those around us.
While this can help groups respond to threats collectively, it also means that one person's anxiety can ripple outward, affecting the mood of a room. The reverse is also true. Calmness can spread in much the same way, softening tension and encouraging steadiness. In this sense, managing our own stress is not only self-care, it's a quiet gift to those around us. We are more likely to help when we are the only witness. When we're alone and see someone in need, we tend to act quickly. There's no one else to defer responsibility to. This contrasts with the bystander effect that can occur in groups where individuals hesitate, assuming someone else will step forward. Being the only witness removes that uncertainty, placing the decision squarely in our hands. In these moments, the impulse to help often feels direct and personal. Psychologists suggest this reflects an ancient survival strategy. In small groups, every member's contribution was vital. Today, it's a reminder that sometimes the smallest, most immediate actions can make the biggest difference, especially when there's no one else around to take the first step. Mirroring someone's movements can build instant rapport. Subtly matching another person's gestures, posture, or speech patterns can create a sense of connection and trust. This unconscious tendency, known as the chameleon effect, is part of our social wiring. When done naturally, mirroring signals empathy and attentiveness, making the other person feel understood. It's why conversations often sink in rhythm, or why friends may find themselves laughing or leaning in at the same time. In professional settings, skilled negotiators sometimes use mirroring to foster cooperation, while therapists use it to strengthen rapport. However, when forced or exaggerated, it can feel insincere. In its truest form, mirroring is simply the body's way of saying, "I'm with you," without words. A quiet alignment of two nervous systems moving in time with each other like dancers following the same music. Learning something new physically changes your brain. Every skill learned, from cooking a new recipe to mastering a musical instrument, reshapes the brain's neural connections. This process, called neuroplasticity, allows the brain to adapt to experiences throughout life. New learning strengthens synaptic pathways and can even create entirely new ones, much like forging fresh trails in a forest. MRI studies show that activities like juggling, language study, and complex problem-solving can lead to measurable growth in certain brain regions. These changes aren't instant, but they accumulate with practice, becoming part of the brain's living architecture. The beauty of neuroplasticity is that it works at any age. Though it may slow over time, the potential for growth never fully disappears. Every new skill learned leaves a physical trace, a quiet mark of experience etched into the brain's evolving map. Changing your study location can boost retention. Studying in different environments can help information stick more firmly in memory. This effect occurs because each location provides unique cues that the brain unconsciously associates with the material being learned. When you recall the information later, you have a richer web of associations to draw from. For example, alternating between a quiet room, a park bench, and a library can create subtle variations in lighting, background noise, and sense, all of which become retrieval cues. Psychologists suggest this technique can be particularly useful for preparing for exams or presentations. The same principle applies beyond studying. Practicing a skill in varied contexts can improve adaptability and performance. By gently shaking up routine, you give your brain more threads to weave into memory, creating a tapestry that's harder to unravel. Teaching others strengthens your own understanding. Explaining a concept to someone else requires organizing your thoughts, finding clear language, and anticipating questions, all of which deepen your grasp of the material. This is sometimes called the protet effect, and it's why teachers often say they learn as much as they teach. When you teach, you actively retrieve and reconstruct knowledge, strengthening the neural pathways that store it. Even the process of preparing to teach can improve retention, as your brain engages with the information in a more structured, purposeful way. This approach works for skills as well as facts. Showing a friend how to cook a dish, for example, reinforces your own muscle memory. In a way, teaching transforms knowledge from something you hold to something you live, making it a more permanent part of your mind's library. Some fears are inherited through evolution. Certain fears, such as the fear of snakes, spiders, or heights, appear more readily in humans and other primates, even without direct negative experiences. Psychologists and evolutionary biologists believe these fears are prepared through evolution, giving our ancestors an advantage in avoiding danger. Studies have shown that people can develop fear responses to these stimuli more quickly than to neutral objects like flowers or houses. While modern life has made many of these dangers less relevant, the underlying predisposition remains. This evolutionary inheritance means our emotional responses aren't shaped only by personal experience, but also by the long history of survival encoded in our nervous systems. In some cases, our instincts are whispers from a past where a single moment's caution could mean the difference between life and death. Multitasking reduces the quality of your memory. Switching between tasks may feel productive, but it often comes at the cost of memory accuracy. When attention is divided, the brain can't fully encode each task's details, leading to weaker recall. Multitasking also increases the chance of source confusion, where you remember information but forget where it came from. Over time, habitual multitasking can train the brain to favor breadth over depth, making sustained focus more difficult. Psychologists recommend monotasking, dedicating time to one activity for better learning and retention. While our modern environment tempts us to do many things at once, the mind is at its sharpest when allowed to dwell deeply on a single thread, weaving it securely into memory. Your sense of time can stretch or collapse in different situations. Time perception is fluid, shaped by attention, emotion, and novelty. Moments of danger or intense focus can feel longer as the brain records more sensory details per second. Conversely, familiar routines can seem to vanish quickly, with hours passing in what feels like minutes. This effect explains why childhood often seems to stretch endlessly. Every experience is new, while adulthood can feel faster as novelty decreases. Psychologists suggest that deliberately seeking out new activities can slow the perceived passage of time, adding richness to each day. In this way, our sense of time is less like a clock and more like an accordion, expanding and contracting with the music of our experiences. Some memories can be erased with targeted disruption. Researchers have found ways to weaken or even erase specific memories in animals by disrupting the reconsolidation process, the period when a memory is recalled and then stored again. While still largely experimental in humans, this approach has been explored as a potential treatment for traumatic memories. By interfering with the brain's chemical pathways during reconsolidation, scientists can make certain memories less vivid or emotionally charged. The possibility raises both hope and ethical questions. Could erasing pain also erase important parts of identity? For now, the research reminds us that memory is not a fixed recording, but a living, changing construct, one that can, in certain circumstances, be rewritten. Your brain can generate false memories that feel completely real. False memories aren't just fuzzy recollections. They can feel as vivid and detailed as genuine ones. Experiments have shown that suggestion, imagination, and even photographs can lead people to remember events that never occurred. The brain builds memories by reconstructing details each time they're recalled, which means they can shift subtly over time. This flexibility is normally useful, allowing memories to adapt, but it also leaves them open to distortion. In some cases, people may confidently recall entire scenarios that are entirely fabricated, complete with emotions and sensory impressions. It's a reminder that memory is not a perfect archive. It's a story our mind tells, and like any story, it can change in the telling. Your brain can hallucinate gaps in your vision without you knowing. Everyone has a blind spot where the optic nerve meets the retina, yet we rarely notice it. This is because the brain automatically fills in the missing information using surrounding details and patterns. This process of filling in occurs continuously, not only at the blind spot, but also smoothing over minor visual interruptions caused by blinking, shadows, or obstacles. Most of the time, the outcome feels perfectly seamless. Yet it reveals that what we perceive is partly constructed, not simply a direct recording of reality. In this sense, the brain functions like an editor, delivering a refined version of the world instead of unfiltered footage. We inhabit an image shaped as much by interpretation as by light itself. Hearing your own name sparks a distinct neural reaction. Your name operates like a personal alert system for the mind. Even in a crowded, noisy space, it can slice through surrounding conversation and seize your attention immediately. This phenomenon is called the cocktail party effect. Brain imaging shows that hearing your own name increases activity in the medial prefrontal cortex, a region linked to self-awareness. The response is automatic and often emotional, since names are closely connected to identity and belonging. This sensitivity likely developed because recognizing when someone called you could signal safety, opportunity, or crucial information. Even when softly spoken from afar, your name can cut through distraction and draw you back into the present, like a fine thread tying you to the physical world around you. People are capable of forming biases without recognizing it. Biases are not always intentional or conscious. The brain's inclination to make rapid judgments and sort information can produce implicit biases, automatic preferences or associations operating beneath awareness. These tendencies can shape choices, perceptions, and interactions, even in individuals who sincerely value fairness and equality. Tests designed to measure implicit bias demonstrate that these associations can be unexpectedly persistent and difficult to alter. But awareness is the first step in countering them. By slowing down decisions, seeking diverse perspectives, and questioning gut reactions, we can begin to challenge these hidden patterns. This process doesn't erase bias entirely, but it can weaken its influence, allowing our actions to better reflect our conscious values. In a way, it's like learning to spot a current beneath the surface. Once you know it's there, you can choose how to navigate it. Group pressure can shape opinions without evidence.
Humans are deeply social, and our opinions can be swayed simply by the views of those around us. In classic experiments, participants were willing to give obviously wrong answers to simple questions when everyone else in the group did the same. A phenomenon known as B-conformity. This pull toward agreement can be stronger when the group is unanimous or when we feel uncertain. Conformity isn't always negative. It can promote cooperation and shared norms, but it can also lead us to ignore our own judgment in favor of the crowd. The awareness of this tendency can help us pause, examine the evidence, and ask whether agreement is genuine or simply a desire to fit in.
Sometimes, the quietest act of independence is holding to the truth when every voice around you says otherwise. Sleep can spark insights you couldn't reach while awake. While the body rests, the brain continues working, reorganizing memories, making connections, and even solving problems. This is why answers sometimes come in dreams, or why a solution feels clear in the morning after seeming impossible the night before. During certain stages of sleep, especially REMM, the brain is freer to explore unusual associations, unbound by the constraints of waking logic. Artists, scientists, and inventors have all credited sleep with breakthroughs. This creative problem-solving happens because the sleeping brain blends information in novel ways, finding patterns that waking consciousness might overlook. It's a reminder that rest is not idleness. It's an active state where the mind works quietly behind the scenes, ready to surprise us with sudden clarity when the day begins. Teaching others strengthens your memory. When you teach something you've learned, you engage in active recall, forcing the brain to retrieve and organize the information. This process strengthens memory pathways, making the knowledge more durable. The act of explaining also reveals gaps in understanding, encouraging deeper learning. Even informal teaching, like telling a friend about a documentary you watched, can reinforce memory. Psychologists call this the Pratet effect, and it's why teachers, tutors, and coaches often know their subject so well. In teaching, you transform passive knowledge into an active skill, embedding it more firmly into your mental framework. The more you explain, the more the information becomes a part of you. Doodling can help you stay focused. Far from being a sign of distraction, doodling can actually support concentration. In one study, participants who doodled while listening to a dull audio recording remembered more details than those who didn't. The light engagement of doodling may prevent the mind from fully wandering, keeping it anchored to the present task. This effect works because the brain has a limited capacity for attention. A small, repetitive activity can fill unused mental space without taking focus away from the main activity. For some people, doodling during lectures or meetings is like holding a gentle tether between their wandering thoughts and the information in front of them. In the quiet strokes of a pen, attention finds its rhythm. Smiling can trick your brain into feeling happier. The simple act of smiling, even when not prompted by joy, can activate brain pathways that release mood-lifting chemicals like dopamine and serotonin. This is the facial feedback hypothesis. In action, our expressions influence our emotions as much as the other way around. In experiments, people asked to hold a pen between their teeth, forcing a smile, reported finding jokes funnier than those who frowned. While a smile won't erase stress or sadness, it can create a small upward shift in emotional state, making it easier to face challenges. It's a reminder that body and mind are in constant conversation, and sometimes the body can speak first. Taste is shaped more by smell than by your tongue.
What we call taste is largely a blend of flavor and aroma. The tongue can detect only 5 basic tastes: sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and umami. While the thousands of subtle flavors we perceive come from the sense of smell. When you eat with a blocked nose, food often seems bland because those aromatic signals are missing. The brain fuses taste and smell into a single experience, processing them together in regions tied to memory and emotion. This is why certain flavors can instantly transport you back to a specific time or place. In every bite, the senses work together to create something richer than either could allow. Spacing out learning helps you remember longer instead of cramming all at once. Spreading learning over multiple sessions, known as the spacing effect, leads to better long-term retention. This works because each review strengthens the memory, and the time between sessions allows for forgetting to occur just enough that retrieval requires effort. That effort is what reinforces the neural pathways, making the memory more durable. Whether studying a language, practicing music, or learning names, spacing practice sessions can make the knowledge stick for months or years rather than days. It's the difference between writing in wet sand and carving into stone. Your brain can make a choice before you realize it. Experiments using brain imaging have found that neural activity can predict a decision seconds before a person becomes consciously aware of making it. This suggests that much of what we think of as choice begins in unconscious processes, with consciousness arriving slightly later to take ownership. While this doesn't mean free will is an illusion, it does reveal that our awareness is only part of a larger decision-making system. The mind works like a deep ocean. Surface waves of conscious thought are shaped by unseen currents far below. Some minds link sounds to colors automatically. For people with a form of synesthesia, certain sounds can trigger the perception of colors. A musical note might appear as a burst of blue, or a spoken word might carry a soft haze of green. These color associations are consistent for each person and often appear early in life. Neuroscientists believe this blending of senses occurs because of increased connectivity between brain regions that usually process sound and vision separately. While synesthesia is uncommon, it offers a glimpse into the brain's remarkable flexibility
and its ability to create rich, layered experiences from the world around us. For those who have it, music isn't just heard, it's seen. Like watching a silent fireworks display with every chord and melody. People remember gossip more than facts. Stories about other people's behavior, whether positive or negative, tend to stick in memory more than neutral information. This bias may come from evolution, where tracking reputations and social alliances was crucial for survival. Knowing who could be trusted, who might pose a threat, and who contributed to the group offered a real advantage. Even today, gossip engages the brain's social reasoning networks, making it more memorable. While gossip can be harmful if false or malicious, it can also serve as informal social regulation, reinforcing group norms. Its staying power in memory is a reminder of how deeply we are wired for social awareness and how the tales we pass along can shape the invisible threads between us. Changing your perspective can reduce stress. Reframing a stressful situation, looking at it from a different angle, can lower its emotional weight. Psychologists call this cognitive reappraisal, and it works by changing the meaning we assign to an event. For example, viewing a challenge as an opportunity to grow rather than a threat can reduce anxiety and improve problem solving. Brain scans show that reappraisal activates the prefrontal cortex, which helps regulate the amygdala, the brain's fear center.
This shift doesn't erase the difficulty, but it can create space between stimulus and reaction, allowing for a calmer, more deliberate response. Over time, the habit of reappraisal can make the mind more resilient, turning stress into a teacher rather than an enemy. People are more creative when they are slightly tired. It may seem counterintuitive, but a mildly tired brain can sometimes think more creatively than a fully alert one.
When we're slightly fatigued, our mental filters loosen, allowing more unusual connections to surface. This can be especially useful for tasks that require divergent thinking, brainstorming, inventing, or problem-solving in unconventional ways. Psychologists suggest that the relaxed control of a tired mind can free it from rigid patterns, opening the door to novel ideas. Of course, exhaustion hinders most types of work, but in that sweet spot between wakefulness and fatigue, the mind can wander just far enough to stumble onto dull, unexpected brilliance. It's one reason some people find their most original ideas late at night or early in the morning, when thoughts drift a little more freely. People adjust opinions to match a group. Group consensus can be a powerful force, often nudging people to adopt positions they might not hold individually. This is a form of conformity, where the desire for social harmony overrides personal judgment. Classic studies have shown that people will agree with a group's incorrect answer to an obvious question, simply to avoid standing out. While conformity can promote cooperation and cohesion, it can also suppress creativity and dissent. Recognizing the pull of group opinion allows us to pause and consider whether agreement reflects our own beliefs or the group's influence. In a world full of collective voices, the quietest and often most important one to hear is our own. Compliments activate the same brain regions as rewards. Receiving a compliment can light up the brain's reward centers in much the same way as receiving money or winning a prize. Areas such as the striatum respond to social praise, releasing dopamine and fostering positive emotions. Compliments can also improve performance, as encouragement boosts motivation and confidence. This is why positive feedback is a powerful tool in teaching, teamwork, and relationships. Effect isn't limited to elaborate praise. Even small, sincere acknowledgments can spark this response. At its core, a compliment is both recognition and connection, a way of telling someone they are seen and valued. In a moment that can resonate far beyond the words themselves. Your brain can imagine pain you have never felt. The mind's ability to simulate experience extends even to sensations we've never personally endured. Simply watching someone in pain or reading a vivid description can activate brain areas involved in our own pain processing. This capacity likely evolved to enhance empathy, helping us avoid danger and understand the suffering of others. While imagined pain is not as intense as the real thing, the overlap in brain activity can still be powerful enough to make us wuss at another's injury. This simulation also means that fear and anxiety can arise from anticipated pain, influencing our choices even before any real harm occurs. Sleep deprivation blocks new memories from forming. A lack of sleep can severely impair the brain's ability to store new information. During deepened sleep, the hippocampus works to consolidate memories, transferring them into long-term storage. Without sufficient rest, this process is disrupted, leaving the mind unable to hold on to details from the day. Even a single night of poor sleep can weaken learning and recall over time. Chronic sleep deprivation can lead to more lasting cognitive decline. This is why rest is essential, not only for health, but also for growth. Without it, the stories of our days fade before they can be written into memory.
People often believe information simply because it's repeated. The illusory truth effect describes our tendency to accept statements as true if we hear them often enough, regardless of their accuracy. Repetition increases familiarity, and familiarity feels like truth to the brain. This mental shortcut evolved to help us learn from patterns, but in the modern world, it can be exploited by misinformation. Being aware of this bias allows us to slow down and fact-check before accepting repeated claims. In a noisy information landscape, the mind's comfort with the familiar can be both a strength and a vulnerability. Your brain processes faces in a special way. Faces are so important to human interaction that the brain devotes specialized regions to recognizing and interpreting them. The fusiform face area, located in the temporal lobe, allows us to quickly identify individuals, read emotions, and detect subtle changes in calm. Expression. This system is so efficient that we often recognize a face faster than we can recall a name. It's also why we sometimes see faces in clouds or patterns. The brain is primed to find them everywhere. The importance of this skill reflects our evolutionary history, where reading faces was central to communication and survival. Anticipation often feels better than the event itself. The joy of looking forward to something, a trip, a holiday, a long-awaited meeting, can sometimes outweigh the pleasure of the event itself. Psychologists call this the anticipation effect. And it happens because imagining the future allows the mind to craft an ideal version free from the far unpredictability of reality. Anticipation can lift mood, increase motivation, and even reduce stress in the days leading up to an event. When the moment arrives, it may not match the vivid picture we've built, but that doesn't diminish the value of looking forward. In a way, anticipation is its own reward, a slow, sweet unfolding in the mind that stretches happiness across time, letting us enjoy not just what is, but what might be. We judge faces in less than a blink. A single glance is enough for the brain to form an impression of a face, sometimes in less than 100 milliseconds. This lightning-fast evaluation involves the amygdala and other areas responsible for processing social cues, assessing trustworthiness, and recognizing familiarity. These judgments often feel intuitive because they bypass deliberate reasoning, emerging as a gut sense rather than a conscious thought. While snap judgments can be useful in detecting danger or recognizing friends, they can also be colored by bias. Awareness of this speed can help us pause, giving slower, more thoughtful impressions the chance to form. In the space of a blink, the mind sketches a portrait, but it's only the first draft. Smells can influence your mood without you noticing. The link between scent and emotion is immediate and often unconscious. Odor travels directly to the limbic system, bypassing the brain's rational processing centers. This means that a faint floral fragrance, a hint of wood smoke, with the smell of fresh bread, can alter mood before you're even aware of it. Calming scents like lavender may slow heart rate and promote relaxation, while sharper smells like citrus can increase alertness. These effects are subtle but powerful, shaping the emotional background of a moment. Whether in nature, at home, or in a busy street, the air carries invisible signals that the brain translates into feelings, a quiet influence on the mind's weather. Hearing certain sounds can trigger physical reactions. A gentle melody might slow your breathing, while a sudden loud noise can spike your heart rate. Sound is processed not only by the auditory system, but also by brain regions linked to emotion, memory, and movement. Certain frequencies can create tingling sensations, as in ASMR, while others may cause discomfort or tension. These physical reactions are part of an ancient survival system. Quick responses to auditory cues could mean the difference between safety and danger. In modern life, they remain a reminder of how deeply sound is tied to the body's rhythms. Music, voices, and even environmental noise can all leave subtle fingerprints on our physical state. Your mind works differently when solving problems alone. When working alone, people often engage in deeper, more reflective thought, free from the influence of others' opinions. This can lead to more original solutions, though it may lack the stimulation and feedback of group collaboration. Brain activity during solitary problem-solving often shows greater activation in areas linked to introspection and internal visualization. Working alone allows for unfiltered creativity, but it also requires self-discipline to stay on track. In contrast, group settings can boost energy and idea sharing, but risk conformity. Knowing when to seek solitude and when to collaborate can help harness the strengths of both approaches. People remember emotionally charged moments more vividly. Emotion acts like a spotlight on memory, sharpening details and strengthening recall. Whether the moment is joyful, frightening, or sorrowful, heightened arousal triggers the amygdala to signal the hippocampus, prioritizing the event for long-term storage. This is why we can recall where we were and how we felt during major life events even decades later. While emotion improves memory for the central details, it can sometimes blur peripheral ones. The feeling remains clear, but the exact sequence of events may cause fade. These memories form part of the emotional fabric of our lives. Moments where the heart and mind worked in unison to ensure they would not be forgotten. People are more persuasive when they mirror others' movements. Subtle imitation of gestures, posture, and expressions can increase persuasiveness and rapport. This non-verbal mirroring signals attentiveness and alignment, often without conscious awareness from either person. In negotiations, sales, and even casual conversation, mirroring can make the listener feel more understood, which increases receptivity to ideas. The effect works best when natural and understated. Forced imitation can feel manipulative. At its most genuine, mirroring is simply a reflection of empathy, a silent conversation between bodies that reinforces the spoken one. Your brain can rewire itself throughout life. Neuroplasticity allows the brain to adapt and change its structure in response to learning, experience, and injury. New connections form between neurons, and existing pathways can strengthen or weaken depending on how often they are used. This adaptability is greatest in childhood, but continues into old age, enabling recovery after strokes, adaptation to new skills, and the ability to reshape habits. Every new experience, from meeting someone new to practicing a craft, subtly alters the brain's architecture. We are, in a very real sense, sculptor of our own mind. Your sense of time changes under extreme emotion. Moments of fear, excitement, or awe can warp time perception. Under stress, the brain processes more sensory information, making a moment feel longer in retrospect. In contrast, intense joy or focus can make hours seem to vanish in an instant. This elasticity in time perception
reflects the brain's adaptive responses to important events, ensuring that crucial moments are noticed and remembered. It's why a few seconds in danger can feel like minutes, and why an evening of laughter can disappear in a heartbeat. The mind holds mysteries we have yet to unravel. Despite decades of research, vast questions remain about how the mind works. From the origins of consciousness to the depths of memory and emotion, each discovery seems to open new doors, revealing layers of complexity we hadn't imagined. The mind is not just a collection of processes. It's a landscape where thoughts, dreams, and awareness flow together. In exploring it, we're not only studying biology, we're also tracing the outlines of what it means to be human. For now, many of its secrets remain, inviting us to keep looking inward toward the quiet depths we carry with us everywhere. Your personality is partly written in your DNA. Deep within your cells, quiet codes of adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine whisper hints of who you might become. Certain sequences influence how sensitive you are to reward, how quickly you recover from stress, and how you process emotion. Genes guide the structure of the brain regions that regulate impulse, empathy, and attention. Yet DNA is not destiny. Every life experience, every friendship, every heartbreak dances with those inherited scripts, rewriting them through chemical switches that turn genes on or off. Scientists call this dialogue between biology and experience epigenetics, a living conversation that continues throughout your lifetime. Your personality is not carved in stone. It is a living echo of both ancestry and experience, always evolving as your cells respond to the world you move through. Even a single letter change in DNA can alter temperament. The entire human genome is written in the language of roughly 3 billion letters, and sometimes a single misplaced one can ripple outward into behavior. A change in one base pair within a gene can subtly modify how a neurotransmitter receptor functions, influencing sensitivity to fear, novelty, or social bar. Reward, though tiny, such changes can shift the chemical balance of the brain, shaping patterns of curiosity or caution. These molecular variations do not dictate destiny. They merely tune the instrument of the mind. Over generations, they become part of the evolutionary experiment of personality, offering diversity to a species that thrives on adaptation. In one person, that small variation might inspire boldness. In another, careful reflection. Every human psyche carries countless micro-edits, each one a biological brushstroke in the grand portrait of individuality. Your choice of words reflects deep personality dimensions. Language is not only what we say, it is how we carve thought into sound. Extroverted people use more social words, more excitement words, more energy words. Introverted people often use language that is more precise, more introspective, and more sensory-focused. Highly agreeable people lean toward words of care and warmth, while highly analytical people lean towards structure, logic, and control words. Even function words, tiny bridge words like and or but or because, can hint at how someone organizes experience in their head. These patterns show up in texts, in emails, in casual conversation, and they tend to stay steady over time because they reflect stable habits of attention. The mind pays attention to what matters to it, and then the mouth follows. In that way, every sentence is a small behavioral fingerprint. You cannot help revealing how you think. People can sometimes predict traits accurately just by seeing your face. Humans are fast, almost shockingly fast, at forming first impressions. Within a moment of seeing a face, people tend to form guesses about warmth, dominance, openness, and even honesty. These guesses are not perfect, and they can be biased or unfair, but they are surprisingly consistent across strangers. Some of this comes from reading microtension in facial muscles, posture, and expression. Some of it comes from subtle cues related to hormone exposure in development, which can leave traces in jawline shape, eye spacing, and brow structure. The brain evolved to make snap judgments because in deep evolutionary time, choosing whom to trust was a survival question. What is wild is that even today, employers, jurors, and romantic partners all still respond to these instant impressions. Your face is not just appearance. It is treated by other nervous systems as early data about how to approach you. The left and right sides of the face can show different emotions. The two halves of the brain do not express emotion in exactly the same way, and each half of the brain largely controls the opposite half of the face. This creates subtle emotional asymmetry. In many people, the left side of the face shows slightly stronger, genuine feeling, especially sadness or tenderness, because it is more directly shaped by the right hemisphere, which is heavily involved in emotional processing. Portrait painters through history, especially in classical and Renaissance styles, often posed subjects with the left cheek angled toward the viewer without consciously knowing the neuroscience, because that angle felt more soulful, more revealing, more human. You can even test this by covering one half of a photographed face and then the other. Very often, they feel like two slightly different people. We do not wear one single expression, we wear two parallel versions of our inner life at once. Animals can detect aspects of human personality through scent and tone. Many animals, especially dogs, are astonishingly sensitive to chemical and vocal signals that humans barely notice. Dogs can distinguish by scent alone between sweat collected during calm states and sweat collected during anxious states, and they change their own behavior in response. They also respond differently to voices that carry relaxed, confident rhythm compared to voices that carry agitation or fear. Horses too are responsive to human body tension and vocal energy, sometimes mirroring stress or settling when a human settles. This means your personality is not just something people experience, it is something other species can read. The animal is constantly listening to the music of your nervous system. If you are kind, gentle, patient, and non-threatening, many animals will approach more willingly. Not because of magic, but because their survival instincts tell them that your presence regulates their world instead of disturbing it. Digital avatars often mirror our real personalities more than we realize. When people create online characters or profiles, they often think they are inventing a new self. What quietly happens instead is projection. Introverted people are more likely to design avatars that closely resemble their real appearance or the present honesty and approachability. Extroverted people experiment more with stylization, dramatic color, and bold clothing or posture choices that signal charisma, confidence, and attention. Seeking. People who feel powerful tend to choose taller or sharper-looking avatars. People who feel vulnerable often choose softer shapes, gentler eyes, warmer palettes. Even the posture of a virtual character
open and expansive versus closed and guarded, tracks with real-world self-esteem. In other words, the avatar becomes a mood map. It is not random decoration. It is an X-ray of identity as the person wishes to feel or believes they truly are, behind the shyness of daily life. Online behavior patterns can predict personality better than friends can. What you like, what you repost, how often you comment, which topics hold your attention, and how you use language on the internet all leave a trace. This trace can be analyzed by algorithms to estimate broad personality traits such as openness, extroversion, agreeableness, and emotional stability. In some studies, these predictions matched self-report questionnaires more closely than the guesses made by coworkers or casual friends. That sounds unsettling, but it makes sense. Algorithms are not distracted by surface charm. They are tracking repetition. Personality shows itself most clearly in what you choose again and again and again. Over time, your digital life becomes a behavioral mirror. It reflects not who you said you were in a formal setting, but how you actually behave when you are relaxed and unfiltered. What feels casual to you is to a pattern-seeking system a map of your psychological signature. Even the way you use emojis says something about your character. Emojis began as tiny decorations for text, but they have grown into emotional stand-ins for tone of voice, body language, and facial expression. People high in agreeableness tend to use warm, affiliative emojis such as smiling faces or hearts because they want to maintain harmony and reassure others that the message is friendly. People high in openness tend to use weirder or more playful emojis and sometimes combine them in creative ways to invent new shades of meaning. People high in conscientiousness often use emojis more sparingly, choosing clarity over flourish. Even frequency matters. Heavy use in professional spaces can signal comfort with informality, which often overlaps with extroversion and social boldness. In that sense, you are not just typing feelings. You are broadcasting how you relate to others, how you soften edges, how you invite closeness, and how you manage emotional distance in digital space. Personality shapes how time feels to you. For some people, a single hour feels long enough to hold a memory, while for others, entire days slip by as if time has softened its edges. Personality quietly alters this rhythm. Conscientious people tend to experience time as structured and measurable, dividing it into careful portions that fit their plans. Open and imaginative minds experience time more fluidly, as though moments melt together in creative flow. Those with higher levels of anxiety may feel each second stretch endlessly, while calm temperaments let time glide by unnoticed. Scientists studying temporal perception find that attention, emotion, and self-awareness all bend time's texture. When you are alert and focused, moments expand. When absorbed or joyful, they vanish. Personality sets the internal tempo that defines the pace of a lifetime. It is not the clock that moves faster or slower. It is the mind's pulse that changes its song. Risk-takers perceive time as moving faster. Adventurous personalities often feel that life speeds past in bright, quick flashes. When risk-takers face challenge or novelty, their bodies release adrenaline and dopamine, sharpening focus but shortening the feeling of duration. This is because intense stimulation floods working memory with information, compressing the sense of how long an event lasts. The result is a life that feels thrilling, but fleeting.
These individuals are drawn to experiences that stretch emotion and ignite attention. They do not linger in hesitation. They dive into immediacy. By contrast, cautious minds stretch moments out through anticipation and analysis. The difference is not just psychological, but physiological, rooted in arousal and neural rhythm. Risk-takers live in fast forward, not because they hurry, but because excitement collapses the space between moments. Their reward is vividness, a sense that every second burns brighter, even if it passes in a blur. Conscientious people tend to plan further into the future. Some personalities naturally look ahead, as though their thoughts lean toward the horizon. Conscientious people organize time like gardeners, preparing soil months before the first bloom. Their prefrontal cortex, the region of the brain that manages goals and delayed rewards, stays more active during decisions about the future. This creates a sense of structure and reliability, but also the weight of constant awareness. They picture outcomes before they happen, balancing duty against desire. For them, discipline is not punishment, it is comfort. By planning, they soothe uncertainty. This ability to imagine steps before they are taken makes them effective at leadership, study, and perseverance. Yet, even in their precision lies humanity. When plans shift, they adapt with quiet determination. Conscientiousness may make time feel linear and purposeful, but beneath it is a soft rhythm of care guiding choices toward meaning rather than mere success. Neurotic people experience more mental time travel into the past. For those whose emotions run deep and changeable, time is not a straight path forward, but a loop that bends backward. People high in neuroticism often revisit memories, reliving them in vivid sensory detail. The emotional centers of their brains remain active during recall, so old experiences feel fresh, almost present. This tendency evolved as a way to anticipate danger, yet it can trap the mind in replay. Each remembered failure or loss becomes a rehearsal for future safety. But within that same sensitivity lies empathy and insight. Those who think often about the past tend to understand others with unusual depth because they are practiced in examining feeling. Their minds are both mirror and echo, reflecting what was while shaping what will be. With awareness, their introspection becomes wisdom, turning regret into reflection and memory into meaning. Extroverts estimate make durations more optimistically. For people who thrive on energy and interaction, time often feels generous. Extroverts tend to underestimate how long tasks will take, believing there will always be space for more. Their brains, rich in dopamine activity, tilt toward anticipation and reward. The excitement of what might happen overshadows concern for limits. This optimism fuels enthusiasm and social engagement, keeping life full of movement. When they say, "just a minute," it often becomes 10, because joy stretches their sense of capacity. Introverts who experience events with deeper processing and awareness tend to measure time more accurately. Extroverts, though, benefit from their flexible perception. It allows them to take risks, to leap, and to fill life with stories. For them, the clock is a companion, not a constraint. The hours seem shorter because each one shines so brightly before it slips away. The way you remember your past reflects your personality. Memory is a mosaic made by emotion. Optimistic minds arrange their pieces into patterns of triumph, transforming hardships into lessons and perseverance into pride. Pessimistic or cautious personalities recall more of the difficulties,
using them as guides for self-protection. Highly agreeable people hold on to moments of kindness and connection, while ambitious minds focus on goals achieved or missed. The result is not a record, but a narrative shaped by temperament. Every act of remembering is a form of storytelling, where your personality chooses what details deserve light and which fade into shadow. Scientists find that emotional bias during recall helps maintain a coherent sense of identity. The memories you cherish are reflections of the values you live by. The past itself does not change, but the way you hold it determines whether it becomes a weight, a teacher, or a spark of inspiration. Some people literally imagine the future more vividly than others. When asked to picture a future moment, some minds see every detail, light, color, even the imagined sound of footsteps. Others glimpse only faint outlines. This difference comes from how brain networks for imagination and memory communicate. People high in openness and conscientiousness show stronger connections between the hippocampus, which stores past experiences, and the visual cortex, which paints new ones. They borrow fragments of memory to build future scenes, almost as if rehearsing reality. Those who imagine vividly often plan more effectively and feel stronger motivation because their minds experience goals as already half real. Yet vivid imagination can also amplify worry when those future visions turn dark. The same neural gift that fuels creativity can nurture anxiety. In every mind, imagination is both a map and a mirror, revealing not just what we hope to see, but how we see ourselves becoming. Optimists recall fewer failures, even when reminded of them. Ask an optimistic person about a setback, and they might smile as if it belonged to someone else. Their brains, particularly regions that regulate emotion, dampen the sting of negative memories.
This selective recall helps maintain resilience and hope.
It is not denial, but adaptation. By focusing on progress rather than pain, they keep motivation alive. Pessimists, on the other hand, remember errors more vividly, treating each as a cautionary tale. While this helps them prepare for future difficulties, it can also weigh them down. Optimists prune their memories like gardeners, letting wilted moments fade to make room for new growth. Over time, this bias toward positive recall shapes mood, confidence, and even health. The world they inhabit is no brighter than anyone else's, but their minds painted with lighter tones, remembering the sunrise more than the storm. Pessimists focus on possible dangers, even in safe environments. The human brain evolved to detect threat before pleasure, and in some people, that vigilance never turns off. Those with more pessimistic tendencies experience heightened activity in the amygdala, which stays alert to potential loss or risk.
They imagine obstacles long before they appear, rehearsing solutions to problems that may never come.
This constant scanning can make the world feel uncertain, yet it also provides foresight and caution. Many engineers, planners, and safety experts thrive because of this precise awareness. However, if left unchecked, it narrows the field of perception until opportunity looks like danger too. Training the mind to notice safety, beauty, and kindness restores balance. Then vigilance becomes discernment, and caution turns into wisdom. The pessimistic mind does not seek misery. It seeks control in a world that often refuses to be controlled. Your sense of self-ontuity links directly to your personality's stability. Imagine your life as a book written chapter by chapter. For some people, the story feels seamless. For others, it reads like a series of unrelated tales. This feeling of connectedness through time is called self-continuity, and it depends partly on personality. Emotionally stable individuals tend to maintain a strong thread of identity, using memory to integrate the past into present goals. Those high in openness or neuroticism may feel themselves change more drastically from one year to the next. Scientists find that this difference involves the medial prefrontal cortex, which binds memories to the sense of self. When that connection is steady, personality feels grounded. When it shifts, life becomes an ongoing act of reinvention. Both states have beauty. One offers calm, the other renewal. The self, after all, is not fixed. It is a river that remembers its source even as it keeps flowing. Personality influences how strongly you feel emotions. Not all hearts beat with the same intensity. Extroverts often experience joy and excitement with greater force. Their reward circuits glowing like lanterns in the dark. People high in neuroticism feel pain and worry more sharply. Their amygdala holding on to emotion longer. Agreeable individuals absorb others' feelings, sensing happiness and sorrow as if through shared skin. Conscientious people modulate emotion with thought, calming themselves through control and perspective. These differences ensure diversity and how humanity reacts to life. Some people carry sunlight, others carry shelter. Together, they create balance. The strength of feeling is neither gift nor flaw. It is texture. Emotion moves through each personality like a unique melody composed by the structure of the mind, but performed through experience. In every face, emotion's music plays differently, reminding us that even in a single moment, the human heart holds infinite variety. Extroverts show stronger reactions to rewards. When opportunity glimmers, extroverted minds light up before it even arrives. Their dopamine systems respond eagerly to novelty and anticipation, making social experiences and challenges feel invigorating. This neural sensitivity drives them to explore, to reach out, and to act quickly on curiosity. The world rewards their enthusiasm with connection and discovery. Introverts feel reward too, but their satisfaction often comes later, in reflection or mastery. Extroverts, living at a faster tempo, chase possibilities with bright confidence. This optimism can lead to overcommitment or risk, yet it also propels progress and social cohesion. Each time an extrovert celebrates or shares excitement, the energy spreads, lifting those around them. Their joy is contagious, and evolution seems to favor that light. The reward itself matters less than the sparkle of pursuit. The way they make living look like celebration. Neuroticism amplifies threat perception in the amygdala. Within the brain, the amygdala is the guardian of safety, sounding the alarm at any sign of risk. For people high in neuroticism, this guardian rarely rests. It fires more frequently and with greater intensity, coloring perception with anxiety and caution. A brief silence in conversation may feel like rejection, or a harmless glance may appear as judgment. The same system that once protected early humans from danger now magnifies uncertainty in modern life. Yet, this sensitivity also grants remarkable intuition. These individuals detect mood shifts, social cues, and subtle inconsistencies long before others notice. Through therapy, mindfulness, or self-awareness, the amygdala's alarm can be softened, transforming fear into attentiveness. What seems like fragility is often heightened perception. The neurotic brain sees the world with vivid alertness, and when guided with care, that awareness becomes wisdom rather than worry. Agreeable people process empathy through distinct brain circuits. The brain's mirror systems activate when we see another person in pain or joy. But in highly agreeable individuals, these circuits fire more intensely. Their anterior insula and anterior cingulate cortex, regions responsible for emotional resonance, engage as if the feelings of others were their own. This deep empathy helps them build trust, harmony, and forgiveness, making them natural healers in social settings. However, it also leaves them vulnerable to exhaustion, since constant resonance can drain emotional energy. Their kindness is not simply moral, it is biological. It comes from the way their brains blend perception and compassion into one seamless response. This sensitivity has shaped human cooperation across generations. Without such wiring, empathy might be an idea instead of an instinct. Agreeable people remind us that understanding another's feeling is not learned. It is felt directly and deeply. Creative individuals have more crosstalk between emotional and cognitive regions. In creative minds, the boundaries between feeling and thought are thinner. The limbic system, which generates emotion, communicates more freely with the prefrontal cortex, where planning and reasoning occur. This neural crosstalk allows imagination to translate emotion into structure. Music, writing, invention, art. Creativity thrives on this union of impulse and order. Emotional charge fuels originality, while cognition gives it direction. Such brains tolerate ambiguity longer than most, holding chaos without panic until patterns appear. This flexibility produces ideas that seem spontaneous, yet precise. Scientists suggest that this connectivity also explains why many creative individuals feel deeply and sometimes struggle with mood swings. The same pathway that brings inspiration also intensifies experience. Creativity, then, is the brain's way of transforming emotion into design, turning the private language of feeling into something that others can see, hear, and understand. High openness is linked to richer sensory experiences. Open-minded individuals often describe the world as brighter, louder, or more textured than others perceive it. Their sensory and association regions communicate more strongly, allowing perception to blend with imagination. A piece of music may shimmer with color. A scent may evoke entire landscapes. This sensitivity nurtures creativity and wonder, but it also leaves them more exposed to overstimulation. The same brain that notices beauty in a ripple of light can also be overwhelmed by noise or confusion. This vividness is both gift and challenge. A heightened awareness of the richness of existence for these individuals, reality is never flat or ordinary. Every sound, every shade, every breath becomes part of a living symphony that the rest of us may only half hear. The world does not change for them. They simply feel it more fully, as though life itself hums closer to the skin. People with low openness may filter out subtle sensations. Not every mind seeks novelty. Those lower in openness value stability, clarity, and control. Their brains act like filters, tuning out minor distractions to maintain focus on the familiar. This efficiency supports dependability and comfort. Predictability is soothing to them. It anchors their sense of security. In a rapidly changing world, these individuals provide the steadiness that progress often forgets it needs. Their filtered perception does not mean they are less perceptive.
It means they direct their attention toward what they already trust. This focus allows mastery through repetition, excellence through precision, and wisdom through consistency. While others chase surprise, they preserve balance. In the ecosystem of human nature, they are the roots that hold the soil steady while the winds of novelty pass overhead. Their calm refusal to be swept away keeps civilization grounded in the known. Some personalities experience awe more easily. Awe rises when the self meets something larger, whether the curve of a galaxy or the quiet perfection of a single leaf. People high in openness, humility, and curiosity tend to feel this emotion more readily. Their brains show lower activity in self-centered regions and higher in sensory ones, allowing them to dissolve briefly into the vastness they perceive. Regular experiences of awe reduce stress, foster connection, and encourage altruism. These individuals do not need grandeur to be moved. Even a shift of light or a sudden silence can awaken wonder. This sensitivity acts as a spiritual reflex, reminding the mind that it belongs to something immense and mysterious. Awe is not escape, but expansion. It teaches humility without words. In a world that often races forward, those who pause in awe are the ones who remember how infinite a moment can be. The capacity for wonder correlates with mental flexibility. People who still marvel at rainbows, ideas, and coincidences tend to have flexible minds that adapt easily to change. Wonder arises when curiosity overcomes fear. The brain releases dopamine during these moments, encouraging exploration and learning. Individuals high in cognitive flexibility allow this openness to thrive, shifting between logic and imagination with ease. They can hold uncertainty without frustration, which makes them more creative and resilient. This connection between wonder and adaptability means that amazement is not naive. It is a sign of mental strength. The ability to say, "I do not know," and still feel joy is one of the highest human capacities. Those who keep their sense of wonder live in a world that never stops unfolding. Their curiosity turns the unknown into an invitation rather than a threat. Wonder is the mind's quiet proof that growth is still possible. A sense of humor reveals more about your psyche than you think. Laughter is a mirror held up to thought. The kind of humor a person enjoys reflects the way their mind organizes surprise, tension, and truth. Those who love wordplay tend to process information quickly, delighting in incongruity. People drawn to gentle humor often possess high empathy, preferring jokes that unite rather than divide. Dark humor correlates with emotional stability, allowing people to confront pain with irony rather than fear. Every laugh is a release of energy once spent managing contradiction. It signals cognitive agility and emotional health. Humor binds groups, softens hierarchy, and builds resilience. The joke itself matters less than the spark. It reveals the mind's ability to dance with discomfort. When someone laughs easily, it is not a sign of shallowness, but of adaptability. To laugh is to survive the absurdity of being human with grace, intelligence, and light. Dark humor appreciation correlates with intelligence and low aggression. People who enjoy dark humor are often more emotionally resilient and cognitively flexible than they appear. To find amusement in something grim, the brain must juggle irony, empathy, and logic all at once. It is a form of emotional multitasking that calls for sharp reasoning and a secure sense of safety. Studies show that those who appreciate morbid or taboo jokes tend to score higher on verbal intelligence and exhibit lower aggression. Their laughter is not cruelty, but distance, a way to look at what frightens humanity and turn it into manageable absurdity. The mind reframes terror as pattern, tragedy as puzzle. This act releases tension rather than feeding hostility. Dark humor may not soften the world, but it gives the mind a tool to face what cannot be changed and still whisper, "I understand the darkness, and I am still here to cowl." Laugh. Sarcasm activates complex reasoning regions in the brain. Sarcasm requires a mind nimble enough to recognize contradiction and context simultaneously. When someone uses a sarcastic tone, listeners must detect the literal statement, identify the mismatch between words and intention, and infer the hidden "they" meaning beneath. Neuroiming reveals that this mental dance activates parts of the prefrontal cortex responsible for perspective-taking and social reasoning. It also engages the temporal lobes, which decode tone and nuance. In other words, sarcasm is a linguistic workout. It strengthens the bridge between logic and empathy, forcing both to operate together. The ability to use or understand sarcasm depends not just on vocabulary, but on emotional intelligence and timing. A well-placed sarcastic remark says, "I know you know that I do not mean what I said." It is a spark of shared awareness, a tiny test of intellect and social harmony disguised as playful mischief. People who laugh easily tend to form stronger social bonds. Laughter is one of the oldest languages humans share. Long before structured speech, our ancestors used laughter to signal safety, belonging, and cooperation. Modern research shows that frequent, genuine laughter triggers the release of oxytocin, a hormone that deepens trust. People who laugh easily invite others into this gentle physiological synchrony, aligning breath and heart rate, lowering cortisol, and diffusing threat. A single shared laugh can turn strangers into allies for a moment. Those who can find humor in ordinary life are often seen as more approachable, more forgiving, and more resilient. Their laughter becomes social gravity, drawing others near. The bonds that form through this rhythm often last because they are built on calm joy, rather than constant excitement. To laugh easily is not to take life lightly, but to remind everyone around you that connection can begin with sound, not words. Personality determines whether stress energizes or exhausts you. Under tension, some people surge with energy, while others wilt. The difference often lies in baseline temperament and interpretation. People high in emotional stability tend to view stress as challenge, activating adrenaline in a focused, constructive way. Those high in neuroticism perceive stress as threat, triggering hormonal patterns that drain and destabilize. It is the same chemical storm, but filtered through different cognitive lenses. Optimists draw momentum from difficulty, while worriers lose reserves trying to predict what might go wrong. These responses are not moral strengths or weaknesses. They are survival styles shaped by early environment and inherited nervous system settings over time. Mindfulness, rest, and supportive relationships can shift the reaction curve, teaching even sensitive bodies to channel stress into clarity rather than tamor. Collapse, whether energy or exhaustion follows pressure, depends not only on the event, but on the inner translator interpreting it. Optimists recover faster from emotional setbacks. Optimism acts as emotional shock absorber,
When disappointment strikes, optimistic individuals interpret the pain as temporary and specific, rather than permanent and global. Their minds say this is a moment, not a sentence. That framing matters biologically. It reduces stress hormone duration and helps the immune system rebound. Optimists naturally engage coping mechanisms sooner, reaching for social contact, humor, or creative distraction. They allow themselves to imagine better outcomes, and that imagination becomes behavioral momentum. Even their neural activity reflects this pattern. Brain scans show faster return to baseline in regions linked to negative emotion. Over years, this becomes self-reinforcing. Each successful recovery teaches the mind that healing is possible, which builds further resilience.
Optimism is not naive denial of hardship. It is a learned confidence that suffering can pass, and the self that remains afterward may even emerge stronger. Chronic pessimism can subtly shorten lifespan. A persistently negative worldview quietly taxes the body. When the brain constantly anticipates threat, it keeps the stress response slightly activated. Cortisol remains elevated, heart rate recovery slows, and inflammation increases. These small physiological ripples accumulate over decades. Pessimists often experience disrupted sleep, higher anxiety, and reduced motivation to engage in healthful behaviors. Yet the mechanism is not simply about outlook, it is about vigilance. The mind believes it must prepare for harm at all times, and the body obeys that belief. Over years, this permanent readiness erodes systems meant for repair. Interestingly, moderate realism can protect against both extremes. Balanced thinkers recognize risk without surrendering to it, allowing the body to rest between storms. Pessimism may feel like caution, but in biological terms, it becomes slow abrasion. Hope is not just comfort. It is maintenance for the machinery of life. Extroverts tend to underestimate risks and overestimate control. Extroverted individuals often feel more capable of influencing outcomes than they truly are. Their brains deliver stronger dopamine signals when faced with new or uncertain situations, which makes novelty feel rewarding instead of frightening. This chemistry encourages exploration and leadership, but also underestimation of danger. Extroverts may assume that charm or determination can outweigh structural limits, leading them to take bolder chances. Their optimism draws others in, creating energy and collaboration that sometimes compensates for risk blindness. However, the same confidence that propels groups forward can expose them to missteps, if not balanced by cautious voices. The world advances through this dance between boldness and restraint. Extroverts supply the spark. Reflective mind supply the map. When these two forces respect each other, progress happens without collapse. Confidence is beautiful when it listens. It becomes hubris only when it forgets to ask, "What if?" Conscientious people live longer on average than impulsive ones. Long-term studies show that conscientiousness strongly predicts lifespan. This trait involves reliability, self-discipline, and attention to detail, which translate directly into healthier habits. Conscientious people tend to avoid dangerous shortcuts, follow medical advice, and maintain stable sleep and nutrition routines. They are also less prone to addiction and reckless behavior. The cumulative effect of these small, sensible choices is profound. Their bodies experience fewer extreme stress episodes, fewer accidents, and better recovery from illness. Impulsive individuals, while often creative and daring, may push limits in ways that wear the body down. It is not about moral virtue, but about energy management. The patient planner conserves resources. The thrill seeker spends them fast. Evolution likely kept both types because society needs caution and courage in balance. Longevity tends to favor the cautious, but history often remembers the bold. Both serve life in different tempos. Impulsivity is partly heritable and partly environmental. Impulsivity begins with biology. Some people inherit neural circuits that fire reward signals quickly and inhibit them slowly. Their dopamine systems light up early, telling the body to move before full reflection. Yet genes do not write destiny. Environment sculpts how that impulsivity appears. In supportive, structured settings, it can become creativity, spontaneity, and courage. In chaotic or neglectful ones, it can become self-sabotage or risk-seeking. Childhood discipline, safety, and role modeling teach the impulsive mind how to pause without extinguishing its spark. Scientists describe this interaction as gene-environment interplay, the living conversation between inherited wiring and lived experience. The same trait that makes one person reckless might make another a brilliant improviser. What matters is guidance, not suppression. Impulsivity is energy in motion. With patience, that energy becomes invention rather than destruction, movement rather than chaos. Personality predicts financial habits and career satisfaction. Money and work reflect temperament as much as skill. Conscientious individuals often budget carefully, track details, and plan long-term. They draw comfort from order and delayed gratification. Extroverts gravitate toward roles involving social energy, teamwork, or leadership, while introverts thrive in analytical or creative solitude. People high in openness may invest in ideas rather than stability, choosing education, travel, or art over security. Agreeable personalities prioritize harmony, sometimes at the expense of assertive negotiation. Each orientation carries strengths and vulnerabilities. Success rises when occupation and personality align rather than conflict. A person who needs autonomy suffers in micromanagement, while one who craves structure struggles with chaos. Fulfillment comes when your work rhythm matches your nervous system. The paycheck matters less than the fit between task and temperament. Career satisfaction is not found by climbing highest, but by standing where you can breathe easily. Leaders tend to show high extroversion and low neuroticism. People naturally follow those who radiate confidence and calm. High extroversion produces visible enthusiasm, and low neuroticism allows composure under strain. These qualities together projects stability, encouraging trust. Yet leadership is not merely loudness or stoicism, it is social regulation. The leader's nervous system becomes a template for the group. If it is steady, others synchronize toward focus. If it wavers, collective anxiety rises. This dynamic explains why extroverted, emotionally stable personalities often rise in hierarchies even when they lack expertise. They signal safety, and safety feels like competence. Still, effective leadership depends on empathy and adaptability as much as boldness. Some of history's most transformative figures were introverted visionaries who led through insight, not volume. In truth, leadership is not about type, but about timing. The moment decides whether the world needs a voice of fire or a whisper of calm.
Creativity thrives in people high in openness and low in conformity.
Open minds delight in novelty. They are willing to wander into ambiguity and return with strange treasures. When combined with low conformity, this openness becomes creative fire. Such individuals are less bound by rules, more comfortable with risk, and better able to integrate contradictory ideas. They find inspiration in chaos where others see only confusion. Neuroscientists find that highly open people display more cross-communication between brain networks responsible for imagination and logical control, allowing unusual associations to form. Low conformity ensures those associations are expressed rather than censored. Creativity is therefore not random, but permission. The inner voice that says, "Try it anyway." Culture depends on this tension. Without openness, society stagnates. Without conformity, it unravels. True creativity lives between the two, breaking form just enough to let light in, without burning the whole structure down. Empaths mirror others' facial muscles automatically. Empaths experience emotion almost as if it were contagious. When they witness someone's expression, subtle facial muscles activate in mimicry, often within a fraction of a second. This micro-imitation helps the brain understand what the other person feels by recreating it physically. It is an unconscious bridge between bodies. The process involves the insular and anterior cingulate cortex, regions that link sensation with emotion. Because empaths mirror so efficiently, they can comfort deeply, yet also become exhausted easily. The flood of borrowed feeling demands recovery time that others might not require. Strong empathy can therefore coexist with social fatigue. It is a reminder that compassion is physiological, not only moral. The empath does not simply imagine pain, they partially relive it. Their tenderness is built on biology, a nervous system tuned to echo the heart surrounded. People high in agreeableness are more likely to forgive betrayal. Agreeable personalities value harmony and connection. When hurt, they often search for reasons before revenge, assuming misunderstanding rather than malice. Their empathy systems activate strongly, making forgiveness feel more rewarding than resentment. This trait can preserve relationships through difficult seasons, allowing reconciliation where others would cut ties. However, it can also expose them to repeated harm if boundaries are not learned. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting. It means releasing the desire to retaliate. For the agreeable person, this release happens quickly because conflict feels physically uncomfortable. Their nervous system calms only when peace returns. The same pattern that nurtures friendship can therefore trap them in lopsided bonds. True healing for them involves learning to forgive without surrendering safety, to maintain kindness without permitting cruelty. Their gift is mercy, but even mercy needs a door that can close. Narcissism can sometimes mask fragile self-esteem. Behind a narcissistic exterior, there often hides a fragile core. The boastful tone, constant self-reference, and hunger for admiration serve as defense against deep insecurity. For many, early experiences of neglect or conditional love taught that worth must be earned through display. The exaggerated self becomes armor, polished until it blinds others and hides the soft interior. When admiration fades, panic rises because silence feels like eraser. Understanding this mechanism does not excuse manipulation, but it reveals motive. Narcissistic individuals are not simply full of themselves.
They are dependent on others to maintain the illusion of solidity. Compassion toward this truth can help set boundaries without hatred. One can acknowledge the wound beneath the arrogance while refusing to feed the performance.
Beneath the glitter and echo, narcissism is a lonely attempt to be seen by a mirror that never truly reflects back love. Psychopathy and empathy exist on a shared neural spectrum. Empathy is not a single light switch that is either on or off. It has multiple components that can vary independently. Emotional empathy involves feeling what another feels. Cognitive empathy involves understanding what another feels. People with psychopathic traits often have the second without the first. They read cues precisely but remain unmoved. Brain imaging shows reduced activation in emotional processing areas such as the amygdala, but normal or even heightened activation in regions linked to BK, reasoning about others' motives. This allows strategic charm and manipulation. At the opposite extreme are individuals who feel emotions of others too strongly, risking burnout. Between them lies the wide, normal range of human empathy, adjustable through experience and choice. The spectrum reminds us that morality does not rest on a single circuit. It rests on how understanding and feeling combine within the space of conscience. Highly conscientious people experience guilt more intensely. To the highly conscientious person, responsibility is sacred. When they fail even slightly, the internal alarm is loud. The same circuitry that drives careful planning and reliability can also create sharp self-criticism. Physiological studies show heightened stress responses in such individuals when confronted with errors. Their brains replay the mistake as if re-editing a scene that cannot be changed. The advantage is accountability. The disadvantage is exhaustion. Constant guilt can lead to perfectionism, insomnia, and emotional burnout. Yet, their integrity keeps communities functioning. They are the ones who notice the forgotten detail, who finish what they promised, who cannot rest until the work is right. The world depends on them, though they rarely give themselves equal compassion. Learning to forgive themselves is their final act of duty. The moment when conscience evolves into balance. Humility correlates with accurate self-perception. Humility is often misunderstood as weakness, but it is cognitive precision. Humble people see themselves with clarity rather than distortion. They acknowledge strengths without exaggeration and flaws without collapse. Brain research suggests they experience less defensive reactivity when corrected, allowing learning to happen faster. This calm realism strengthens relationships because it removes the need for constant validation. Others feel safe near humility. It leaves room for shared truth. Culturally, humility sustains cooperation, preventing dominance hierarchies from consuming empathy. On an individual level, it protects mental health by reducing the exhausting chase for superiority. True humility is not pretending to be less. It is refusing to pretend to be more. It steadies the identity like a compass that points to honesty even in chaos. In that stillness, growth becomes easier because there is nothing left to prove. Confidence can be taught through repeated success experiences. Confidence is not mysterious. It is conditioning. Each time a person faces a challenge and succeeds, the brain stores that event as proof of capability. The more proof accumulated, the stronger the self-belief.
This process occurs through reinforcement loops between the hippocampus, which records experience, and the prefrontal cortex, which evaluates outcome. Gradual exposure to manageable challenges builds enduring confidence better than sudden leaps. Even micro-victories count, such as completing small goals or keeping promises to oneself. Over time, these accumulate into quiet certainty. Confidence is therefore not arrogance or denial of fear. It is memory organized into courage. Anyone can cultivate it through repetition. When failure occurs, reframing it as information rather than judgment prevents the loop from breaking. Confidence grows best not in perfection, but in persistence that teaches the mind to trust its own recovery. Personality adjusts subtly every 7 to 10 years. Long-term research shows that personality is not fixed. Across about each decade, small but measurable shifts take place. Impulsiveness often declines, conscientiousness increases, and emotional steadiness strengthens. These gradual changes mirror experience, hormonal shifts, and adaptation to the surrounding environment. The brain's plastic nature permits new neural connections even in adulthood, shaped by routines, relationships, and recurring emotional habits. Significant life events, such as changing careers, experiencing loss, or becoming a parent, can speed up this transformation, encouraging a reassessment of values. Personality does not disappear. It refines. The central melody stays familiar, even as the arrangement transforms. This ongoing, gentle remodeling explains why many people feel wiser or softer over time. Growth does not erase authenticity. It fulfills it. The person you are becoming is not a betrayal of who you once were. It is the layered echo of every season you have lived, moving forward through a mind that still retains the capacity to grow. Adolescence marks a crucial window in the shaping of personality. During the teenage years, the brain passes through one of the most intense remodeling phases of the entire lifespan. Neural connections strengthen when used and are pruned when neglected, meaning lived experience is literally sculpting individuality into the nervous system. Emotional regions mature rapidly, while areas responsible for long-term planning are still developing. This imbalance explains why feelings and impulses can seem so powerful during this period. It also clarifies why first love, friendship, humiliation, and betrayal can feel nearly cosmic in magnitude. The social sphere becomes paramount because belonging conveys safety. Ideas about trust, value, authority, and love are forming at the biological level. By the close of this stage, the mind carries forward a distinctive way of responding to the world, one that may resonate quietly or strongly for decades. Personality generally stabilizes around the age of 30. In early adulthood, mental patterns begin settling into rhythms that feel consistent and repeatable. Habits of thought and emotion start reinforcing themselves, creating a sense of inner continuity. The parts of the brain responsible for self-control, planning, and emotional regulation have now matured fully, which helps reactions become more measured, predictable. Preferences become clearer. Values begin to feel non-negotiable. The constant shifting scene in younger years gives way to something steadier, almost like a center of gravity forming. This is also the point in life when many people report feeling that they know what kind of life they can live peacefully and what kind of life will cost them too much. The self
becomes less experimental and more intentional, guided not only by possibility, but also by self-knowledge that has been earned. Major life events like marriage or parenthood can shift traits. Profound commitments reach deep into the nervous system and rearrange priorities. When someone joins their life with another person or becomes responsible for a child, attention naturally moves outward. The brain begins rewarding care, cooperation, and protection. What once felt optional now feels sacred. People who take on these bonds often find themselves developing greater patience, reliability, and emotional steadiness, even if those qualities did not come bare easily before.
The sense of identity stretches to include others. Time begins to be measured in shared milestones rather than individual impulses. The nervous system even tunes itself to notice signals of another person's needs with faster sensitivity. It is not that the old self disappears. It is that new rooms are built inside it. Rooms made for duty, tenderness, and the long, slow practice of staying. Trauma can compress personality into survival-focused patterns. When the body has lived too long in fear, the mind adapts by narrowing itself around safety. Curiosity fades because curiosity can feel dangerous. Spontaneity fades because surprises have not been kind. The emotional system becomes watchful. It scans for threat even in places that are calm. This is not weakness. It is a survival response that allowed the person to endure what should not have had to be endured. Over time, however, this protective narrowing can begin to feel like a cage. Interests shrink. Trust becomes difficult. Life feels smaller than it once was. Healing is the slow and careful work of teaching the body that the story has changed. With time, support, and consistent safety, the mind remembers how to open again. Gentle moments of curiosity return. So the softness. The self that was forced to fold back in on itself can one moment at a time unfold. Long-term therapy can measurably change personality traits. Ongoing therapeutic work is not just conversation, it is neural training. Repeating the act of noticing thoughts, naming feelings, and exploring reactions in a safe space teaches the nervous system to pause before it responds. Over many sessions, the regions of the brain involved in emotional regulation and self-awareness become more coordinated. People who once reacted out of fear begin to respond with reflection. People who once shut down begin to stay present. People who once felt brittle begin to feel flexible. These are not illusions. They are measurable and lasting shifts in temperament. The mind learns that it is not helpless inside its own patterns, and that knowledge alone changes those patterns. Through this process, many people become calmer, kinder to themselves, more open with others, and less ruled by past pain. In this way, healing is not only relief. Healing becomes identity work. Moving to a new culture can reshape openness and agreeableness. Entering an unfamiliar culture is like entering another emotional climate. Social rules are different. What is polite in one place is distant in another. What is honest in one place is rude in another. The mind is forced to adapt not only to language, but to rhythm, pacing, humor, and expectation. This ongoing adaptation builds flexibility and perspective. It also makes a person more understanding of difference, because difference stops feeling threatening and starts feeling normal. Living in a culture that is not originally one's own often encourages patience and communication, creativity and problem-solving, and humility in daily calf life. It becomes easier to see situations from someone else's point of view because one has had to do so simply to exist. That repeated act of perspective-taking does not always fade when one returns home. It becomes part of the way the self navigates the world. Travel exposure tends to increase flexibility and curiosity. New environments stimulate the orienting systems of the brain. Unfamiliar architecture, unfamiliar food, unfamiliar sounds, and unfamiliar gestures all send a message to the nervous system that says, "Pay attention." That attention wakes up parts of the mind that routine can quietly numb. People who spend meaningful time in different places often learn to tolerate uncertainty and even enjoy it. Patience grows because travel teaches that not everything will go to plan and that this is not the end of the world. Curiosity grows because every moment becomes a small invitation to learn over time. This repeated contact with unfamiliar experience tends to soften rigid assumptions. There is less need to defend one way of living as the correct way. Instead, there is a growing sense that the world is many worlds, and that reality is much bigger than what one first knew. Aging often brings more emotional stability and empathy. With time, emotional storms lose some of their force. The body becomes less reactive, and the mind becomes more patient. This is not because feeling fades, it is because perspective deepens. After enough loss, enough healing, enough unexpected changes, the nervous system begins to recognize that states are temporary. Fear is temporary. Anger is temporary. Grief is real, but it moves. This quiet understanding allows a kind of gentleness to appear toward oneself and toward others. Older adults often report being less easily provoked and more easily touched. Compassion flows more easily because life has revealed how fragile people truly are. The focus shifts from proving something to tending something. Stability here is not a dulling, it is a soft but powerful steadiness built from years of surviving what once felt unsurvivable. Most people grow more conscientious with age. Over the course of adulthood, daily responsibility slowly sculpts the mind into reliability. Bills must be paid. Promises must be kept. Loved ones must be cared for. Work must be done even when energy is low. Each of these demands becomes a kind of training for attention and follow-through. The brain learns to plan, to anticipate, to consider consequences. Impulses are still present, but they are less in charge. The reward system itself begins to change. There is a growing sense of satisfaction, in completion, in order, in stability. What once felt like restriction now begins to feel like groundedness. For many, this sense of order is not about control for its own sake. It is about protecting what matters. With time, conscientiousness feels less like effort and more like devotion. Neuroticism usually declines later in life. Anxious thoughts do not disappear, but their group softens. Repeated exposure to loss, uncertainty, and change teaches the mind that it can survive emotional intensity. The body gradually stops reacting to every uncertainty as an emergency. Stress hormones settle more quickly. The space between trigger and response becomes a little wider. That space makes room for choice. Many older adults report a deeper ability to let small things go without swallowing them. They save their energy for what truly matters. There is also a quiet shift from rumination to acceptance.
The mind slowly trades the question, "What if everything falls apart?" for the gentler question, "Even if it does, will I still be here?" With that recognition comes relief. The nervous system trusts itself more. That trust feels like peace. Certain personality traits predict happiness more than income does. Long-term studies across many places suggest that emotional stability, optimism, and kindness are more powerful predictors of life satisfaction than wealth. Once basic needs are met, people who can soothe their own distress, reframe disappointment, and connect warmly with others tend to report higher well-being, even without high status or luxurious surroundings. This does not mean money is meaningless. Comfort matters. Safety matters. But after a certain point, temperament determines how experience is interpreted. Two people can live through the exact same day, yet one remembers support, humor, and small pleasures, while the other remembers insult, exhaustion, and threat. The way the mind filters reality becomes the climate in which happiness survives or withers. In that sense, well-being is not only about what happens, it is also about who is there inside to meet what happens. Gratitude practice can increase agreeableness over time. When a person repeatedly pauses to notice what they appreciate, the spotlight of attention slowly shifts. Irritation and resentment are not denied, but they are no longer the only story. The nervous system becomes more familiar with warmth. Feelings like tenderness and respect become easier to access. Over time, people who intentionally practice gratitude tend to become more patient in conversation, more forgiving after conflict, and less quick to assume the bomb worst in others. Biology reflects this. Hormones linked to bonding rise. Stress responses settle more quickly. The result is not fake cheerfulness. The result is an easier time extending understanding. The inner posture tilts away from defensiveness and toward cooperation. What begins as a quiet nightly habit becomes a true personality adjustment, one that makes gentleness easier to offer and easier to receive. High curiosity predicts lifelong learning. Curious minds treat the unknown not as a threat, but as an invitation. That attitude encourages constant engagement with new ideas, new people, and new skills across the entire lifespan. Curiosity activates reward pathways in the brain, giving a small burst of pleasure each time something is discovered or understood. This makes learning self-reinforcing. It also protects against stagnation. People who remain curious tend to adapt better because they are used to updating their beliefs. They are also more resilient because they can turn hardship into a question and then turn that question into growth. Memory stays richer because new information keeps arriving. Empathy can even deepen because curiosity about the world so easily becomes curiosity about other human beings. The result is a personality that stays awake, flexible, playful, and alive, even in later years. A strong sense of purpose can buffer neurotic tendencies. Anxiety thrives in uncertainty without meaning. When a person feels guided by a purpose, even a small one, worry loses much of its ability to dominate attention. Stressful events are no longer just discomfort. They are steps within a path. Physiologically, this changes how the body responds. The stress response is still activated, but it does not spiral as easily. Focus returns faster. Recovery happens sooner. A clear reason to act gives the mind something steady to hold, which quiets rumination. Purpose also directs energy outward, towards service, craft, protection, or creation. That outward movement interrupts cycles of self-criticism. In this way, meaning becomes emotional scaffolding. It does not erase fear. It simply gives fear somewhere safe to lean until it can breathe again. Compassion training can increase altruism in measurable ways. When a person spends time actively practicing compassion, even in guided imagination or meditation, specific regions of the brain involved in understanding the feelings of others grow more responsive. Heart rate patterns begin to reflect calm and receptivity rather than defensiveness. Over weeks and months, this inner training begins to alter outward behavior. People become more patient in conflict. They interrupt less. They comfort more. They give without needing credit. This generosity is not about politeness. It is about nervous system readiness. The body actually becomes more willing to care. What is beautiful is that this change often creates a feedback loop. Acts of kindness strengthen connection, and connection deepens well-being, which further supports kindness. Compassion then stops being something you do and becomes something you are. People who express awe regularly report higher life satisfaction. Awe is the feeling of standing before something vast and realizing you are part of it. It can arrive in the presence of a mountain or a galaxy, but it can also arrive quietly while watching sunlight move across a floor. In moments of awe, self-concern softens, time stretches, breathing deepens. The mind stops gripping and starts receiving. Studies suggest that people who allow themselves to feel awe frequently experience less stress, more generosity, and a stronger sense that life is meaningful. This sense of wonder changes how they interpret everything else. Frustrations feels smaller, gratitude feels larger. Even loneliness eases because awe reminds the mind that it belongs to a world that is enormous, ancient, and alive. In this way, awe is not just an emotion, it is medicine. Personality affects how you interpret randomness and coincidence. Some people encounter a strange coincidence and feel that the universe is communicating. Others encounter the same coincidence and think only about probability. These differences in interpretation reflect stable styles of thinking and feeling. Individuals high in intuitive or imaginative styles tend to weave synchrony into story. They see alignment, meaning, guidance. Individuals who favor analytical thinking and structure tend to see chance, statistics, pattern noise. Both approaches are deeply human. One style transforms uncertainty into narrative comfort. The other style transforms uncertainty into logical calm.
The way a mind explains an unexpected alignment of events becomes a kind of mirror. It reveals whether that mind rests more easily in wonder or more easily in control, or moves somewhere gently between the two. Superstitions often arise from high pattern sensitivity.
The human brain was built to detect signals that might mean danger, even if those signals later turn out to be nothing. Hearing a sound in tall grass and assuming danger was once a survival advantage. That same instinct remains, but now appears in symbolic form. When two events happen close together, the mind links them. If an outcome mattered emotionally, the link becomes sticky. Over time, the mind can begin to assign power to rituals, gestures, objects, or timing. People who have especially sensitive pattern detection tend to form and keep these associations more easily. The ritual then brings comfort, and the comfort reinforces the ritual. It is not simple superstition. It is ancient vigilance living inside modern thought, trying to create safety in a world that still feels unpredictable. Belief in fate correlates with lower perceived control. When a person believes that life unfolds according to destiny, choice can begin to feel softer, almost secondary. This outlook can protect against regret and guilt. If an outcome was meant to happen, then there's less room for self-blame and less anxiety about the road not taken. At the same time, a strong belief in fate can also lower motivation to act because effort may feel less necessary. Psychologists observe that this pattern can bring comfort during chaos, but passivity during challenge. The most balanced place seems to be a quiet middle ground, where meaning is welcomed, but agency is still claimed. In that space, a person can feel guided without feeling helpless. They can accept limitation without surrendering participation in their own story. Personality influences how you experience art and music. Art does not live solely in the painting or the melody. It lives in the nervous system that receives it. A person who is highly open to experience may feel music almost physically, as color, pressure, warmth, or electricity under the skin. Someone who is highly reflective may use art as a mirror, diving inward and finding memories, future selves, and private longing inside a single sound or image. Someone who is highly energetic may seek rhythm, volume, movement, the pulse of being alive in a shared space. Another person may prefer intricacy and subtlety, the quiet turning gears of harmony and detail. The same song can soothe one listener and unsettle another. The same painting can feel like comfort to one person and confrontation to another. The response is personal, honest, revealing. In that way, art becomes a conversation between creation and character, spoken without words. People high in openness feel chills more often during music. The sensation of shivering during a piece of music is not random. It is the body's way of acknowledging wonder. When a person's mind is especially open to new experiences, sensory and emotional regions of the brain speak to each other with extraordinary intensity. Sound does not stop at the ear. It spreads into the nervous system, touching memory, imagery, and emotion at once. A melody that surprises, a harmony that resolves unexpectedly, or a voice that trembles with feeling can trigger an entire wave of neural response. Dopamine rises, skin tingles, and the listener feels the borders of the self momentarily dissolve. This physical reaction is more common in those who approach life with curiosity and imagination, because their brains are wired to explore rather than defend. Each musical moment becomes a tiny revelation, a reminder that beauty is not only heard, but felt completely,
and involuntarily, as wonder moving through the body. Extroverts prefer rhythmic music. Introverts prefer complex melodies. Every rhythm and melody connects differently to the nervous system, depending on temperament. People who draw energy from social connection often gravitate toward songs that pulse with steady, driving beats. The repetition mirrors movement and interaction, activating motor regions that link sound to motion. Dancing, tapping, and singing along release oxytocin and dopamine, enhancing pleasure through shared experience. Those who find their energy in solitude, by contrast, tend to favor intricacy over rhythm. Their attention drifts naturally toward melody and harmonic subtlety, where reflection replaces motion. They often find deeper satisfaction in the shifting tension and resolution of complex music, where the mind can wander and the emotions unfold inwardly. Neither preference is superior. Each reflects a distinct way of balancing stimulation and serenity. Through music, the brain rehearses its favorite state, either the outward pulse of connection or the inward flow of contemplation that defines its sense of home. Personality shapes how you interpret abstract art. Standing before abstraction reveals as much about the observer as about the canvas. When the mind meets color and shape without literal meaning, it must create its own. People high in openness often feel exhilarated by this freedom. Their brains activate imagination networks that fill the unknown with emotional and symbolic detail. They experience abstraction as possibility, a mirror for their own creative thought. More structured personalities, however, may experience mild unease at the absence of order. They search instinctively for recognizable forms, for a sense of control. This difference is neurological as much as psychological. The creative mind thrives in ambiguity, while the organized mind thrives in clarity. Yet both can find beauty there if approached gently. Abstract art becomes a dialogue between chaos and comprehension, an external test of how comfortable one is with uncertainty and how willing the self is to find quaining where none is offered. Humor preference reveals emotional resilience. The way a person laughs tells the story of how they cope with difficulty. Those who find joy in clever or absurd humor often use laughter as a form of reframing, a neurological reset that turns threat into play. The act of finding something funny releases tension in the prefrontal cortex and amygdala, soothing emotional intensity and restoring perspective. Dark or ironic humor, when genuine rather than cruel, can signal deep emotional flexibility. It shows that the mind has learned to survive distress without losing its sense of perspective. Gentle, empathetic humor reflects comfort with vulnerability and an ability to share feelings safely. Humor in all its forms builds resilience because it reconnects the rational and emotional systems after stress has pulled them apart. A single moment of laughter teaches the brain that lightness can coexist with truth and that even pain can be softened by the shared breath of amusement. Those high in agreeableness prefer harmony in both art and relationships. The same neural circuits that respond to social cooperation also respond to musical consonance. For people who prize empathy, forgiveness, and unity, harmony itself feels rewarding. Their brains interpret smooth blends of tone and gentle color as symbols of safety and trust. Harsh dissonance can create discomfort, mirroring the unease of conflict in human connection. This is not about taste alone. It reflects a physiological link between sensory and social processing. The same systems that light up when people reconcile after disagreement may glow in response to chords that resolve gracefully after tension. Even visual art with flowing lines and balanced symmetry tends to bring comfort to those whose temperament favors peace. For such individuals, art is more than expression. It is emotional alignment.
It satisfies the same craving that drives them toward kindness, mutual understanding, and the quiet rhythm of coexistence. People high in conscientiousness prefer structure, even in aesthetics. Order, proportion, and intention hold deep appeal for those who value discipline and reliability. In art or music, this translates to an appreciation for balance, rhythm, and careful design. Structured forms reassure the mind that patterns exist and that effort leads to coherence. This is the same reward mechanism that encourages organization in daily life. Predictability offers calm, not boredom. Each measure of music or stroke of symmetry feels like a conversation between precision and patience. Neuroscientists find that conscientious individuals show stronger activation in brain regions linked to planning and pattern detection when they encounter bar-organized beauty. Structure to them is not cold, it is promise. It tells the nervous system that meaning can be built piece by piece, that complexity does not require chaos, and that beauty itself can be a form of order translated into color, form, and sound. Creative personalities are more likely to experience flow states. The state known as flow, when time disappears, thought becomes effortless, and awareness merges with action, is most common among people who live comfortably within Paco imagination. Their minds are skilled at tuning out self-consciousness while sustaining focus. During flow, the prefrontal cortex temporarily quiets, reducing the voice of inner critique. At the same time, dopamine increases, enhancing motivation and pleasure. Creativity thrives in this equilibrium between concentration and freedom. Artists, scientists, athletes, and even skilled listeners can experience it. The brain behaves like a perfectly tuned instrument, each region harmonizing with the others in rhythm. This state can feel spiritual, yet it is grounded in biology. The more a person practices curiosity and openness, the easier it becomes to slip into that timeless awareness, where effort fades and the act of creation feels less crass, like work, and more like remembering who you are when the world is silent. Flow feels timeless because self-awareness quiets down. During deep immersion, the internal loses its authority. Neural systems that normally track time and monitor self-image reduce their activity, allowing the present moment to expand. The brain's attention networks align so completely with the task that there is no energy left for self-commentary. This absence of inner narration produces the strange sensation that minuties vanish or stretch endlessly. Physiologically, heart rate and breathing stabilize, and stress hormones drop. Creativity and performance peak because no energy is wasted on doubt. When self-awareness returns, people often describe the experience as euphoric, though calm. The paradox is that by forgetting oneself, one becomes most fully engaged. This timelessness has been reported in every field from painting to mathematics to meditation. It is not escape, it is union. The mind and its work moving as one continuous wordless motion that feels infinite while it lasts. The drive to seek novelty is wired deep in the brain. Curiosity and exploration have ancient roots in survival. The same neurotransmitter systems that once pushed early humans to find new food sources or safer shelters now encourage the search for stimulation. Change. Dopamine surges each time the brain encounters something unfamiliar, rewarding discovery and motivating continued exploration. This built-in system shapes everything from creativity to risk-taking. It is strongest in some people because of small genetic variations that influence dopamine receptors and reward sensitivity. For them, monotony feels stifling, and the unknown feels alive. Novelty seeking has guided migration, invention, and art for tens of thousands of years. It is both impulse and inspiration. At its best, it drives progress and wonder. At its most unrestrained, it can slip into recklessness. Yet the core instinct remains the same, a quiet biological reminder. But life grows through reaching beyond the familiar. Adventure-seeking may have evolved to spread human genes. Throughout human history, survival favored not only those who stayed safe, but also those who dared to wander. Individuals drawn toward exploration carried traits that allowed populations to expand into new lands, adapt to changing climates, and meet unfamiliar challenges. This restlessness became part of the species' emotional architecture. The same temperament that propels a person to climb mountains or cross oceans once guided ancestors to seek better hunting grounds or new alliances. Biologists have even traced this pattern to subtle genetic influences linked to dopamine regulation, which shape how rewarding novelty feels. While not everyone craves adventure, those who do often act as catalysts for collective growth. Their risk becomes everyone's inheritance. The human story itself is a record of curiosity moving outward, written by hearts that refused to settle, and minds that felt most alive at the edge of the unknown. Personality influences dream content and recall. Sleep does not silence the self, it amplifies it. During rapid eye movement stages, the emotional centers of the brain remain active, while logic and inhibition sleep. The result is a theater where personality takes center stage without restraint. People who are imaginative by nature tend to dream with more vivid color, texture, and storyline. Those inclined toward anxiety experience dreams charged with tension, mirroring their waking vigilance. Meanwhile, reflective or conscientious individuals often report dreams that resemble problem-solving exercises. Memory systems consolidate by weaving real experiences into symbolic narratives, and the tone of those narratives reflects temperament. Even recall varies. Open, introspective minds tend to bring fragments back to waking consciousness, while pragmatic personalities let them fade. Each night's dream cycle becomes a private dialogue between emotion and identity. An unrecorded conversation where the mind quietly reveals what it believes about itself. Extroverts dream of social events more often. The dreaming minds the world it knows best. For those whose energy flows through connection, sleep does not end the social story. It continues it in symbolic form. Conversations, gatherings, laughter, and shared adventures appear frequently in their dreams. The same brain regions responsible for empathy and social cognition remain active, constructing imagined communities that mirror real-life preferences. Extroverts often process their relationships and experiences through this nighttime stage play, rehearsing future interactions or revisiting recent ones. Their dreams may carry emotional warmth or excitement rather than isolation, serving as a kind of overnight renewal of belonging. These patterns reveal that dreaming is not only the brain's maintenance cycle,
It is a continuation of personality, where even unconscious life prefers the same rhythm of human presence that fuels waking joy. Neurotic dreamers have more vivid nightmares. When anxiety is a frequent companion in waking life, it tends to follow the mind into sleep. Emotional centers, such as the amygdala and anterior cingulate cortex, remain highly reactive during dreaming, producing scenes charged with fear, loss, or helplessness. These nightmares are not punishments.
They are the brain's attempt to rehearse survival, to practice responding to distress without real danger. Unfortunately, high emotional sensitivity can make these scenarios feel intensely real. People who experience chronic worry or rumination often wake with the same tension they fell asleep with, their bodies having lived through simulated turmoil. Yet, these dreams also offer opportunity. By reflecting the mind's hidden conflicts, they create openings for awareness and healing. In therapy, understanding recurring nightmare themes often reveals the unspoken fears that drive waking patterns, transforming even distressing dreams into guides for emotional growth. Creative people experience lucid dreams more frequently. Lucid dreaming, the state in which a dreamer becomes aware of dreaming and can sometimes influence events, occurs more often in individuals with highly imaginative minds. Studies suggest that creative thinkers have greater communication between conscious and unconscious processing networks, allowing awareness to slip across boundaries more easily. In waking life, they navigate imagination fluidly. In sleep, that same flexibility grants access to the dream world. Lucid dreams can feel astonishingly vivid. The dreamer might choose to fly, to compose, to explore. This heightened state activates both sensory and reasoning regions simultaneously, blending fantasy with logic. Many artists and scientists have drawn inspiration from such experiences, where invention feels effortless and emotion feels boundless. Lucid dreaming is not only a curiosity, it is a testament to how porous the walls of consciousness can become when imagination trusts itself fully, even in chairs. Sleep. Some personality traits predict how likely you are to sleepwalk. Sleepwalking is a strange twilight state where parts of the brain remain asleep while others awaken. Research shows that people with strong tendencies toward impulsivity or external stimulation are slightly more prone to it. Their arousal systems activate more easily, even in rest, pulling the body into motion while the conscious mind remains unaware. Genetics play a role, but temperament influences triggers. Stress, irregular sleep, and emotional overload make the phenomenon more common. This behavior reveals how the mind and body sometimes negotiate control unevenly. The sleeper walks through the dark in partial awareness, as if personality itself is stretching between worlds. In morning light, memory often vanishes, leaving only traces of mystery. The event serves as a reminder that consciousness is not a single state, but a spectrum, and that even in sleep, temperament continues to write its signature. People high in openness recall dreams in greater detail. Memory and imagination intertwine during sleep. Those who live with curiosity and introspection tend to retrieve dreams with remarkable clarity. Their attention naturally lingers on internal experiences, which helps them notice and retain fragments upon waking. The hippocampus, responsible for storing new memories, shows heightened activation in such individuals during rapid eye movement sleep, allowing images to imprint more deeply. When morning comes, those imprints feel like vivid narratives, rather than fleeting sensations. This tendency makes dreaming an extension of creative life. The same openness that fuels artistic expression during the day enriches the symbolic storytelling of night. Vivid recall can nurture insight as people recognize emotional themes or unresolved thoughts emerging from beneath awareness. Remembering becomes a form of self-study, a gentle way of learning the language the mind uses when words are asleep. Your sleeping posture can reflect emotional states. The way a body rests is a kind of silent language. People who curl inward often display protective instincts or high sensitivity. Those who sprawl openly across the bed tend to feel secure and assertive. Researchers studying sleep posture note consistent links between position and emotional tone. Fetal positions correlate with anxiety and cautiousness, while back sleeping aligns with confidence and openness. Of course, posture changes through the night, echoing the day's events. Tension in shoulders or hips may mark unspoken stress. Relaxed limbs often signal emotional peace. The body tells the truth the voice might not, revealing how safety feels from the inside out. Sleep positions are not destiny, but they are clues. They show how the unconscious body negotiates comfort and exposure, wrapping the self each night in the shape of its current story. Dream patterns may subtly shift after personality change. When the waking self evolves, the dreaming self follows. People who undergo major transformations through therapy, spiritual growth, or life events often notice changes in their dreams. Symbols once dark or chaotic grow calmer. Repeated nightmares lose their grip. Themes of control or fear may give way to exploration and curiosity. The mind updates its emotional scripts to match its new state of being. This shift is measurable. Sleep studies have shown that consistent personality growth alters the frequency and tone of rapid eye movement activity, as if the brain is relearning how to imagine peril safety. The dream world becomes a reflection of healing, showing progress long before it is fully recognized during the day. Night after night, the unconscious rehearses this newfound balance, gradually teaching the self that peace is not unfamiliar. It is finally being remembered. People who journal their dreams often become more self-aware. Recording the imagery of sleep strengthens the bridge between unconscious and conscious thought. The act of writing stabilizes fragile memories, transforming fleeting emotion into language the waking mind can study. Over time, patterns appear, symbols that repeat, fears that dissolve, insights that surface unbidden. This regular reflection builds metacognition, the ability to observe one's own thinking. It also enhances creativity because the practice invites daily contact with imagination. The more someone writes, the more vividly they recall, forming a feedback loop of awareness. Dream journaling becomes less about interpretation and more about intimacy with the self. It teaches gentle attention, patience, and curiosity toward one's inner life. Eventually, even waking thoughts begin to carry that same awareness, making the person more attuned, more present, and more at ease inside the vast landscape of their own mind. Personality is a lifelong conversation between biology and experience. The self is never static. Every moment, genetics and environment speak to each other in quiet molecular dialogue.
DNA provides the structure, but experience edits the script, turning genes on or off through chemical signaling. The brain rewires in response to every encounter, every lesson, every kindness, every pain. Over the decades, this interplay creates the evolving pattern that others recognize as personality. It is not destiny written in the body, nor choice alone. It is a collaboration between what is inherited and what is lived. Even in late adulthood, the conversation continues. New relationships, loss, learning, and love keep shaping emotional tone and temperament. The miracle is not that personality changes, but that it can change endlessly while still remaining recognizably itself. A continuous voice, growing wiser with false memories, can be planted through suggestion. Memory is not a perfect recording. It's a reconstruction that can be influenced by outside information. Experiments have shown that people can be led to remember events that never happened simply through repeated suggestion or exposure to misleading details. These false memories can feel just as real and emotionally charged as genuine ones. In legal contexts, this has major implications for eyewitness testimony. The fact that our conscious recollections can be rewritten so easily reveals how malleable and fallible the mind's record of the past really is. Group recall can distort the original memory. When people remember events together, the discussion can subtly alter individual memories. This phenomenon, known as memory conformity, occurs because hearing others' versions can overwrite or blend with our own. Over time, a shared but inaccurate memory can emerge, especially if it feels socially reinforced. Group recall can make details more vivid but less accurate, creating confidence in false information. Such effects highlight that memory is a social as well as personal process, and our awareness of the past is often shaped by collective as much as individual recollection. Brain implants may one day restore lost memories. Researchers are developing neural prosthetics that can mimic the brain's memory encoding patterns. By recording the electrical activity in the hippocampus when memories are formed, and then replaying those patterns, scientists have been able to boost recall in K. Animal studies and early human trials. The goal is to help people with brain injuries, dementia, or other memory disorders regain lost function. While the technology is still experimental, it points toward a future where consciousness could be supported or repaired through direct brain-machine interaction, blurring the line between biological and artificial memory systems. Digital devices already extend the boundaries of human memory. Smartphones, computers, and the internet function as external memory storage, allowing us to offload vast amounts of information we no longer need to hold in our minds. Psychologists call this the Google effect. Knowing where to find information can reduce the effort to remember it directly. While this frees mental space for other tasks, it may also change how our brains prioritize and store information. Some researchers argue that we're becoming more reliant on collective, device-based memory, with consciousness adapting to a new, distributed form of recall that spans both mind and machine. Language may shape the structure of conscious thought. Different languages categorize and describe the world in unique ways, influencing how speakers perceive time, space, and relationships. For example, some languages use absolute directions, north, south, instead of relative ones, left, right, right, which can enhance navigational bar awareness. Others have multiple words for colors that English groups together, potentially sharpening color discrimination. This linguistic relativity, known as the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, suggests that consciousness is partly shaped by the language we speak. Not just in vocabulary, but in the mental frameworks we habitually use. People who speak multiple languages may switch mental frameworks. Multilingual individuals often report feeling subtly different when using different languages, more formal in one, more expressive in another. Research shows that switching languages can also shift attention patterns, decision-making styles, and even emotional responses. This cultural frame switching happens because each language carries its own set of social norms, emotional associations, and thought patterns. For bilingual or multilingual people, consciousness may be more flexible, able to move between mental worlds simply by changing the words they use.
Bilingual brains may show delayed onset of dementia symptoms. Research has found that people who speak 2 or more languages may develop symptoms of dementia several years later than monolingual individuals. The mental effort of switching between languages strengthens executive control systems in the brain, building what scientists call cognitive reserve. This reserve doesn't prevent dementia itself, but it may help the brain compensate for damage longer, delaying noticeable decline. The benefit appears across different types of dementia, including Alzheimer's disease, and is independent of education level or cultural background. Lifelong bilingualism acts like mental exercise, keeping key neural pathways active and adaptable. While learning a second language later in life may not provide the same level of protection, it still engages the brain in ways that can promote long-term cognitive health and resilience. Inner speech activates similar brain regions as speaking out loud. When you talk to yourself silently in your head, your brain engages many of the same areas used in actual speech, including Broca's area, which plans speech production, and the auditory cortex, which processes sound. This inner speech can help with problem-solving, memory recall, and self-regulation, acting like a private coach or narrator. For some, inner speech is frequent and vivid. For others, it's rare or minimal. Studying inner speech helps researchers explore how consciousness manages internal dialogue and why this mental rehearsal can be as neurologically real as K speaking aloud, just without the sound. Some people rarely experience an inner monologue. While many assume everyone has a constant voice in their head, some individuals experience little to no inner speech. Instead, their thoughts may take the form of images, abstract concepts, or non-verbal sensations. This difference doesn't appear to affect intelligence, but it does suggest that the way we experience consciousness varies widely. People without a strong inner monologue often rely on visual or sensory cues when planning or remembering, and may find verbal thinking more effortful. The diversity of these mental styles challenges the idea that there's a single, universal way to experience thought. Others have constant internal dialogue. At the other extreme, some people have a near constant stream of verbal thought, narrating their actions, analyzing events, or rehearsing conversations. This internal chatter can be useful for organization and decision-making, but it can also become overwhelming, contributing to anxiety or rumination. Brain imaging studies show that this constant dialogue engages language networks even at rest, particularly in the so-called default mode network. Understanding why some minds lean heavily on verbal thought, while others barely use it, offers insight into the wide spectrum of conscious experience. Meditation can change the physical structure of the brain. Long-term meditation practice has been linked to measurable changes in brain anatomy. MRI scans show increased thickness in areas related to attention, emotional regulation, and sensory processing, such as the prefrontal cortex and PEBA. Insula. These structural changes may support the improved focus, reduced stress, and enhanced emotional stability often reported by experienced meditators. The brain's ability to reorganize itself in response to practice, neuroplasticity, means that regular mental training can leave lasting physical marks, much like exercise reshapes muscles. Long-term mindfulness practice can reduce activity in the default mode network. The default mode network, DMN, is a set of brain regions active when the mind wanders or focuses inward. Overactivity in the DMN is associated with rumination and self-referential thinking, which can contribute to anxiety and depression. Long-term mindfulness meditation has been shown to quiet this network, shifting brain activity toward areas involved in present moment awareness. This reduced DMN activity may help explain why mindfulness often leads to a calmer, more focused state of consciousness, less tangled in repetitive thought loops. Hypnosis can alter perception and pain sensitivity. Under hypnosis, some people can experience profound changes in perception. Colors may shift, sounds may fade, and even pain can be significantly reduced. Brain scans reveal altered activity in regions that process sensory input and regulate attention, suggesting hypnosis can modify how incoming DB information is interpreted. While not everyone is equally susceptible, those who are can undergo medical procedures with little or no anesthesia when hypnotized. This demonstrates how belief, focus, and suggestion can directly influence conscious experience. Placebo effects show that belief alone can shape experience. The placebo effect occurs when a person experiences real changes in symptoms after receiving a treatment with no active ingredient, simply because they expected to work. This isn't all in the mind. Brain scans show measurable changes in activity and even neurotransmitter release. Placebos can reduce pain, improve mood, and affect many other bodily functions. The effect underscores the powerful role that conscious belief and expectation play in shaping both perception and physical states. Some theories suggest consciousness is fundamental to the universe. While most scientists study consciousness as a product of the brain, some theories propose it as a basic feature of reality, like space or time. This perspective, found in philosophical ideas such as panpsychism, suggests that consciousness could exist in all matter, to varying degrees. While controversial, these theories aim to address the hard problem of how subjective experience arises from physical processes. If true, consciousness wouldn't just be something brains do. It would be woven into the fabric of the cosmos itself. The mystery of consciousness remains unsolved. Despite decades of research, no single theory fully explains how subjective awareness emerges from the physical brain. Neuroscientists can map the brain regions involved in perception, memory, and decision-making. Yet, the leap from neural activity to the rich inner world we experience remains elusive. Consciousness research spans neuroscience, philosophy, physics, and artificial intelligence, each offering clues but no final answer. For now, consciousness remains one of science's most profound mysteries. The study of the very thing doing the studying.
The subconscious can misinterpret harmless cues as threats. Not every alarm raised by the subconscious is accurate. Sometimes it interprets neutral signals as dangerous, activating fear when none is needed. A creak in the house at night may spark unease. A stranger's glance may feel threatening. These reactions come from ancient systems designed to favor caution. Better to mistake a shadow for a predator, the brain decided, than to miss real danger. This bias means the subconscious sometimes errs on the side of fear. Over time, repeated false alarms can feed into anxiety disorders, where the subconscious treats harmless cues as constant threats. Yet, the system exists because of its evolutionary success. Human survival has always depended more on vigilance than on perfect accuracy. The subconscious may overreact, but in doing so, it ensures that the body is always prepared, even if the conscious mind insists there is nothing to fear. Humor often arises from subconscious recognition of surprise. Laughter is one of humanity's strangest reflexes. It often bursts forth without conscious control, triggered by something unexpected. Many scientists believe humor depends on the subconscious detecting a violation of expectation, a twist, a surprise, a clever mismatch. The conscious mind then interprets it as funny, but the reaction often begins deeper. This explains why jokes lose power once they are predictable. The subconscious must be startled to find joy in the contrast. Even tickling may work in part because it hijacks this system, surprising the body with unexpected sensations. Humor shows that the subconscious delights in discovery, rewarding the brain for finding patterns and then breaking them. Laughter is not just entertainment, but illets into the playful side of the subconscious, a reminder that even the hidden mind has a sense of surprise and joy. Facial recognition is handled mostly by the subconscious. When you see a familiar face in a crowd, recognition is nearly instantaneous. You do not consciously analyze each feature. The subconscious processes the image in specialized regions of the brain designed for faces. This system is so fast and efficient that you may notice recognition before you know who the person is. Damage to these subconscious pathways can lead to prohypopagnosia, or face blindness, where people can no longer identify even loved ones by sight. The speed of subconscious facial recognition highlights how much of social interaction depends on unseen processes. It is one of the brain's most specialized abilities, honed over millennia of human evolution. Every smile you recognize, every glance you interpret, is made possible by the subconscious scanning features at lightning speed and handing the result to the conscious car. Mind is an effortless feeling of familiarity. Language rhythm is mirrored subconsciously during conversation. When people talk, their rhythms often synchronize without effort. Speech patterns, pauses, and intonation subtly align, a process guided by the subconscious. This mirroring builds connection, making interactions smoother and more comfortable. You may find yourself matching the pace or tone of a friend without realizing it. This subconscious synchronization is part of what makes conversation feel natural. It reflects the brain's hidden talent for tracking patterns and adjusting in real time. Researchers believe this mimicry helps build trust and understanding, reinforcing social bonds. You are not aware of making these adjustments. The subconscious handles them quietly, shaping speech into harmony with others. Every conversation is therefore more than words. It is a duet conducted partly by the subconscious, weaving voices into a rhythm that creates connection beneath awareness. Subconscious mimicry helps build social trust. Beyond language, the subconscious also imitates gestures, expressions, and posture during interaction. This mirroring often happens without awareness, crossing arms when the other person does, leaning forward when they lean forward, or smiling in response to their smile. Such mimicry is subtle but powerful. It signals empathy and creates rapport, helping people feel understood and connected. Experiments show that individuals are more likely to trust and cooperate with those who mirror them subconsciously. This effect reveals how much of social bonding occurs beneath awareness. The subconscious orchestrates these micro-adjustments, creating harmony that smooths human interaction. By the time the conscious mind notices comfort or trust, the subconscious has already laid the groundwork, building invisible bridges of connection through imitation tax. Too quiet to see, but strong enough to bind. Blushing is triggered by subconscious emotional signals. Few reactions are as uncontrollable as blushing. A sudden rush of blood colors the cheeks, often in response to embarrassment, attention, or attraction. This response is not commanded by the conscious mind, but by subconscious emotional circuits. The body interprets social exposure or heightened emotion as a cue to signal honesty. Flushing the skin as if to confess. Even trying not to blush often makes it worse, because attention only amplifies the subconscious trigger. Scientists believe blushing may have evolved as a social signal, demonstrating sincerity and vulnerability. Whatever its origin, it remains one of the clearest examples of the subconscious acting independently of will. You cannot choose to blush or not. It is the subconscious speaking directly through the body, revealing feelings in a language as old as humanity itself. The subconscious coordinates balance and walking. Every step you take is far more complex than it feels. Walking requires the precise coordination of hundreds of muscles, the constant adjustment of posture, and the integration of signals from the eyes, inner ear, and body senses. Yet, you are rarely aware of any of this. The subconscious handles balance automatically, keeping you upright on uneven ground, adjusting stride when the floor slopes, or catching you if you stumble. Even the rhythm of walking is guided subconsciously, allowing conversation or thought to continue while the body moves without supervision. When balance is disrupted, as on a swaying boat, you suddenly realize how much work the subconscious does to keep you steady. It is a background orchestra of movement, a system honed through evolution to let you walk, run, or dance with grace, all while your conscious mind is free to wander. Elsewhere, yawning contagion comes from subconscious empathy. A yawn is simple, but its contagiousness is extraordinary. Seeing someone yawn, hearing it, or even reading about it can trigger yawning in others. This reflex is linked to subconscious empathy. The brain, equipped with mirror neurons, automatically simulates the states it observes in others. When one person yawns, the subconscious interprets it as a cue to align, producing a yawn in response. Interestingly, the effect is strongest among close friends and family, suggesting a deep social bond. Even animals like chimpanzees and dogs show contagious yawning, reinforcing the idea that it is tied to social connection and empathy. It is not about oxygen intake as once believed, but about the subconscious synchronizing states across a group. Each shared yawn is an invisible signal. I feel what you feel. In this way, the subconscious forges unity, binding individuals together with a reflex that bypasses conscious control. Impic bias is a subconscious phenomenon. Prejudice often operates not through deliberate malice, but through subconscious bias. These are hidden preferences and associations formed through culture, experience, and repetition. A person may consciously believe in equality while subconsciously associating certain groups with stereotypes. Implicit biases influence decisions in hiring, education, and daily interactions without awareness. They are measured through tests that detect subtle reaction times, revealing subconscious leanings that words cannot capture. While biases may not align with conscious values, they still shape perception and behavior. Recognizing this is the first step toward change. Training and awareness can gradually retrain the subconscious, producing the automatic associations it has learned. Implicit bias shows how powerful the subconscious is in shaping social behavior and how important it is to understand the forces guiding us beneath the surface.
It is a reminder that self-knowledge requires looking not only at what we believe, but also at what we feel without realizing it. Mirror neurons drive subconscious imitation of others. When you watch someone smile, was in pain, or grasp an object, your brain activates in ways similar to theirs. This happens because of mirror neurons, brain cells that fire both when you perform an action and when you see someone else perform it. They allow you to subconsciously simulate the experiences of others. This system is thought to underlie empathy, learning, and social connection. When a child imitates an adult, or when you flinch at seeing someone stubbed, mirror neurons are at work. Much of this happens beneath awareness as the subconscious mirrors behavior automatically. It is why laughter spreads, why accents shift, and why emotions ripple through groups. Mirror neurons are the hidden translators between self and other, blending personal experience with the perception of those around you. Through them, the subconscious becomes a bridge, allowing one mind to echo the feelings of another. The subconscious tracks time more precisely than you expect. You may not consciously notice the passing of minutes or hours, yet the subconscious often keeps accurate track of time. Many people can wake up without an alarm at the exact moment they intended, guided by subconscious monitoring of internal rhythms. Musicians and athletes rely on subconscious timing to perform sequences with perfect rhythm, often faster than conscious counting could manage. Even during dreams, the subconscious preserves a sense of duration, allowing short naps to feel long, or long sleep cycles to pass unnoticed. Scientists believe the subconscious monitors biological clocks, heartbeat patterns, and environmental cues, weaving them into an internal timekeeper. Conscious awareness of time is often distorted by attention and mood, but beneath it lies a steadier rhythm, maintained invisibly. The subconscious may not tell you the hour, but it ensures your body and mind stay aligned with the hidden flow of time. Your subconscious notices when someone is staring at you. Many people have experienced the eerie sensation of being watched, turning around to find it true. Research suggests this may come from subconscious sensitivity to subtle cues. The subconscious processes peripheral vision and micro-movements, detecting when another person's gaze is directed at you. The conscious mind may not notice these details, but the subconscious assembles them into a signal of attention. Evolution may have sharpened this awareness, since detecting a predator's stare could mean survival. Even in modern settings, the subconscious continues to monitor the social environment, alerting you when eyes linger. The phenomenon demonstrates the subconscious as a constant observer, tracking signals that never reach deliberate thought. It is why a glance across a crowded room can be felt even before it is seen. The subconscious has already noticed, whispering to the body that you are not alone. Peripheral vision is constantly processed subconsciously. While conscious attention is focused at the center of vision, the subconscious handles the rest. Peripheral vision is sensitive to movement, shape, and contrast, and the subconscious constantly scans it for change. This is why something darting at the edge of sight instantly captures attention. The subconscious has already registered it before conscious awareness arrives. In early human environments, This awareness helped detect predators or rivals approaching unnoticed. In modern life, it assists while driving, competing in sports, or moving through crowded areas. Much of what enters peripheral vision never becomes conscious, yet it still shapes posture, reflexes, and emotional tone. The subconscious functions as a gatekeeper, determining which signals are urgent enough to enter focus. Each time you flinch at motion from the edge of your sight, it confirms that your subconscious has been observing the entire time. Subconscious imagery can influence heart rate. The body reacts not only to actual events, but also to imagined ones. Envisioning danger can accelerate the heartbeat, while imagining peaceful scenes can slow it down. This occurs because the subconscious responds to vivid images as though they are real, activating physical responses. Athletes harness this effect by mentally rehearsing movements and emotions until the body reacts as if the competition is truly happening. Therapists apply guided imagery to help individuals ease anxiety or cope with pain, using the subconscious to shift bodily states. The conscious mind may recognize that the scenes are imagined, yet the subconscious still responds. This reveals how closely thought and physiology are linked, and how much influence the hidden mind exerts over physical experience. To imagine is, in many respects, to rehearse reality, with the subconscious softening the boundary between inner images and the external world. Trauma can remain embedded within subconscious networks for decades. Experiences of extreme fear or suffering may leave marks that outlast conscious recollection. Trauma can lodge within subconscious circuits, provoking responses years later. A particular sound, scent, or stray phrase can stir emotions the conscious mind cannot fully account for. The subconscious retains memory, even in the absence of words. These imprints can influence behavior, relationships, and self-understanding. Therapeutic work often seeks to bring subconscious material into conscious awareness, where it can be processed and integrated. Until that happens, the subconscious may keep replaying fragments of the past, quietly shaping the present. Trauma illustrates both the strength and fragility of the subconscious. It shields the mind by burying overwhelming memories, yet it can also tether a person to them. Recovery frequently begins with acknowledging that the subconscious is more than a system of habits. It is also the guardian of lasting emotional wounds. Subconscious stress can delay physical healing. The body's capacity to repair itself is influenced not only by biological factors, but also by the subconscious. Ongoing stress activates internal pathways that release hormones such as cortisol, which may weaken the immune response and slow the healing process. Even when a person consciously feels fine, the subconscious may be carrying tension that subtly hinders healing. Wounds close more slowly, illness lingers longer, and energy remains drained. Studies have shown that patients with lower subconscious stress markers recover faster from surgery and illness. Techniques like meditation, therapy, or even laughter can reduce subconscious stress, freeing the body to heal more efficiently. This connection between mind and body illustrates the power of the subconscious in physical health. What lies hidden beneath awareness can either support or sabotage recovery, showing that healing is not only a matter of medicine, but also of the quiet mind within. Eye contact sparks subconscious trust signals. Looking into someone's eyes triggers immediate subconscious responses. Prolonged eye contact can create feelings of intimacy and connection, while avoidance may signal dishonesty or discomfort. These reactions happen without deliberate thought, as the subconscious interprets eye behavior as a window into intent.
Experiments show that people are more likely to believe someone who maintains steady eye contact, even if their words are uncertain. This system likely evolved to strengthen social bonds, allowing humans to detect sincerity quickly. The subconscious acts as judge, weighing gaze patterns and producing an emotional reaction of trust or suspicion. Every glance you share is therefore more than a conscious exchange. It is a conversation between subconscious minds speaking through the silent language of the eyes. Music can alter subconscious breathing patterns. When you listen to music, your body often responds without you noticing. Breathing synchronizes to rhythm, heart rate shifts with tempo, and muscles subtly relax or tense with the melody. These effects are orchestrated by the subconscious, which processes rhythm and emotion faster than conscious thought. Slow, steady music can calm breathing, while fast beats may energize it.
Singers and instrumentalists rely on this subconscious connection to maintain timing and expression. Even listeners, unaware of the effect, are moved by it, finding themselves soothed or stirred by sound. Music bypasses logical thought and speaks directly to the subconscious, shaping the rhythms of the body in harmony with its patterns. It is one reason music is so universal. It connects instantly with the hidden mind, altering states of being without requiring explanation or deliberate control. Smiling can trick the subconscious into feeling happier. The connection between body and subconscious runs both ways. Just as emotions shape expressions, expressions can influence emotions. Smiling, even when forced, can trigger the subconscious to interpret the gesture as genuine happiness. This activates circuits associated with joy, lifting mood slightly.
Psychologists call this the facial feedback hypothesis, and it shows how the subconscious reads bodily signals to infer emotional states. People who hold a smile during difficult tasks often report feeling less stressed, even if the smile was artificial. The subconscious is persuaded by the act itself, responding as if the emotion were real. This feedback loop demonstrates how simple physical actions can influence the hidden mind, which in turn influences mood. A smile is therefore not only an outward expression, but also an inward tool, a quiet way of nudging the subconscious toward brighter states. Nightmares are subconscious warnings about stress. When the subconscious is burdened by unresolved stress, it often expresses itself through nightmares. These vivid, unsettling dreams serve as signals that something within needs attention. The subconscious transforms anxiety into symbolic images, being chased, falling, or losing control. While frightening, nightmares may help process emotions and rehearse survival strategies. They can also act as warnings, drawing conscious awareness to pressures that have been ignored. In this sense, nightmares are not meaningless disturbances, but communications from the hidden mind. They reveal that subconscious systems are working to cope with strain, urging the dreamer to address underlying issues. Nightmares may be unpleasant, but they demonstrate the subconscious at work, translating invisible tension into imagery too urgent to be ignored. Restless leg movements can be driven by subconscious anxiety. Tapping feet, bouncing knees, or shifting restlessly are often signs of subconscious tension. The body channels hidden stress into small, repetitive movements, releasing energy that has no other outlet. People may not notice they are doing it until someone points it out. These movements are not random.
They reflect subconscious attempts to manage arousal and discomfort. Restless legs often appear in stressful situations, during fatigue, or when the subconscious is overloaded. While sometimes linked to neurological conditions, in many cases they are simply the body's hidden language of anxiety. The subconscious acts through motion. Even when the conscious mind insists on calm, recognizing these patterns can provide insight into feelings that remain unspoken. The body becomes a mirror of the subconscious, revealing what words and thoughts have not yet admitted. Stage fright comes from subconscious fear circuits. Standing before an audience can trigger racing heartbeats, trembling hands, and shallow breath, even when the conscious mind knows there is no real danger. Stage fright arises from subconscious fear circuits, mistaking social exposure for threat. The amygdala, a part of the brain involved in fear, floods the body with stress hormones as if survival were at stake. This reaction is deeply rooted in evolution, where exclusion from the group could mean peril. The subconscious cannot distinguish between public speaking and life or death danger, so it reacts with overwhelming force. With practice, many people learn to manage stage fright by retraining subconscious associations, gradually teaching the brain that visibility does not mean risk. Until then, the subconscious continues to react protectively, making stage fright one of the most vivid demonstrations of how ancient circuits still shape modern lives. Subconscious guilt can shape daily decisions. Guilt does not always announce itself. Sometimes it lingers quietly in the subconscious, influencing choices without clear awareness. A person may avoid opportunities, sabotage success, or act with unnecessary caution because of unresolved guilt buried below thought. The subconscious carries the weight, interpreting situations through the lens of past mistakes or regrets. This could manifest as hesitation, anxiety, or unexplained resistance. Psychologists often help people uncover hidden guilt by tracing patterns of avoidance back to their origins. Once brought to light, the feelings can be processed consciously, reducing their grip. Until then, subconscious guilt continues to shape behavior in subtle ways, steering decisions like a hidden compass pointing away from resolution. It is a reminder that the subconscious not only remembers what we wish to forget, but also acts on those memories, quietly influencing the paths we take. The subconscious regulates hormone release automatically. Hormones govern growth, mood, stress, and countless other functions, and their timing is managed largely by the subconscious. The brain monitors signals from the body and adjusts hormone release accordingly. Cortisol rises in the morning to promote alertness. Melatonin increases at night to encourage sleep. Insulin is released to process food. All of this happens without conscious effort, controlled by subconscious networks in the brain and endocrine system. While the conscious mind may influence hormones indirectly through behavior, such as managing stress or choosing when to eat, the fine-tuned balance is maintained invisibly. This system highlights how the subconscious is not limited to thought or emotion. It is also the silent conductor of biological rhythms, adjusting chemistry moment by moment to keep the body in harmony with its needs and environment. Attraction can be triggered by subconscious reactions to scent. While vision and sound dominate conscious perception, scent plays a powerful role in subconscious attraction. Humans, like many animals, respond to subtle chemical signals that influence social and romantic behavior. These scents, often below conscious detection, can alter mood and preference. Research has shown that body odor
can reflect genetic compatibility, with the subconscious favoring partners whose immune systems differ enough to produce healthier offspring. Perfumes and natural scents can trigger subconscious responses that shape how attractive someone feels. The conscious mind may not notice, but the subconscious is already making calculations, blending chemistry with perception. Attraction is therefore not only about appearance or conversation. It is also about the hidden dialogue of scent, where the subconscious listens closely to signals the conscious mind barely registers, shaping feelings of closeness, comfort, or desire without a word. Childhood songs often linger in subconscious memory for life. Music heard in childhood leaves a particularly deep imprint on the subconscious. A lullaby sung by a parent, a theme song from early years, or even a simple rhyme can remain vivid decades later.
These melodies are stored not only as sound, but as emotional anchors tied to moments of comfort, safety, or joy. The subconscious preserves them even when conscious memory fades. Hearing one of these songs in adulthood can unlock a flood of emotion, transporting the listener instantly back to early years. The effect is so strong because the subconscious encodes music alongside feelings, creating durable connections. Childhood songs are therefore more than nostalgic curiosities. They are enduring threads in the subconscious, weaving together memory and emotion across a lifetime, reminding us that the hidden mind remembers far more than we realize. False memories can be planted in the subconscious. Memory feels reliable, yet the subconscious can be persuaded to accept events that never happened. Experiments have shown that with carefully worded suggestions, people can remember childhood experiences that never took place, like being lost in a shopping mall or meeting a character at an amusement park. These false memories feel as vivid as real ones, complete with sensory details and emotions. The subconscious is especially vulnerable because it does not separate imagination from reality as sharply as the conscious mind does. This is why eyewitness accounts can be flawed, why nostalgia sometimes reshapes the past, and why therapy must tread carefully when exploring memory. False memories reveal the creative, reconstructive nature of the subconscious. It does not store experiences like a video recorder, but rewrites them constantly, blending truth, suggestion, and imagination until even the person recalling them cannot tell the difference. Sleep talking arises from subconscious processes. In the quiet of the night, words sometimes emerge unbidden. Sleep talking, or sonocry, is the subconscious speaking while the conscious mind slumbers. The phrases may be fragmented, nonsensical, or surprisingly coherent. Yet they are not under deliberate control. Sleep talking occurs in different stages of sleep, sometimes linked to dreams, sometimes to random bursts of subconscious activity. The content often reveals little. Most spoken words are not direct windows into hidden thoughts, but the phenomenon itself demonstrates how active the subconscious remains during rest. Conversations can take place without awareness, startling listeners but leaving the speaker oblivious. Sleep talking reminds us that the line between wake and sleep is not absolute. Even when the conscious mind is silent, the subconscious continues to stir, occasionally sending words into the darkness as echoes of the unseen activity still press, unfolding inside. Automatic writing is guided by subconscious expression. When people engage in automatic writing, they allow words to flow onto the page without conscious planning. Writers sometimes describe the experience as their hand moving on its own, producing text that feels surprising even to them. This is the subconscious at work, shaping language without deliberate interference. In some cases, automatic writing has been used therapeutically, helping individuals uncover feelings or memories buried beneath awareness. Others use it creatively, finding that the subconscious generates ideas or imagery that the conscious mind might have censored. While claims of supernatural origin have surrounded the practice, the psychology points to a simpler explanation. The subconscious is capable of producing P-coherent expression without conscious oversight. Automatic writing offers a direct glimpse into the hidden voice of the mind, one that often emerges most freely when the conscious self steps aside and allows the deeper pre-currents to guide the pen. Memory suppression often happens subconsciously. The mind protects itself by burying painful experiences. Sometimes memories of trauma are pushed out of awareness, hidden not by choice, but by subconscious defense mechanisms. This suppression allows individuals to function without constantly reliving distress. However, the memories remain stored, influencing behavior, mood, and even physical health. Triggers may bring them back suddenly, flooding the conscious mind with emotions that feel disproportionate to the moment. This is because the subconscious never truly erases it, only hides. Therapists often work carefully to help people retrieve and process suppressed memories in safe ways. While controversial at times, the phenomenon demonstrates how powerful the subconscious can be as a guardian, both shielding and constraining. It edits experience not for accuracy, but for survival, showing that memory is as much about what we forget as about what we remember. Subconscious learning can occur without realizing errors. Much of learning happens invisibly. When you practice a skill, the subconscious begins to adjust and refine, even when you do not consciously notice mistakes. A pianist may play a passage incorrectly, yet through repetition, the subconscious corrects the timing until it flows smoothly. This is known as implicit learning, acquiring knowledge without deliberate awareness. Athletes, musicians, and even children learning to speak rely heavily on it. The subconscious monitors feedback and gradually improves performance, embedding the new patterns in memory. This explains why skills often feel easier after a break the subconscious has continued processing behind the scenes. Conscious effort provides direction, but the hidden systems do much of the heavy lifting. Subconscious learning reveals the brain's capacity to adapt in ways that bypass awareness, allowing progress to unfold naturally, quietly, and efficiently. Like a BBE. Sculpt a shaping stone while no one watches. Creativity during daydreaming emerges from subconscious wandering. When the mind drifts, the subconscious takes the lead. Daydreaming often brings unexpected images, ideas, or stories, as if the brain is rehearsing possibilities without being asked. Scientists call this the default mode network, a system active when the conscious mind is not focused on tasks. During these moments, the subconscious explores connections between memories, emotions, and imagination, generating creative insights. Many inventions, works of art, and solutions to problems have been born in daydreams. The wandering is not wasted time, but subconscious exploration, making sense of experiences and testing scenarios. While society often values focus, daydreaming reveals the power of letting go. The subconscious uses the freedom to play, to combine fragments into something new. Creativity often emerges not when you push hardest, but when you release control, giving the subconscious permission to wander unobserved. Hypnagogic states reveal subconscious imagery. The moments between wakefulness and sleep, known as hypnagogia, are filled with strange images, sounds, and sensations. These fleeting visions come directly from the subconscious, blending fragments of memory with imagination. Colors shift, shapes morph, and voices whisper, often without coherence. Yet these states can also spark creativity, offering glimpses of ideas that later solidify into conscious thought. Artists and inventors throughout history have drawn inspiration from hypnagogic experiences, using them as doorways to the subconscious. Unlike dreams, hypnagogic imagery is often semi-conscious. You may know you are drifting, but cannot fully control it. This twilight zone between awareness and rest provides a rare chance to witness the subconscious in action, painting its pictures directly onto the canvas of the mind, unfiltered by logical reason. Lucid dreaming involves conscious dialogue with the subconscious. In a lucid dream, the dreamer becomes aware they are dreaming and can sometimes influence the story. This unique state blends conscious awareness with the subconscious world. People who experience lucid dreams often describe them as vivid and exhilarating, where they can ask questions, test possibilities, or even practice skills. The subconscious provides the dreamscape, while the conscious mind navigates it knowingly. Some use lucid dreaming for creativity, problem-solving, or overcoming fears by confronting them in symbolic form. Others simply explore the wonder of flying or bending reality. Lucid dreaming shows that the boundary between conscious and subconscious is not absolute. In rare moments, the two can meet, creating a dialogue across layers of the mind that are usually separate. It is a reminder that even in sleep, awareness can find its way into the hidden worlds of the subconscious. Meditation quiets subconscious chatter. Daily life fills the subconscious with noise, worries, habits, and automatic reactions that chatter beneath awareness. Meditation offers a way to quiet this constant hum. By focusing on breath, sound, or stillness, meditators gradually reduce subconscious turbulence, creating space for clarity. Brain scans show that meditation changes activity in areas linked to attention and emotion regulation, soothing subconscious reactivity. Practitioners often report feeling less overwhelmed, as if the subconscious has been gently untangled. This does not mean the subconscious disappears, but rather that its endless whispering is calmed. Over time, meditation can retrain subconscious responses, making stress less automatic and compassion more natural. It is a practice that speaks directly to the hidden mind, teaching it to settle and listen instead of rushing and reacting. In doing so, meditation reveals the possibility of peace within the deepest layers of the mind. Symbolism in dreams comes directly from the subconscious. Dreams often communicate in symbols. A falling staircase, a locked door, or a rushing river may not mean what they seem, but may represent subconscious feelings or struggles. The subconscious speaks this language of metaphor because it bypasses logic, weaving emotions into images. While not every dream symbol has universal meaning, many reflect personal experiences stored beneath awareness. A childhood home appearing in a dream may signal unresolved feelings, while an endless chase may embody stress. Psychologists have long studied these patterns, noting how the subconscious prefers images to words. Dreams reveal this symbolic voice most clearly, a kind of poetry written by the hidden mind. Whether or not interpretation is exact, symbolism shows that the subconscious is always translating emotion into imagery.
leaving traces that conscious thought may only partly understand. Subconscious learning continues during deep sleep. Even in the deepest stages of sleep, the subconscious remains active, processing information absorbed during the day. Skills rehearsed while awake are strengthened overnight as the subconscious consolidates them into long-term memory. Musicians, for example, often perform better after sleep, even without further practice. The subconscious is fine-tuning the patterns while the body rests. This hidden learning also explains why reviewing information before bed can be effective. The subconscious keeps working with it while you dream of other things. The deeper mind is solidifying connections, ensuring that knowledge endures. Sleep is therefore not just rest, but rehearsal, a time when the subconscious continues the labor of learning. Consciousness may fade, but the student within never stops, proving that even in silence, the mind is busy preparing for tomorrow. The subconscious helps distinguish voices in noisy crowds. In a crowded room filled with overlapping conversations, you can still pick out a single familiar voice. This is the cocktail party effect, and it depends on the subconscious. While conscious attention struggles to manage multiple inputs, the subconscious filters sounds constantly, deciding what deserves focus. When a familiar name or tone is heard, the subconscious pushes it into awareness, allowing you to recognize it amid chaos. This process is so automatic that you may notice your name spoken across the room, even when you are not paying attention.
It demonstrates how the subconscious sorts through sensory overload, prioritizing information with personal or emotional importance. The ability to find a voice in the crowd shows that the subconscious is not only a background processor, but also an active filter, ensuring that what matters is never lost. Inability, the noise. Subconscious bias can shape hiring choices unknowingly. When evaluating candidates, employers may believe they are being objective, yet subconscious biases often slip into the process. Research has shown that names, accents, or subtle cues can trigger hidden associations, influencing decisions without deliberate intent. A rumor with one kind of name may be rated differently than the same rumor with another. These effects are rarely conscious, but stem from subconscious stereotypes shaped by culture and repetition. Such biases highlight the hidden influence of the subconscious on fairness and opportunity. Recognizing them is vital to countering their effects, and structured evaluations can reduce subconscious sway. Hiring, like many areas of judgment, is a partnership between conscious reasoning and subconscious influence. Awareness of this interplay helps ensure that decisions are guided not by hidden leanings, but by genuine merit. Implicit association tests reveal subconscious preferences. Psychologists have developed tools to measure the hidden leanings of the subconscious. Implicit association tests ask participants to quickly pair words or images, revealing subtle biases through reaction times. A person may consciously claim neutrality, yet subconscious patterns show faster associations between certain groups and certain traits. These tests do not accuse, but illuminate the subconscious associations we all carry. Often shaped by culture, media, or experience, they reveal how the subconscious processes information differently than the conscious mind acknowledges. By uncovering these hidden preferences, individuals can begin to challenge and change them. The tests demonstrate that the subconscious is not a silent partner, but an active force shaping judgment, even when awareness insists otherwise. Snap judgments are made subconsciously in fractions of a second. First impressions form with astonishing speed. Within fractions of a second, The subconscious evaluates faces, postures, and voices, producing judgments of trustworthiness, attractiveness, or competence. These snap judgments happen so quickly that conscious reasoning has no time to intervene. While not always accurate, they often influence decisions long before logic has a say. The subconscious is using patterns built from past experience, cultural learning, and evolutionary instincts to guide instant assessments. A stranger may feel safe or unsafe before you can explain why. These rapid evaluations show how much of social life is steered by subconscious mechanisms. Conscious thought may later revise or reject them, but the first impression often leaves a lasting imprint shaped by the hidden mind working in silence. The subconscious keeps your body temperature stable. Whether in heat or cold, your body remains remarkably stable in temperature thanks to subconscious regulation. The hypothalamus in the brain monitors internal and external cues, adjusting blood flow, sweating, or shivering automatically. These processes happen without conscious thought, keeping organs at the precise warmth needed to function. If you step into the sun, the subconscious signals sweat glands to cool the skin. If you walk into the cold, it commands muscles to shiver, generating heat. Consciousness may notice the discomfort of hot or cold, but the fine control is subconscious, continuous, and essential. Without it, life could not endure. The subconscious acts as the silent engineer of the body's climate, keeping the inner world balanced regardless of the outer one. Blinking rate is partly controlled by the subconscious. You blink thousands of times each day, yet rarely notice it. Blinking keeps the eyes moist, clears debris, and rests the visual system. While you can control blinking deliberately, much of it is guided by the subconscious. Interestingly, blink rate also reflects mental state. People blink more often when stressed, tired, or processing complex thoughts. Even subtle changes in emotion can alter blink rhythm, providing a window into subconscious activity. The automatic nature of blinking demonstrates how the subconscious manages tiny details of survival, keeping vision clear while the conscious mind focuses elsewhere. It is a reminder that even the smallest reflex carries traces of the hidden mind at work, maintaining balance with quiet precision. Typing rhythm reflects subconscious states of mind. When you type, your rhythm and speed are not only technical habits, but also subconscious expressions. Stress, fatigue, or excitement can subtly alter timing, producing measurable patterns. Researchers have found that subconscious states are reflected in keystroke dynamics, allowing computers to identify mood shifts or even detect lies. These changes happen without awareness. The subconscious influences motor control, while the conscious mind focuses on words. Over time, each person develops a unique typing signature shaped by subconscious rhythm. It is a digital fingerprint of the hidden mind, revealing how even in mechanical actions, the subconscious leaves its mark. Every line you type carries echoes of the unseen, expressed not in content, but in cadence. Handwriting pressure is influenced by the subconscious. The weight of a pen on paper may seem trivial, but it reflects subconscious states. Under stress, pressure often increases, leaving darker strokes. In relaxed moods, it lightens. Graphonologists have long studied handwriting as a mirror of personality, though much remains debated. What is clear is that subconscious tension and emotion leak into motor control, subtly altering force. Even people unaware of their own stress
can reveal it through the depth of their writing. While not a perfect diagnostic tool, handwriting pressure demonstrates how physical actions carry subconscious traces. Every page written becomes not only a record of words, but also of the hidden feelings present in the moment of writing, preserved in the pressure of ink on the page. Handwriting slant reveals subconscious emotional leanings. The angle of handwriting, whether tilting right, left, or upright, often reflects subconscious tendencies. Rightward slants are sometimes linked to openness and sociability, while leftward slants may reflect introspection or caution.
Upright writing suggests balance and control. These patterns are not deliberate. Most people do not consciously decide the angle of each letter. Instead, they emerge from subconscious habits shaped by personality, mood, and motor learning. While interpretations should be cautious, the principle is clear. Handwriting is partly a product of subconscious expression. The page becomes a canvas where the hidden mind leaves subtle signatures. Every curve, tilt, and slant reveals not only the words, but also the unseen forces shaping them, reminding us that the subconscious is always writing its story alongside the conscious one. Speech rhythm is adjusted subconsciously for social harmony. When people talk, their voices don't just share words, they share rhythm. Without realizing it, you often begin to match the pace, pauses, and intonation of whoever you are speaking with. This subconscious synchronization makes conversations flow smoothly, creating a sense of connection and ease. Researchers have found that even strangers unconsciously fall into rhythm, echoing each other's speech patterns as though guided by an invisible metronome. The phenomenon occurs across cultures and languages, suggesting it is part of deep social wiring. The subconscious does this work automatically because aligning with others promotes trust and cooperation. Falling out of rhythm, by contrast, can leave an interaction feeling awkward or strained, even if you can't explain why. This subtle matching is one of the ways the subconscious helps maintain harmony in human groups. Beneath the words we speak lies a quieter music played by the hidden mind. Subconscious beliefs can intensify physical pain. Pain is not only a physical sensation, but also an interpretation made by the brain, and the subconscious has a powerful influence on how strongly it is felt. If your subconscious expects pain, the experience can become sharper, almost as if the volume has been turned up. Studies have shown that identical stimuli can feel worse when someone believes they will be painful. Fear, anxiety, and hidden expectation prime the nervous system, magnifying signals. Chronic pain often involves this cycle, where the subconscious keeps sending alarms long after an injury has healed. The effect shows how pain is part biology and part belief. Just as the subconscious can protect you by reacting quickly to danger, it can also trap you in heightened suffering when it assumes danger when none exists. This hidden influence makes pain deeply personal, an experience shaped as much by the unseen mind as by the body. Pain relief can be boosted through subconscious expectation. The mind can make pain worse, but it can also make it better. When the subconscious expects relief, the body often responds by releasing natural painkillers such as endorphins. This is the foundation of the placebo effect, where even inert pills can create real reductions in discomfort if the person believes they will help. The conscious mind may doubt, but the subconscious listens to subtle cues of trust, the presence of a doctor, the ritual of treatment, the suggestion of healing. Experiments have shown that the subconscious can dampen pain signals purely through expectation, proving that suffering is not entirely physical, but also beat you. Interpretive. This means that words of reassurance, familiar routines, and belief in recovery all matter because they prime the subconscious to ease the body. Pain relief is therefore not only medicine, but also the story the subconscious accepts and acts upon. Blood pressure shifts with subconscious emotion. The subconscious regulates countless bodily functions without pause, and blood pressure is one of its most finely tuned levers. When subconscious circuits sense fear or anger, the body prepares for survival by raising pressure, pumping blood forcefully to muscles in case of fight or flight. When the subconscious registers safety or calm, it lowers pressure, giving the heart and vessels a chance to rest. These changes often begin before conscious awareness, which is why you may feel flushed, tense, or dizzy only after the subconscious has already acted. Prolonged subconscious stress can keep blood pressure chronically high, while practices that soothe the hidden mind, like meditation, music, or laughter, can bring it down. Naturally, blood pressure is not just a medical number, but a reflection of emotional life, shaped silently by the hidden mind, showing how feelings and physiology are inseparably bound. Goosebumps are triggered by subconscious fear signals. Tiny bumps rising on the skin are a visible reminder of the subconscious at work. Goosebumps are caused by tiny muscles pulling at hair follicles, a reflex that humans inherited from animal ancestors. In the wild, puffed-up fur made animals look larger to predators or trapped more heat in cold weather. Though humans no longer rely on this for survival, the subconscious still activates it in moments of fear or intense emotion. A haunting piece of music, a sudden chill, or the sight of something breathtaking can all trigger the reflex. It appears automatically before you consciously recognize what you feel. Goosebumps remind us that ancient survival circuits are still embedded in the hidden mind, firing in response to signals it interprets as meaningful. They are one of the rare physical signatures of subconscious emotion written visibly across the surface of the skin. Memory consolidation during sleep depends on subconscious work. Every night, while the conscious mind rests, the subconscious becomes a tireless archivist. Memories from the day are sifted, organized, and strengthened, a process scientists call consolidation. Skills rehearsed earlier, a musical phrase, a sports technique, a new word in another language, are replayed by subconscious circuits, reinforcing them until they'd become durable. Emotional experiences are prioritized, ensuring important lessons are not lost. Without this hidden work, memories would remain fragile and easily forgotten. Sleep deprivation interrupts it, leaving knowledge fragmented. The subconscious is, in effect, deciding what is worth keeping and what can fade, weaving new experiences into the long story of the self. This nightly labor shows that learning does not stop when the day ends. Even in dreams and silence, the subconscious is still at work, filing the library of memory so that waking life can build upon it. Subconscious processes determine how time feels to pass. The passing of time is not a fixed experience, but a construction of the subconscious. Hours spent in boredom feel unbearably slow, while joyful moments vanish in what seems like an instant. The subconscious decides how much detail to encode, and this influences how time is felt. Routine experiences are compressed, making them seem shorter, while novelty and emotional intensity are recorded more richly, stretching them in memory.
This is why childhood summers seem endless, while adult years seem to slip away quickly. The subconscious is constantly writing a version of time based not on clocks, but on perception. Fear can expand seconds into eternities, while flow can dissolve entire afternoons. Time as lived is not the steady rhythm of physics, but the story the subconscious chooses to tell. Shaped by emotion, novelty, and attention, emotions often surface subconsciously before awareness. Long before you can put a name to a feeling, the subconscious has already set it in motion.
Erasing pulse, tightened muscles, or a sudden warmth in the face often occur seconds before the conscious mind recognizes anger, joy, or embarrassment. This is because emotional responses are survival mechanisms designed to act quickly and automatically. The subconscious reacts first, mobilizing the body, while the conscious mind follows later, narrating the experience. This sequence explains why emotions can be difficult to control. By the time you notice them, they are already underway. Learning to recognize early physical cues can help, but emotions will always belong first to the subconscious. They are ancient, fast, and deeply rooted. Consciousness explains them after the fact, but it is the hidden mind that authors them in the first place. Micro-reams, lasting seconds, are processed by the subconscious. Even the briefest dips into sleep can spark dreams. These micro-dreams, lasting only seconds, occur when the brain slips momentarily into dream states during extreme fatigue. A tired student may see strange images while blinking, or a weary driver may briefly drift into a surreal vision. These flashes of the subconscious, seizing an opportunity to process imagery even in tiny fragments of rest. Though short, they reveal how powerful the drive to dream is. Microdreams can sometimes spark creativity or highlight exhaustion, warning the conscious mind of its limits. They also show that dreaming is not confined to long stretches of sleep. The subconscious is eager to express itself whenever it can, even in seconds. It rehearses, experiments, and imagines, weaving images that vanish as quickly as they arrive, but proving that the hidden mind never fully rests. Subconscious therapy can reprocess traumatic memories. Trauma often embeds itself in the subconscious, stored not as clear narratives, but as sensory fragments and raw emotions. This is why triggers can suddenly produce panic or flashbacks, even when the conscious mind knows there is no danger. Therapies like EMDR, movement desensitization and reprocessing, or guided imagery, work by engaging the subconscious directly. They help the hidden mind reorganize memories, reducing their emotional intensity and filing them safely in the past. The process does not erase the event, but changes how it is experienced, loosening the subconscious grip. Healing often requires this deeper access because conscious reasoning cannot easily override the subconscious's protective alarms. Subconscious therapy demonstrates that real transformation is possible only when the hidden mind is engaged, teaching it that the danger has passed and allowing peace to return. Repetition trains the subconscious more effectively than explanation. The subconscious does not respond best to logic or argument. Instead, it learns through rhythm and repetition. Behaviors, phrases, or thoughts practiced over and over are absorbed until they become automatic. This is how habits are formed, whether they are useful or destructive. An athlete rehearsing movements, a musician repeating scales, or a child learning words are all relying on the subconscious to encode patterns through practice.
Explanation can provide understanding, but it does not change behavior without repetition. The subconscious needs experience, not theory. Every repeated act carves a groove in the hidden mind, making it easier to follow again. Over time, repetition builds not only skill, but identity, shaping the person you become. It is the quiet law of the subconscious. What you do often enough, it will learn, remember, and carry out without asking. Athletes use visualization to program subconscious success patterns. Many athletes train their bodies, but they also train their subconscious minds. Visualization, imagining a skill in vivid detail, activates many of the same brain circuits as physical practice. When a golfer imagines the swing, or a runner pictures the finish line, the subconscious treats the scene as real rehearsal. Studies have shown that athletes who combine physical training with mental imagery improve more quickly than those who train physically alone. The subconscious absorbs these imagined experiences, strengthening confidence, coordination, and accuracy. This shows how deeply it responds to mental practice, turning vision into performance. Athletes describe feeling as though their bodies already know what to do when the moment arrives, because their subconscious has rehearsed it countless times. In this way, visualization becomes a bridge between imagination and reality, programming the hidden mind for success. The subconscious reacts to metaphors as if they are real. Metaphors are not only figures of speech, they also reach into the subconscious as if they were literal.
When someone says a heavy burden or a warm personality, the subconscious processes the words physically. Experiments reveal that metaphors about weight can alter judgments of seriousness, and metaphors about warmth can make people feel physically warmer or more trusting. The subconscious does not sharply divide the symbolic from the real. Instead, it blends them, reacting emotionally and physiologically. This is why stories, poetry, and advertising are so effective. They bypass logical analysis and speak directly to the hidden mind. Metaphor is its natural language, a bridge between idea and sensation. Through it, the subconscious responds not just to meaning, but to imagery, shaping experience as if words were the world itself. Body language decoding happens mainly in the subconscious. Most of what you understand from others is never spoken aloud. Posture, gestures, tone, and subtle expressions all carry meaning, and the subconscious reads them instantly.
A smile that reaches the eyes, a tightened jaw, or crossed arms are interpreted before conscious thought arrives. This decoding explains why you often just know how someone feels without being able to explain why. The subconscious notices tiny details and assembles them into impressions of trust, openness, or threat. These signals guide interactions smoothly, allowing you to respond with empathy or caution almost automatically. Consciousness later constructs explanations, but the hidden mind has already made the judgment. Body language reveals how social life depends on subconscious intelligence. A silent translator constantly working, shaping connection and understanding in Chandra. Every moment, subconscious processing predicts others' intentions before you notice. Human movements contain subtle clues about what will happen next. A shift of weight, a flicker of gaze, or a twitch of muscle often precede action by fractions of a second.
The subconscious reads these signals automatically, letting you anticipate what others are about to do. Athletes rely on this constantly, predicting opponents' moves almost before they occur. But everyday life depends on it too. Stepping aside before someone bumps into you,
or sensing where the friend is about to speak. Conscious awareness usually arrives afterward, constructing the story of what happened. But the subconscious has already acted. This predictive ability shows that the hidden mind is not just reactive, but anticipatory, preparing for the world's next step before you even know what you've seen. Group conformity is partly driven by subconscious signals. Humans are social creatures, and the subconscious constantly seeks belonging in groups. This hidden desire leads people to adjust behavior, posture, and even opinions to align with others. The process is often automatic. Laughter spreads, postures mirror, and decisions shift toward consensus without deliberate thought. Experiments reveal that people will often follow a group's opinion even when they consciously know it is wrong. Guided by subconscious pressure to fit in, this can create unity but also drive conformity at the expense of individuality. The subconscious weighs the risk of standing apart and often chooses safety and numbers. It is a quiet but powerful force shaping behavior not through reasoning, but through the deep pull of togetherness embedded in the hidden mind. Laughter often begins as a subconscious response. People laugh not only at jokes, but also as an instinctive social signal. The subconscious triggers laughter in response to tone, rhythm, or shared emotion, often before the conscious mind registers a reason. This is why laughter is contagious. When others laugh, your subconscious mirrors the sound and joins in. In groups, laughter serves as glue, signaling safety and reinforcing bonds. It punctuates conversation naturally, easing tension and inviting connection. Sometimes people laugh even when nothing is funny, because the subconscious is responding to social context rather than humor. This reflexive laughter shows that the hidden mind values belonging more than accuracy. The conscious mind may look for an explanation afterward, but laughter begins as the subconscious announcing, "You are part of this moment. You are not alone." Subconscious fear can influence political choices. Fear is one of the most powerful subconscious motivators, and it often influences decisions long before reasoned analysis occurs. Political messages that emphasize threats, instability, or danger tap into these hidden circuits, shaping opinion at a level deeper than awareness. Even when voters believe they are making rational choices, their subconscious may already be leaning towards safety and security. Campaigns and propaganda exploit this instinct, knowing that fear bypasses logic and speaks directly to the hidden mind. It is not always negative. Appeals to protection and stability can unite communities, but it shows how political choices are often guided more by the subconscious emotion than conscious thought. The ballot box, in this sense, is as much a reflection of hidden fears as of reasoned debate. Advertisers design colors to reach subconscious associations. Colors carry emotional weight, and the subconscious responds instantly to them. Red often signals urgency or excitement. Blue conveys trust or calm. Green suggests growth or nature. Advertisers carefully design logos, packaging, and environments to trigger these associations, influencing perception before words are read. Studies show that people make judgments about products or brands within seconds, based largely on color. These impressions form subconsciously, guiding preference and trust. Even cultural variations are absorbed by the hidden mind, which interprets hues through learner dissociations. Conscious thought may later provide reasons for choices, but the subconscious has already been swayed. Advertising succeeds not only through slogans or logic, but through silent conversations with the subconscious in the language of color. The subconscious filters background noise automatically. At any moment, countless sounds reach the ears. Footsteps, humming machines, distant voices. Yet you are not overwhelmed because the subconscious filters this flood constantly. It discards what is unimportant, allowing focus on what matters. A sudden crash, your name spoken, or a sharp change in tone, however, is immediately promoted to awareness.
This process allows you to carry on conversations in noisy environments, tune out monotony, and remain alert to danger. Without it, consciousness would drown in sound. The subconscious acts as a gatekeeper, sorting the world into silence and signal. It works invisibly, shaping perception into something manageable, creating a sense of calm order amid chaos. Every moment of peace you experience in noisy surroundings is a gift from the hidden mind, quietly filtering life into what you need to hear. Your subconscious can wake you at a chosen time. Many people notice they wake moments before an alarm, as if a quiet inner clock rang first. That clock is real. While you sleep, the subconscious keeps time with circadian rhythms, hormone cycles, and subtle environmental cues. If you set a clear intention before bed, "Wake me at this hour," the hidden mind begins preparing. Cortisol rises earlier than usual, body temperature shifts, and the threshold for rousing lightens. The subconscious also remembers patterns. When you get up at the same hour across many mornings, it predicts the next one and primes the system. This is why travelers sometimes still wake at a familiar hour in a new place. The conscious mind drifts in dreams, but the subconscious monitors, counts, and keeps its promise. It is a reminder that sleep is not a total shutdown. Even at night, the hidden steward of the body listens for your instructions and quietly carries them out. Childhood trauma can resurface through subconscious dreams. Dreams often speak the language of the subconscious, images instead of arguments, symbols instead of explanations. When early experiences were too intense for a child's conscious mind to process, their echoes may persist as sensory fragments stored below awareness. Years later, they return in sleep, a faceless figure, a hallway without exits, a door that will not open. The dream is not a courtroom, it is a rehearsal space where feelings finally move. The subconscious selects metaphors that carry the emotional weight of the memory, nudging the waking self to notice what was buried. These dreams can be unsettling, yet they are invitations, not punishments. Therapies that honor dream material help translated symbols into language so the conscious mind can integrate what the subconscious has been carrying alone. Over time, the dreamscapes soften. The same mind that protected you by hiding pain begins to heal you by bringing it gently into the light. Subconscious beliefs can affect immune system strength. Your immune system listens to your hidden expectations. Hope, trust, and a credible sense of safety tell the subconscious to ease emergency signaling and devote resources to repair. While hidden helplessness keeps stress, chemistry high, and defenses dulled. Placebo research illustrates this beautifully. When someone truly expects improvement, the brain releases messengers that modulate immunity, reduce calf inflammation, and help the body recalibrate. The belief does not cure infection by itself, yet it sets a physiological stage where healing is more efficient. Conversely, chronic, unspoken fear keeps the body on alert, raising stress hormones that over time can make defenses sluggish. This is not an invitation to blame yourself for illness. It is an invitation to notice how deeply the mind and immune system converse. Rituals of care, trustworthy relationships, and soothing routines teach the subconscious that help is present. In response, the body acts less like a fortress under siege and more like a workshop repairing what needs mending. The subconscious notices symmetry faster than the conscious mind. Before you can explain why a face seems balanced or a pattern feels pleasing, your subconscious has already measured it. Specialized visual circuits detect axis, spacing, and mirroring at high speed, delivering a feeling of harmony that the conscious mind later translates as beautiful or right. This swift detection likely evolved because symmetry can signal health in living things and stability in the environment. Artists and architects lean into this preference, arranging forms that the subconscious recognizes as orderly long before words arrive. Experiments show people can identify symmetry even when images are flashed too briefly to describe, evidence that the hidden mind evaluates structure first and asks questions later. The sensation of this fits is your subconscious reporting in its briefest form. When symmetry is slightly broken, the effect can be even more engaging. The subconscious notices the rule, feels the tension of the exception, and invites the conscious mind to linger and look again. Subconscious scanning makes you sense unseen movements, that tingle that someone has entered the room, the urge to turn before footsteps appear in view. These are products of constant, silent surveillance by your hidden mind. Peripheral vision tracks motion and contrast at the edges of awareness, while tiny shifts in air, sound, and shadow are sampled and compared against a vast library of enquire. Expectation. The conscious mind gets only the summary, a feeling that something moved long before language. Such sensitivity kept ancestors alive among predators and uncertain terrain. Today, it helps you cross busy streets, navigate crowds, and notice a bicyclist rushing from the side. The system is tuned for speed over certainty, so it sometimes delivers false alarms. But the cost of a quick glance is small, compared with the benefit of catching real bar changes. What feels like intuition is often surveillance data gathered by the subconscious, compressed into a nudge. Look here, now. Your subconscious can learn complex patterns without awareness. You can absorb rules you cannot state. Psychologists call this implicit learning. After exposure to structured sequences, people begin to predict what comes next while insisting they are guessing. The subconscious has been tallying frequencies, spotting regularities, and storing them as tendencies rather than textbook rules. This is how children internalize grammar long before they can define it, how musicians anticipate progressions they never studied formally, and how experienced drivers read traffic flow without calculating anything. The hidden mind excels at this because it samples broadly and forgets slowly. It notices what repeats, weights what matters, and smooths exceptions into practical expectations. Conscious study can certainly help, but the deepest fluency arrives when the subconscious has had time to practice in peace. Then, under pressure, knowledge surfaces as ease. The right word appears. The right note lands. The right move happens. And only afterward does the conscious mind build a story about how it knew. The subconscious can suppress distractions to protect focus. Attention is guarded by a gate you rarely see. While you read, the subconscious dampens irrelevant sounds, dims movement at the margins, and lowers the salience of stray thoughts so the task can continue. This suppression is not rigid. It flexes with context. A sudden change, a sharp clatter, the whisper of your name is escalated to awareness at once. The hidden mind constantly negotiates this balance, preserving concentration when it is safe and breaking it when it must. With practice, the gate grows stronger. Rituals, familiar workspaces, and predictable cues teach the subconscious when to hold the line. Conversely, chronic stress loosens the gate, letting interruptions stream in. Recognizing this helps explain why a walk, a breath, or a minute of quiet can restore clarity. They reset the guard. Focus is not only willpower, it is also the skillful filtering of a vigilant, unseen partner. Word choice in speech is shaped subconsciously. Before a sentence reaches your lips, the subconscious has sifted through options with remarkable speed. It samples context, audience, and goal, then nudges selection toward words that fit. The right register appears without deliberation. Idioms surface that suit the crowd. A softer synonym displaces a harsher one when diplomacy is wise. This machinery draws on enormous stores of memory. Conversations overheard, phrases read, tones absorbed. It also listens to the listener, updating choices in real time based on micro-reactions. A raised eyebrow, a slight lean, a smile that reaches the eyes. You feel fluent because the hidden mind is drafting ahead of you, editing for rhythm and sense, while the conscious self tracks meaning. Occasionally, the process slips, and a stray word reveals more than intended. Most of the time, though, the collaboration holds a seamless flow, crafted by systems working faster than awareness can follow. Intuition often reflects subconscious expertise. A firefighter calls a retreat from a room that seems fine. A doctor orders a test without a textbook reason. A chess player senses a trap in a quiet position. These are not leaps into mysticism. They are the outputs of vast, well-trained pattern libraries. The subconscious has cataloged thousands of situations, outcomes, and tiny cues. A change in heat, a patient's tone, a pawn's placement, then compressed that knowledge into rapid felt judgments. Intuition is the feeling of that compression unfolding. The answer arrives first, the explanation later. Because the process is tacit, it improves with experience and honest feedback. The more the hidden mind sees, and the more cleanly results confirm or correct it, the more trustworthy its signals become. Treat intuition like a skilled colleague. Listen, verify, and refine. Over time, it will often be the quiet voice that saves minutes or a life. The subconscious decides when you feel hungry. Hunger is not merely a pang, it is a message composed by systems below awareness. The hypothalamus integrates blood sugar levels, gut hormones, stretch receptors, and timing habits, then crafts an urge calibrated to keep you nourished. The subconscious also responds to learned cues, the hour of a usual meal, the scent of food, the sight of a favorite cafe, and can trigger hunger even when energy stalls are adequate. Stress and sleep loss shift these signals, altering sensitivity so that the body asks for quick energy more often. You experience a desire your hidden mind has already weighed dozens of variables. Understanding this can make self-care kinder. Regular meals, satisfying nutrients, and steady routines teach the subconscious that food is reliable. Then hunger arrives as a helpful reminder, not a noisy alarm, and the conversation between body and mind becomes easier to hear. Cravings are guided by subconscious nutrient needs. Not every craving is a trick of marketing. Sometimes the body asks in flavor for what it lacks. A pull towards salty foods can reflect a need for sodium after heavy sweating. A desire for citrus may appear when freshness and hydration are low. A longing for protein-rich textures can follow strenuous exertion. The subconscious monitors internal status and pairs it with learned experiences of relief, then sends a suggestion wrapped as taste. Modern ultra-processed foods complicate this messaging by delivering intense flavor without matching nutrition, training the hidden mind to chase signals that do not satisfy. Gentle structure helps balanced meals. Consistent timing and mindful pleasure recalibrate the association between craving and relief. Over time, the subconscious becomes a better counselor, asking for what truly restores rather than what merely distracts. Behind every urge is a negotiation, and with patient listening, it becomes more honest. Subconscious stress can weaken memory recall. When the hidden mind senses threat, it prioritizes survival over nuance. Stress hormones surge, sharpening immediate focus but disrupting the hippocampus, the brain's librarian for forming and retrieving memories. In exams, on stage, or during crucial conversations, the right answer can feel locked behind a door that will not open. Often, the knowledge is there. The key is stress. Long-running tension is even harder on recall, scattering attention and making details slippery. The remedy begins before the moment of need. Rehearsal that mimics pressure, breath that lengthens exhale, routines that signal safety. These teach the subconscious that the test, the meeting, or the spotlight is not a tiger.
When the threat appraisal eases, the librarian returns to work. Shelves in order, names and dates available. Again, memory is not just storage capacity. It is also the confidence of a system that feels safe enough to fetch what you ask for. A single traumatic sound can lodge in the subconscious for life. The nervous system tags certain sounds with urgency. A slammed door during a frightening fight, a siren from a harrowing night, a particular ring turn that carried bad news. The subconscious pairs the sound with survival chemistry, then stores that link tightly so future danger is not missed. Years later, the same sound may open the file instantly. Heart racing, muscles tensing, attention narrowing, even if the present is safe. This is the system doing what it was built to do, albeit too thoroughly. Desensitization methods worked by reteaching the association, hearing the sound in calm settings, pairing it with slow breathing or layering it under reassuring GAR music.
So the body learns a new story. Over time, the volume of the alarm can drop. The memory is not erased, but the reflexive grip loosens, and the world becomes a little less booby-trapped by echoes. Childhood praise forms subconscious self-belief systems. The messages children hear about effort, kindness, and capacity do not only land in the moment, they crystallize as expectations about the self. Praise for strategy and persistence teaches the subconscious, I can grow, while praise that fixates only on innate talent can make the hidden mind fear mistakes. Warmth and attention encode worth. Chronic criticism encodes doubt. As adults, people often find the old voices still speaking, a quiet encouragement that steadies the hand, or a corrosive whisper that urges retreat. The good news is that the system remains plastic. Consistent, specific self-affirmations tied to real actions can update the script. Trusted mentors and evidence of progress help the subconscious believe the new lines. The The story you repeat becomes the story you live, and with patience, the hidden narrator can learn to tell it differently. Capable learning allowed to try again. Subconscious body language can reveal hidden lies. Words can be steered, muscles often cannot. The subconscious coordinates micro-expressions and posture faster than conscious control. And when speech conflicts with feeling, small leaks appear. A smile that does not touch the eyes, a shoulder that rises with a denial, a quick glance toward the exit. None prove deception alone, but clusters of such cues hint at a mismatch. Skilled interviewers do not hunt single tells. They watch for baseline and change context and timing. The point is not to punish, but to understand. The hidden mind is signaling discomfort, fear, or the effort of fabrication. Honesty usually aligns speech, tone, and body with less effort. When they do not align, curiosity helps more than accusation. The subconscious always speaks. It appreciates being heard without being cornered. Subconscious memory guides driving on autopilot. Familiar routes dissolve into a gentle blur because procedural memory has taken the wheel. Through repetition, the subconscious has chunked complex sequences, mirror check, signal, merge, scan, into smooth routines that run with minimal oversight. This frees the conscious mind to plan the day, sing along, or think about dinner. The same automation that makes commuting efficient can make surprises dangerous. Which is why the hidden system also watches for anomalies. A flash of brake lights, a pedestrian stepping wide, the glint of a bicycle in the mirror. When novelty appears, attention snaps back. Autopilot is not inattention, it is expertise allocated wisely most of the time. Respecting it means pairing routine with rests, limiting distractions, and refreshing the route when boredom dulls vigilance. The safest driver is the one whose subconscious is well trained and whose conscious mind is willing to wake when called. Sleep paralysis is linked to subconscious brain activity. During dreaming, the brain paralyzes most voluntary muscles, so the body does not act out the dream. Occasionally, the switch misalign. Awareness returns, but the body remains stilled. The result is sleep paralysis, a vivid, unnerving state where breaths feel heavy and imagined figures may appear at the bedside. Cultures have named these visitations for centuries, yet their source is physiological REM-like paralysis, lingering as consciousness rises, with the subconscious still generating powerful imagery. Understanding the mechanism can ease fear. Gentle routines that stabilize sleep, reduced stress, and avoiding abrupt awakenings lower the chance of the overlap. When it does occur, focusing on slow exhale and tiny movements, a finger, a toe, reassures the hidden mind that the state will pass. It always does. The same system that protects you in dreams simply needs another moment to hand the controls back. Subconscious signals can trigger sudden chills. A shiver cascading through the back can be a body's exclamation mark. The subconscious has evaluated a stimulus. A hollow silence in a dark hallway. A chord progression that blooms into wonder. A line in a story that lands exactly beneath and sent a burst through the autonomic nervous system. Blood vessels constrict, tiny muscles tug at hair follicles, and skin tingles with electricity. Fear can spark it, but so can awe. Grief
or beauty. The reaction is fast because the hidden mind gives priority to meaning, not explanation. You might say, "That gave me chills," and only afterward find the reason. Rather than treating chills as random, consider them as flags.
Something important passed through. The subconscious noticed and asked the body to pay attention, writing a quick, icy signature across the skin to make sure the moment was not missed. The subconscious constantly compares present events with past experiences. Every perception is filtered through a quiet algorithm of memory. The subconscious holds templates of voices, faces, spaces, and stories, then matches incoming data against them. A kind glance echoes a beloved teacher. A clipped tone recalls an unkind supervisor. A meadow's scent summons a childhood summer. When the match is comforting, ease spreads before thought. When it hints at danger, caution rises first. This process is efficient and mostly accurate, but it can also trap people in all patterns, reacting to today through yesterday's lens. Changing the lens begins with noticing the echo. This feels like that, but it is not that. New experiences that safely contradict the template teach the hidden mind to update. Over time, the comparator grows more precise, and the present is allowed to be itself. The system is protective, not punitive. It simply needs better data and gentle proof. The subconscious is always learning, even when the conscious rests. When attention wanders, learning does not stop. It shifts departments. The subconscious continues sorting, associating, and rehearsing, strengthening connections that daylight began. During quiet walks and showers, it recombines ideas into solutions that arrive as sudden clarity. During sleep, it consolidates skills and stabilizes memory, so tomorrow feels easier than yesterday. Even background exposure to language, music, or craft accumulates as familiarity that later blooms into fluency. This constant apprenticeship is why stepping away from a tough problem can help. You make room for the hidden mind to work. It is also why kindness matters in practice. When the subconscious feels safe, it explores freely. When it feels hounded, it retreats to rigid habits. Trust it with good material, time, and gentle structure. It will return the favor with insight that seems to come from nowhere, except it came from you, still learning while you rested. As we come to the end of our journey tonight, you might notice something interesting. You're still here, still listening, still aware. And that, in its own simple way, is part of the mystery we've been exploring. Consciousness is the light behind your thoughts, the feeling of being present, the sense that there is someone inside noticing the world. It's the place where sensations turn into experience, where memory becomes a story, and where the word I begins to mean something at all. Tonight, we moved through a wide landscape of ideas. We lingered on the strange truth that science still doesn't hold a single, settled definition for what consciousness is. We brushed up against the ways it can fade, shift, fracture, or return. We touched the borderlands where awareness becomes difficult to detect, not because it is absent, but because it has no easy way to speak back. And we followed the hidden work of the mind, the vast background activity that shapes perception and decision long before it reaches the surface of attention. Along the way, the bigger theme kept returning again and again. Consciousness is not one simple switch. It is not only wakefulness, not only memory, not only intelligence, and not only selfhood. It seems to be a state the brain can enter in many different ways, with many different textures. Sometimes it is sharp and bright, filled with plans and language. Sometimes it is dreamlike and drifting, filled with symbols and strange connections. Sometimes it narrows to a point. Sometimes it spreads out as if the edges of the self soften for a while. And even when the world grows quiet, the mind continues. Beneath your awareness, your body keeps its steady rhythm. Breathing continues. The heartbeat continues. Systems adjust and balance moment by moment. Somewhere behind the scenes, the brain is still sorting, filtering, predicting, and preparing. Not as a dramatic performance, but as a constant living process. If there's one feeling worth carrying from this topic, it might be awe. Not the loud kind, not the kind that jolts you awake, but the kind that settles in slowly. The kind that reminds you that the ordinary act of being yourself is in fact extraordinary. Because every conscious moment is built from impossible ingredients. Atoms that once belonged to ancient stars. Cells that learned to cooperate. Networks of neurons that spark and whisper and synchronize. Signals moving through tissue so soft, yet capable of holding an entire inner world. And somehow, from all of that, you get a point of view. A private window onto reality. A sense of here and now and me. It's easy to forget how strange that is.
It's easy to move through the day as if awareness is automatic, as if it has always existed exactly as it does now. But consciousness is not a simple object you can hold in your hand. It is a moving event. It is something that happens and keeps happening as long as the brain and body maintain the conditions for it. And that means it can change. It can be altered by sleep, by injury, by chemicals, by stress and fear, by focused attention, by the slow, deep training of the mind. Sometimes those changes are helpful, like the way sleep clears space for restoration and learning. Sometimes they are frightening, like the feeling of being awake but unable to move. Sometimes they are puzzling, like moments when perception and awareness don't line up the way we expect. But together, they point to something important. Your experience of the world is constructed, and the construction is breathtaking. Even now, as you listen, your mind is assembling a reality out of sound.
Tiny vibrations in the air are becoming meaning, imagery, and understanding. You are not looking at these words on a page. You are hearing them, and your brain is shaping them into a path you can move along. And if you've begun to feel drowsy, if your thoughts are softening around the edges, that is consciousness shifting form again, slowing, loosening its hold. So as we come to a close, allow the subject to do what it naturally encourages. Let it gently soften you. Not by forcing sleep, not by pursuing it, but by offering the mind something spacious enough to rest within. A mystery that doesn't require an answer right now. A question left unsolved. A horizon you can simply observe. Picture your thoughts as tiny lights drifting across a vast night landscape. Each one emerges, shines briefly, then disappears. Another follows behind. Some glow brightly and move quickly. Others are dim and far away. You don't have to grasp them. You don't need to follow them to their conclusion. You can simply notice them and allow them to pass. And behind it all, let your breathing take the lead. In through the nose if that feels comfortable, out through the mouth if that feels natural. Or simply in and out without changing anything at all. Let the muscles of your face soften. Let your jaw unclench. Let your tongue rest wherever it naturally falls. If your shoulders are still carrying the day, allow them to lower just slightly. Not all at once, only enough to sense the shift. Let your hands grow heavy. Let your legs remain still. Let gravity handle the rest. It's curious, isn't it? The mind can spend hours attempting to control itself, trying to direct, trying to manage every thought. And yet, sleep arrives when control loosens, when effort fades. When you permit consciousness to change, instead of demanding it remain exactly as it is. If you're still awake and would like to continue drifting with us, another video will be waiting on your screen. You can allow it to carry you gently from one topic to the next, without needing to decide much at all. Simply follow what feels soothing or what stirs that final thread of curiosity. And if these quiet explorations have become part of your evenings, you might consider supporting the channel in whatever way feels right. You could leave a like, subscribe for future episodes, or share a thought in the comments. It helps new listeners discover their way here, and it allows these journeys to continue growing, one resting mind at a time. But right now, you don't need to do anything. No solving, no analyzing, no chasing the next idea. Just settle into the simple truth that you are allowed to pause. Let the space around you recede into the background. Let the details of the day blur. Let the mind release its need to maintain form. And if sleep arrives soon, welcome it naturally, like a tide easing back to shore. If it takes a while, that's all right as well. You can remain here in the in-between, where thoughts slow and the body begins to mend. Either way, you've done enough for today. Thank you for sharing this time with me. Thank you for turning your attention toward one of the strangest and most beautiful mysteries we know. Now, let your breathing stay steady. Let your eyelids remain heavy. Let your mind wander wherever it chooses. Sleep well, and good night.